6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 30th day of December. It can be, as far as I know, the last day of World Championship matches between Yuri Anikeyev, the current world champion from Ukraine, and the pretender Jan Groenendijk representing Netherlands, as well in the other game where Wiktoria Motriczko, playing with white pieces, is facing Wiktoria Motriczko, the current world champion from Ukraine, is facing Daria Tkachenko representing Ukraine, was representing, now she's representing Netherlands. Daria Tkachenko, four-time world champion, and here we go, the first moves of the last round of regular time, and the question is if we are going to see something new or not. So definitely not according to men's game, where we can see already 32-28 and the exchange 17-22, the one that we have seen so many times so far. And quite a quick opening I do expect, meanwhile the Amsterdam game in the ladies game. So if we have two draws today as well, it means that we meet tomorrow at 10 AM on the tiebreaks, and tomorrow the world title must be finally decided. So here we go with the opening by Yuri Anikeyev. He plays exactly the same what he was playing previously. This round, not like the previous ones, starts at 9:30. That is something I pointed yesterday. Why? Because it is necessary for them to finish in case of tiebreaks earlier. If one of the men will win today's game, it means that we start tiebreaks today at 15 o'clock Central European time, which is of course 3 PM Central European time. Despite that fact, if ladies, one of them, will win the game, it means she will be the new world champion. So, but actually the only new world champion can be Jan Groenendijk in case of defeating Yuri Anikeyev, but if one of ladies wins, it will mean second title and defending the title for Wiktoria Motriczko and holding the top one position in the world, and for Daria Tkachenko, like I said before, it would be the title number 5. Let me know on the chat where you're watching from. Don't forget from the very beginning to leave the thumb up under the video. And let me make small correction on the lead drafts board. Good morning, Damian. Good morning, Eriks. Good morning to Latvia. Because as you can see on the board, I did receive the live content really soon. That meant that I couldn't make it earlier. And okay, I can go a bit down, so let's move 0, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30 maybe. Okay, I must make it a bit smaller then. Uh, 79 could be okay, I think, that way. Now I must move it on pen X. 6, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8. Something like that would be fine, I think. And then the desktop capture and the another one. Let's move it a bit down. 50, 60, no less. 45, 40, 30. Maybe it will be, just to be on the right level, 0.2 right, and pen X. Crop by X1. And here 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 23, 22, 23. Okay, let's make it 22. And now pen X 0, 9, 8. Okay, must be less. Oh, must be more. 11. Okay, now it will be fine. a bit of mathematics in the very beginning of the stream to make it all working. So actually at this moment, after the third move, Jan answered with 1923, and there is a slight exchange from Yuri and Nikeyev. So usually I think he played, or maybe, I don't remember actually. Yeah, okay, so the change was like Jan was playing 7-12 and then Yuri played 34-29, and after that that move was played, and then Yuri played with this plan and some exchanges. But that time Jan, despite of 7-12, decided to play directly 19-23. So this is, yeah, you know, there are so many small psychological games, like not allowing your opponent to make some plan you used previously. So that's the reason why Jan abandoned playing 7-12 and played 19-23 to force Yuri to exchange this piece, and that way somehow he is preparing his left wing to develop, of course. Maybe that way he wants to get to the position where, for example, if Yuri is quite a fast one in playing to the edge, then Jan could play something like that. And if Yuri tried to put this 27 under the control, then he leaves this 46. In this case, once again, more accurate and more safe and easier to play the black position is, and perhaps this is some kind of maneuvering into that kind of position. And of course, control over 24 is stronger for black side than for the white side at the moment. Martina, good morning. So different setup for girls. I missed. Could you please repeat in few words so that I don't have to go back and miss something again, please? Different setup, but by this setup you mean the opening or what? Are you serious that these men played 32-28, 17-22, then 21 in the first three moves? Yeah, it is like that. Samuel, hello, nice to see you on the chat, ladies and gentlemen. From time to time I will display your comments on the stream, of course. So Samuel was saying good morning to everyone, as like Paranda's comment. So out of 12 games in Gentleman's Game, how many times we've seen this opening that you, Paranda, mentioned? Yeah, that's questionable. But that is the thing that I covered with Natalia when she was my guest on Saturday, the way how they play the same opening so many times in the game. And good morning from Martina, and of course good morning from Eric's. And now, after welcoming each other, we can start to analyze it. About the setup and about the opening of the game between ladies, of course I'll cover it because I haven't looked at that yet. I wanted to update everything on the screen to look properly. By the way, do you think it is absolutely sure we have the tiebreaks tomorrow? Because one more thing that is unclear to me is the question of the tiebreaks if one of the players will win the game today, because they start tiebreak at 3 p.m. and the question is if they play to the first victory, so if they play to the result 2-0 or 1-1, or they are playing till all the planned games. So in case, for example, Jan wins the classic game, then we have the tiebreaks, then Yuri wins another tiebreak game, and do we have other games or not? Because in case of one of them winning this classic game and also winning the first games in the tiebreak, it means that we will have the new world champion. And among women, of course, if this game will be decided, then we have the new women's world champion. Otherwise, women will play tomorrow at 10 a.m. And the question is, okay, so it is possible that today we have everything decided, yeah? Of course, chances are small, but still it is possible. Still it is possible. Hello Damian, I hope your energy is up today to continue all these hours of drafts today. Yep, that's the reason why I started at 9:30 a.m. Central European time from the very beginning. And also, you know, this is actually the last regular game, and this might be decisive, and of course I want to be here from the start till the end. Got it now, thanks. I mean, who becomes champion if draw in this game for girls? Yeah, they play tomorrow then. This setup you meant, okay. So the opening in gentleman's game after 9 moves looks like that, 44-40, so yeah, that is the move I haven't expected, honestly, from Jan Groenendijk, but I think that way he just wants to make it more sharp. Why? Because Yuri's favorite move, 30-25, was not allowed because of a simple combination by playing here, 21-26. 2 for 3. Actually, this is some simple trap that I was made against Ayrat Nurgaziev in Wageningen World Cup 2013. It was played in Wageningen, by the way, where the match are held. So that forces Yuri to play something like that, and the question is if we are going to have something like outposts, maybe some attacking games finally, maybe that's sort of preparation from Jan to keep something in the game. Now they don't have much to lose, I think. Of course they have their game to lose, but they are not losing the title then, because by drawing the previous 11 games, they both secured themselves in getting into the tiebreak phase. So it means that even if one wins this game, then we'll have still tiebreaks and you can be back in the game. Meanwhile, Victoria Motrichko versus Daria Tkachenko. So the current world champion defending the title plays with white pieces, and after 38-28 we did have this Amsterdam game. Opening quite a classical one. Okay, and previously we've had like this exchange, but I think more of the times Daria Tkachenko played white pieces with this exchange. Now Victoria is playing like here, choosing to play maybe 30-28, but now after 31-26 there is an attack and there is going to an outpost, so Daria Tkachenko wants to take it, wants to be aggressive one. In this opening there is a very nice combination. I can show you that. In case of this move, probably it is difficult to make it, but if something like that was played here, here, here and here, this move, if you now move with 17, probably you lose the game. Okay, maybe not directly to 22, but if you make this exchange, this exchange is losing, yeah, 17-21. That's a very nice combination in this opening. I've once had this position. Okay, so the first task for you, dear viewers, how to make the combination, the opening combination in this position. How can you find it, please? Many ads. Does it help you in any way if we watch ads on your stream? I mean, watch them till the end. You know, it affects me really, really low, but also it's better for YouTube to display those ads than such content that is promoted and have ads on it by YouTube. I think shows a bit better by algorithms. I want to see a win in the women today. I will pay close attention. Eric's good question. Sorry for those, but this is automatically made by YouTube, and I think it improves the range of the audience. 34-29. So Samuel says it's this move. Do you agree? Do you see it? Do you see the combination? Because it's very nice, and the final capture is from 25 all the way straight to a king. That's a very nice opening combination, and the same combination would be after exchanging the other direction, as I showed. I think Daria will put lots of pressure in this game. Keep a close eye on her. Since the start of this match, she seemed more aggressive, and I do agree. Looking at this opening, and I think that Daria perhaps wants to chase the chances in the regular games. Perhaps she feels herself a bit less confident in the tiebreaks, in the shorter games. After all, there you have still plenty of time, yeah, because rapid games are considered to play 20 minutes plus 10 seconds, that's a lot, and also blitz games are to be played 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. As usually, you know, for example, Polish Championship in blitz is played by the time 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and here you have 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. It's not a blitz game, to be honest. If you just want to name it, it is a rapid game still. Nice one, Samuel. Yep, it is right. Nice one. It's good to know it, of course. And the combination goes like that. You play here, sacrifice the first one, then you sacrifice additional 2. And now your job is to remove this 12 piece, and then you sacrifice other 2, take 2, removing this 12, and final shot, still quite hidden, sacrificing 1 and collecting 4 to the king that way. Really, really nice opening combination, so everyone should know that. Yeah, I prepared it so many times in my games, but never no one played this move. That move was played actually, then I played 32-29, the plan that Victoria is following right now. But on the other hand, if you change here, still the same combination works, but in other way, because now you sacrifice 45-40, and then this 1 for 4 idea. So the fun fact is that at this moment, where do I have it? Yeah, this move 17-21 loses the game because you have 2 different combinations. But that was not the line of the game. Actually, in some variants it still could be possible, but yeah, not anymore, I think. Okay, still can be possible. Now not now, because there is an exchange. If I wonder how we could make this combination working, perhaps only after this move. No, still not. Only that would be losing. Here, in such idea. Yeah, so Victoria just didn't follow the lines for the combination, but yeah, perhaps Daria knows it well. But you ever must create some chances of making a mistake. By the way, this opening already shows us that women's game will be extremely interesting, because this is very serious opening where you have so limited actions to do, because it looks like Daria is attacking, of course, but on the other hand she can't play anymore 19-24 because there is 34-30, yeah? After this move you lose a piece, or 2 or more, by this variation, and also you are restricted with this exchange 20-24 because then this 1 for 2 awaits, and if you want to exchange it in the future you must do very risky move 4-10, and also even after regaining this piece it can be problematic for you, as for example I show you, that's right, there are still attacks on this spot and white wins. So now left wing of Daria Tkachenko in this opening is not working anymore. So you must find the play on the other side of the board. And Daria plays 17-22, and I think this lock of the position will be immediately played, and after that Daria must play 23-28, and we will have extremely interesting game, because after 11-17 Victoria plays 42-38, you can see already there is a piece advantage for white, because you can't never move your left wing on the black side. So to avoid it, you must play 23-28. And if we are going to see this line, and I think we will see it, I bet 90% for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a huge game in the women's match. Absolutely a huge game. This is something we wanted to see all the match. I would like to see such openings, and I would like to see such positions every time I follow those games. That will be very sharp. So if we watch then it improves, perhaps it is that way. Perhaps it is that way. I really like how women are attending this game. Okay, what about gentlemen, and why it is worse than in women's game? 10-14, 32-28, so definitely that were the plans that I would not expect from players. And honestly, many times such moves are not chosen to play by beginners, because this locks your wing, but now Jan is just not afraid of that, because he has the counter plan to every plan that Yuri chooses. For example, after, I don't know, such move, to explain all of that, after one exchange, you develop your left wing, yeah, and you are satisfied with this position by white pieces, but honestly, I think that such position leads to some simplifications, and probably at this moment already I would say that nothing will happen. After such move, you have development of your wing that way, and your opponent goes that way, yeah, opening the position again. What else can be played after that? If you have straight exchange on the main diagonal, you, on the other hand, have the double exchange. So everything here will lead to simplifications of this position. I hate to say Groenendijk and Anikiev was extremely boring. I had to say that as well, but that's the truth. I also, Damian, that the women is so much better to watch as of right now. You can see how their game is so interesting, and no one looks to win like Daria. Yep, absolutely. And we do have this this continuation, ladies and gentlemen. 37-31, I was betting that it's going to be that way. 23-28. 42 and 19-23. So those are the kind of games we like to see, and also at this exchange the position gets even sharper, because probably the move to play is 18-23. So a very risky position. We have already some possibilities of sacrifices, like this one, very interesting idea to play something like that and then retake this piece. And the idea of the sacrifice is not to let Daria to exchange 14-19, because if you like to play to 40 and make this exchange by yourself later, then you give the tempo, the right moment to play this exchange, and you can see already how well developed would be Daria's position and how attacking one it would be. So absolutely Victoria against Daria, they meet our expectations, I think, but yeah, according gentlemen. And what about the psychology? Because many people say that women are such less aggressive ones, yeah, because they have some thoughts in the back of their heads. They're thinking about the home, about some other duties. They can't be as focused on the task as men. And here, I would say totally opposite one thing, yeah. I'm just, disappointed with the strategy of the men for such a match, and if such matches would be played in the future in that formula, of course, this is the suicide to the game and to promoting it. So the question is how we must change the formula, and I can promise you at this moment that I will record another video saying that this formula is extremely wrong. It's not something that we want, because we can't be offending the players. I understand their strategy for the match. They are playing, with the music they have, dancing actually, with the music they have by the organizers, by the committees agreeing for the form of the match. But to be honest, I don't think we can keep such matches in such formula as here. To reduce the cost maybe by half, let's make it 7 days long, more rapid, more blitz games, and by the saving costs of organizing this match for the hospitality, for example, you can increase the rewards for the players, etc. So many ideas. If you have your ideas, what in your opinion would be very interesting to the audience, to the viewers of these games, and let me know on the chat if you have any ideas. And of course, don't mind to leave the thumb up, to share this broadcast if you think it's kinda interesting, and of course the biggest emotions are up ahead of us, because we can have the decisive thing on who will be the next world champion in both matches today, ladies and gentlemen. Yuri Anikiev, Jan Groenendijk. After 1-6, okay, Jan chooses to play to 24, So there is something, let's say, a bit sharp, but as this piece is not limiting this 25 on the side, it's still not so extremely interesting and extremely sharp, because there is quite a simple counterplay for dark pieces. After this exchange, not too late to control all the central squares for black, Jan probably will be forced to play something like that, and then I think I can meet this move, and more exchanges leading us to something like that. After that, there could be, for example, a way of attacking it by Yuri Nikeyev, maybe something like that. I don't know. But still, after avoiding such some other exchanges that I mentioned before and showed you as the variant here, it looks like, yeah, we are still heading into the way of simplifying the position. Maybe there should be a separate prize for each win. That's a nice idea. That's a nice idea, Samuel. But I think that maybe it's killing a bit the strategy for entire match, because giving the prizes for victories in the tournament, it's quite nice. There were some ideas of organizing tournaments where you don't get money for the place, but you get money for the single results. So if you win more games, you earn more. If you play draws, you earn less, but still something, yeah? So let's say you play a tournament where hypothetically, yeah, every point would be worth 100 euros, and the more, and for example, for win you have some extra money, or you can calculate win as a 3 points in your prizes reward standings, and in the table still as a 2. Because there was a time in Netherlands when they gave in some tournaments 3 points for the victories, but they resigned from doing that. And you must analyze one thing, because if you are playing round robin tournament, then it's giving 3 points for victory is reasonable. But once you, for example, make the tournament, the Swiss tournament, and you have so many players, sometimes it's worth to lose than to win, being in the back side of the tournament. So perhaps it's worth to check then if it is not affecting the final results too much. Before I forget, no, but before you forget, what? Yuri Anikeyev is on the decision, ladies and gentlemen, round number 12, last round. I want the Russians back quickly in drafts games. I hate this war that stopped them. I think I'm tennis. The Russians were allowed to play. Why not let them play in drafts? That's a very hard topic, and very difficult one, also to be decided on where you live, actually. Because, you know, for example, for me in Poland, where we are close to that, we are supporting Ukraine, it's quite difficult to solve this problem. On the other hand, in tennis they play without a flag, and for example, chess. So the day before yesterday, the Rapid World Championship were decided in New York. The tournament played on the Wall Street. And finally, top 3 were from Russia. Of course, avoiding Russian players to play, we have the much lower level of the tournaments, absolutely. But it's really difficult because, yeah, on one hand, if we keep on losing those, sanctions and letting them play, it is affecting some spirit of the nations, and it's a tough topic. I don't know what the answer could be to this. We just, at first, want the war to be stopped. Yeah, that's the most important. But how to get to this point? If we have any influence on that, hard to say. Hard to say. Damian, I wonder about this. I sometimes have win streaks and loss streaks. How it is with you? How do you explain this? It depends on where and how am I playing, because if you are playing online, then having streaks is very easy to to explain, I think, because it depends on your conditions. If I, for example, start playing online after some break, then I have usually the bad streak. Then when I get used to it, to the calculations, etc., and you switch your mind to the right mechanisms, it lets you to play better, and you can have the winning streaks. And after you are exhausted, after a few games, it happens to me often, and then I get into losing streak. And it's all about your day, your experience. I would say exercise into playing, because even if I comment, okay, I have some connection to drafts all the time, but if I stop playing, commenting, doing anything with drafts, then I start to play. Oh, I must get into it. I must get practice into it really much, and it takes time. So the more you practice, but in a wise way, I think the more you increase your chances for winning streak. Online is very, very simple, yeah. Sometimes you are just exhausted with the lights because, screen is flashing the blue light, which is not so comfortable for your eyes. It's much better to play on the live board, of course, in my opinion. And it's much more difficult to play online games for so many hours, still playing it on the high level. On the other hand, I think that players that are strong on the live boards might have some problems online, and on the other side, players who are great online might have some troubles while playing live boards. Especially, for example, Mackendy, who was winning all the tournaments online, one of the best online players from Haiti. He visited the World Championship in Tallinn 2021, and he was losing so many games after playing too fast because he had the habits from the online gaming, yeah. And I think players that play so many live tournaments are way better there than being good ones here. You can see the top-rated players here on lead drafts are not the top-rated players on live tournaments. It's just different kind of playing. What do we have, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, so this exchange was accepted, played by Victoria Motrichko, and then Daria exchanges, like we expected. So the question now, because from time to time, according to this exchange, 14-19, lead drafts showed that this is the option, the sacrifice I mentioned before. But of course other moves are possible as well. After 41-47, this exchange is no longer possible. Okay, maybe it is. There are non-combinations like that, but of course you must be extremely careful to calculate everything well, because this move, for example, is not possible. Let's say white will play here. You can't play here because of two different combinations that are coming. The first one is, of course, this simple one using this column, but I really like how Daria just goes into that game with the attitude of winning. You can feel it. You can just feel it. Other combination after this, for example, is this idea. Still working here. You sacrifice there, you go, your opponent goes somewhere, and for example here you take additional 2 pieces. So it's quite difficult to play. So okay, this move 45-40 was played. Okay, and now engine shows already some advantage on black's side. So after this exchange, and I think that if Daria goes for the victory, she will get this 4 tempos ahead, and she will have the nice attacking position, yeah? Of course, there are those threats I mentioned, 33, 29, 26, 21, you must be careful about that. So your plan is to build this structure, so those pieces must come here, like for example that way, or that way, to avoid those combinations. But if it will be successful by black pieces, and meanwhile white pieces will not get the counter space to control, like 30-24, then the position of black will be massive one. Not sure how bad it is. Fred had to be blind by now, but he isn't. Sorry for my black humor. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but yeah, the blue light just makes it more difficult for your eyes to regenerate, to rest, and also to fall asleep, of course. But yeah, Fred is the one example that plays online great, but the question is how he would be playing during the live tournaments. Daria is looking for the kill in this game. Yep, she is, absolutely. But always hunting some animal gives you some risk on being hunted by yourself. So it is very important that Daria just is not playing that too sharp, too aggressive, but at this moment this exchange looks really logical. And of course you can see it on the clock, because usually at this moment already Daria would play quite faster and would build some time advantage on Wiktoria Motriczko, but perhaps after she analyzed last games that such a strategy of playing faster and putting her opponent under the time pressure is not working, perhaps she is changing the strategy to being aggressive on the board and less aggressive on clock. Do you think it is going like that way? Some research says that blue light is so low from modern screens that we don't need to be bothered too much. I'm not sure about that. Okay, I'm not sure as well, of course. Sometimes I hear about something I heard from other people, like, you know, it is probably recommended not to use the blue light for 2 hours before you fall asleep, because that way you decrease the melatonin level in your organism, so it means that your sleep is not so good one, and it is the most important probably about your health to sleep well, to rest well, to have a deep concrete sleep, and that lets you to be the rested one, and also gives you the good chemistry of your organism. I never played online when I used to play, so I have no idea about the topic, Eric's. Oh, interesting, Paranda. By the way, you mentioned that you are from US. Do you have some clubs? Do you have some places where you can play? And do you play checkers, American checkers most often, or something else? Can you please describe something about what is going on in US? That's quite interesting to me. I've seen some documentary by National Geographic about the checkers club in US, but I don't remember the state and the city. But I know there are some people just meeting together playing checkers games. I know, of course, the Hall of Fame of checkers in US, where the American checkers, or this Gaib and Freemuth checkers games championships are being played. That's very interesting, and I'm glad that some tournaments like I don't remember the name, Memorial of Coleman Turi, it was like US Open tournaments where Wiktoria Motriczko played after all in Huntington, New York, were played, and such tournaments of course bring some perhaps promotion to international drafts in United States. There are markets that we must take care about, and of course one of that is American, another one is Brazilian, Chinese, Indian, as we mentioned before. We want draughts checkers to be much more popular there. Yes, this is what Andrew Huberman is saying about blue light and sleep, but some research says it is not that case. The research, I don't have your comment displayed on YouTube, so I can't read it fully till the end. No, I only played the 100 squares, and not many people from America plays the international. They were mostly foreigners playing the 100 in the United States. Okay. Yeah, according to what we see, those are mostly American checkers. That's the question, you know, because looking at 64 checkers, comparing it to chess, it looks like 64 checkers are more simple. But if the criteria is how difficult it is to make the one proper move, of course it is very difficult in American checkers, and it doesn't forgive the inaccuracies. How it is, for example, here. Daria Tkachenko, ladies and gentlemen, makes this exchange. What? Going back? Why? Okay, so it's like I'm aggressive, but okay, I'm try to keep calm a bit. But maybe there is a chance of understanding for me in this move, because otherwise, if she actually went forward, then it would mean that Victoria could make this exchange. And maybe that would come with some simplifications that Daria just doesn't want in this game. After all, after exchanging back, okay, she is more calm in this position and gives some simple plan to Victoria like this one and attack 33-29. Maybe this is something that we are going to see. But also that gives her time to build a position, and in case of something like that, I would play here, to be honest. After that, we would have extremely tough things after making this exchange, and that would be very, very sharp game, and it's possible that something like that will happen. But on the other hand, for Victoria, if she didn't want to get too sharp in this game, following such lines also would be very risky. And you know, with every single minute, by having the tough position, ladies will understand that that could be the last game of the match. That this could be the last game of the match. They must feel it. They must feel how heavy every single move from this moment can be. What's going on in Yuri's and Jan's games? Okay, so after a long time of thinking, because Yuri has spent 13 minutes on choosing the plan here. 13 minutes, which meant that probably Jan surprised him. Waiting for Jan's answer. And Jan's answer is here, ladies and gentlemen, 34-30. (10-14) immediately. Okay. So the question is, if Jan Groenendijk is going to play 40-35, building this structure, this column here, some say that it's not worth to build it too fast, but also this column can be used not only for controlling some space on that part of the board, but also can give you this exchange back. The question is if this is something that Jan would like to play, because this is a simplification. Of course, exchanging some pieces here still makes it more difficult for dark pieces to control this 24, but on the other side, of course, there are less pieces on the board. The question is, what will Jan play? Because I think the next move after this 10-14 will tell us directly what will be the attitude of Jan into this game. If Jan is going to make exchanges and simplify the position, or will he be satisfied with getting to the more sharp position? Very, very interesting moment that will give us some information. There's no clubs, I know, here in America with 100 squares. We must change it. We must change it then. We must change it, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? Okay, so perhaps that was also such a quite difficult and unexpected decision by Daria on Victoria's position, because at this moment she thinks for some time. 5 minutes spent already on quite a calm position at first glance, because such moves like 40-34 and 41-37 always can be made, but of course making any of those moves causes some wastes of tempos, and there are also some other nice ideas of combinations here, like for example here, how to make it working, not so easy. After that there is only an exchange, but you can see how the combination works that I meant, here, and here. But it wouldn't be such a easy thing, because you can of course get this piece back, but it's not so simple and fast. I must ask you some question on the chat, the poll. The question is, what kind of question can I ask? Okay, Victoria plays 40-34. Okay, so I'm starting a poll on the chat asking you if we will have a new world champion today. So yes, women's one you can answer, yes, men's one you can answer. Yes, in both matches, because still it is possible, and the first vote goes there. And no, we won't have. So the scenarios for those answers are like this. Yes, women's one, it means one of the ladies wins the game today, and there is any possible results in the classical regular game, but also the tiebreaks are not showing the results. So after the 6 games we don't have anyone with 2 victories. In both matches, of course, must be decided among women, and also one of the men must win the game in regular time, and the same person probably must get the other victory in the tiebreaks. And no, it means that we will have 2 draws, for example, or one of them winning this regular game in tiebreaks. No one, the player that wins, no one will get 2 victories actually, something like that. Yeah. So okay, it starts with yes, women's one will be decided. So you do expect after this opening that that's quite interesting, that this women's match will be decided here. Okay. I will give my vote to, yeah, women's match will be decided in this game, because I hope for that. 7-12, yeah, quite a calm move, and not too much time spent on it. 2 minutes by Daria Tkachenko. And it's like, you know, now if you are playing the core moves all the time on both sides, it will be better for black, because you can see that left wing looking from white side on black side, the short wing of black, is developed quite well. There are not problems with additional pieces, like for example playing here would be a problem, but at this moment those pieces can be supported quite easily by the pieces from behind. And also, if you just not look at the position, play some, you know, moves like this without a bigger plan, slowly and slowly your position can become much more critical with every other move. So it means that I would prefer playing with black pieces. On this moment, I think that Daria Tkachenko played opening really well and could be satisfied how the game goes till now and probably from now as well. We are after 21st move of the game, so still 24 moves to the time control. Of course, in the opening it's quite easier to play moves without spending too much time on thinking on it, and Daria at this moment has 5 minutes advantage, and Wiktoria Motrichko 1 hour 2 minutes to make 24 moves till the time control. That's interesting regarding foreigners. Good to hear they are playing drafts at all. Absolutely it is. They are from Haiti, Suriname, Russia, Africa, and even observed that Trofimov plays in USA Open the last 2 tournaments. Yeah, that's true. But also when I released my course in American checkers, because I also want to get the American market, of course, and to make those people in America aware that there is such a thing as professional draft checkers world. And that's the reason why I prepared this course. I gave it to Ivan Trofimov and talked to him a bit. He is working on American checkers as well, as far as I know, but of course not forgetting the international drafts where he is the grandmaster. Maybe Daria exchanged back because after 9 to 20 it's possible to go 7 to impossible to go 7-12 and 12-18. Let's follow the line that Marta suggested. Marta, I'm reading your comment just after it appeared, so you can think about refreshing the stream. So after this exchange, Marta says that it would not be possible to go 7-12 and 12-18. 7-12 and 12-18. But why it would not be possible after this move, for example? You mean this, that there is this forcing? Because that would be played, would face something like that, the loss of a piece. I don't know if this is the variation that Marta means here, yeah, but it's very logical. It's very logical because after all, in this position you would like to have this gap filled with your checker, with your drafts piece, and to have it, the best one to use for it would be the 7-1, but if you can't go for it because of those attacks, it means that this wing looks not so well. And yeah, sometimes you must trust your intuition. I recently did see the short video with Magnus Carlsen. Yes, Marta confirms this variation, okay? Thank you, Marta, for that. I recently saw the short video, or just interview with Magnus Carlsen, perhaps on the channel Take, where he explains that he is not calculating too deeply, but being the professional chess players gave him the opportunity of finding the intuitional moves that create chances, and sometimes those moves can be losing if their opponents are calculating deeper than him. That's quite a thing, and here just intuition would say to you, I don't want to take this exchange probably, because yeah, looking at the computer's evaluation it's good, but having such a big gaps in the central part and also getting those pieces developed so forward, it creates so many chances for combinations, for forcings, for some, you know, unexpected sacrificing. You just don't want to play that, because you can become the victim of your attack. So you want to be aggressive, but perhaps not too much. And yet, after this exchange, of course, this 7-12 move was possible for Daria. And you see, Wiktoria loses time in such, looking at first glance, simple positions, yeah? She is just trying to find something. Maybe it's not the right moment, but definitely she is aware that if she is not finding the right plan to play, it will become more difficult for her after some moves from this moment. So that could be problematic. Anton, if these games finish to draw, and how will be tiebreaks played? But okay, I can explain it once again. So if ladies are playing in a draw, then they meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. playing the super tiebreak day, yeah, December 31st. And they are playing till the first victory. Till the first victory. We can follow that again. Clash of the Titans. So we have down there. Oh, we can just go to the information part. Here do we have it? Yeah. So if they play a draw today, ladies, then tiebreak schedule on 31st day of December, if no victory in the first part of the tiebreak on 30th December also. So they play, okay, it's not according to that, to women. So that will be the plan for women. So if they play a draw today, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time, they play one rapid, then second rapid game, till the first victory, yeah? Sudden death. And then 4 blitzes, and still if all the games ends in a draw, then super blitz, 10 plus 2. And the same scenario for men if they end today in a draw. It would mean, probably, that in the sudden death, the first victory decides the world title match. This is how I understand that, but if you have different thoughts about that, just let me know. What is important already, I have the studies, everything prepared to broadcast all the extra games in the tiebreaks. Last final decisive game of the matches, or not deciding one. Okay, after 10-14 there was 49-44 played by Jan Groenendijk, and at this moment we already could assume that Jan Groenendijk is not going to play calm, but after this move 2-7 he exchanges 30-25. So finally, after getting this one tempo, he got some informations from Yuri, because in the end he played 2-7, probably preparing some kind of attacking in the future. Maybe after such moves there will be this exchange, and black's position is quite strong, and if it was faced with such exchanges, you can always go with attacking here, you know, all the time, maybe even exchanging here or going to 23 at some point, or maybe developing 6 after some time. Hard to say, but simple plan for this piece would be always to keep it attacking, and you develop your pieces that way, also forcing your opponent to exchange some central ones, yeah, in exchange for those ones, like let's say here, finally, if you were defending this all the time. Oh, maybe before that, that's right, it's good to make this exchange. So finally, probably this exchange would be made anyway. And that would come to bigger and bigger simplification in the game, so perhaps that was the reason why Jan decided to exchange it right now without letting his opponent to develop the piece number 5. And this is the position, this is the structure that normally looks quite bad, but actually it is the position that you don't know how to play against. Once again, yeah, nothing can be done by those pieces that will not let white develop those pieces. Like for example, after this one, you exchange here and you have your wing developed. After capturing here, you exchange that way and you can play both here or here and you have your wing developed. And of course, after such attack, You can just wait and take the double exchange forward, gaining 6 tempos. So everything looks like quite not a problematic one for Jan Groenendijk. And maybe the most interesting move would be something like that, 16-21, but then you can face this exchange. That would be perhaps the most interesting it could get, but after that there's a combination. That could be a problem, so perhaps before 16-21 it would be better to close the gap on 14. Yeah, tough to say what will be the decision. I think we can expect just simple move here and perhaps something like that by Jan. Even in such a late part of the game, after that it is possible to play here. Sometimes players just are not afraid about this connection of 2 pieces because they will retake it and play a safe game. I think everything could just lead for some simplifications on, and I do expect nothing different than drawing this game by gentlemen. So once again, they are not giving us too much emotions, but for that we have women, of course. Ads are not stopped today. They show such nonsense to me, like fasting and kids games, since my son played them few years ago. Sorry for that. I can't even probably turn it off. But you can install, you know, ad block on your browser and stop it. Ivan, I think it's a big shame for FMJD that men need to win one game in Blitz this time to become the world champion. Yeah, absolutely, I agree, Ivan. And this is something I told yesterday. Yeah. So you play 12 regular games and you must win 2. But after that, if you draw all the games, you have the tiebreaks, and one rapid or one blitz or one super blitz game can decide on who is the next world champion. Absolutely, it's a shame for me. But on the other hand, both players, as I heard, must have agreed on this. So it's, you know, something which is the part of agreement between Jan and Yuri. But I don't like absolutely the scenario like that. Paranda returns. I agree, Anton. After all the efforts that's why they needed to play something different from 30-28 in this exchange. That will be the exchange of the match. Honestly, it can lead to some interesting openings, and I do like this opening, but not the way they play it all the time, with finding some new simplifications. But of course they are paying the respect to each other. They know how difficult it would be to play a tough, closed, sharp game for them, and how possible it would be to make some mistake. They are just, you know, playing calm in the back, waiting for opponent's mistake. They are patient, and usually it pays off. But yeah, Jan wins after all so many tournaments, but in those tournaments he is much more aggressive, and much more aggressive was the Rule Boomstra's style, of course. So we can miss him already. Perhaps, for sure, Rule Boomstra is following those games, and he knows that maybe if we as the audience are not satisfied with the level of the games, he thinks that we are missing him already. Because I think Rule Boomstra gives us more interesting games in matches. After all, he won all 3 matches he played in, and gave us some interesting games. How much time did Victoria spend on this move? Ladies and gentlemen, on playing 41-37, she spent 12 hours, that would be too long, 12 minutes. Quite a long time on thinking in this position, I think. We passed 1 hour of play at this moment, so let me take a break till 10:45. I will just not force myself too much, as there is a scenario that we will have long broadcast today. If one of gentlemen wins, then it means that at 3 p.m. we have the tiebreaks, but at this moment I will just I will just relax for a few minutes, so I'm back and at 10:45, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, after this short 10-minute break, and we can analyze what is going on the boards during this last 12 regular game in the matches between Wiktoria Motriczko and Daria Tkaczenko, the game visible right now. And what's quite interesting, after this move 41-37 and 10-14 from Daria Tkaczenko, after going to 30-25, this could show quite a passive way of playing by Wiktoria Motriczko, to be honest. And after that, Daria takes 4 tempos in this position. Now she's safe, like Marta Bańkowska previously added with this move 12-18, balancing the position and covering this gap in a safe way. Just after any move, like, you know, 48 will happen with this threat, 26-21 and 31-27, for example, like this, and in this case exchange could be made, changing the type of the position, of course. But to avoid this, after covering the gap on 18, you always have this move 11-17, having your position well developed. And this moment it would be advantage of white pieces at the level of 0.3 by scan engine. And to be honest, I expected more this plan of 33-29 by Wiktoria Motriczko. Maybe forcing her opponent to play something like that, because after that there would be the possibility, after each variation, there would be a possibility of this exchange. So after all, this lock in the central part of the board would be extremely interesting for us, the viewers, but I think that at this moment, after choosing this 30-25 and giving black the exchange 14-20, it is Daria Tkaczenko having the mental advantage in this game. So I think Daria is taking the control. Daria is the one leading the game, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion. You can of course not agree to that. You can write me your opinion on the chat, but at this moment I think Daria is having everything under control. Of course, as well as in the other rounds, looking at the time, because take a look, after 21 moves, I told you that it's quite easy, probably, for both players to get to the time control, because to make 24 moves, still Wiktoria Motriczko had 1 hour and 6 minutes. And now, after additional 3 moves, and one of them was exchange, so one quick to move, now Wiktoria Motriczko is down to 42 minutes. And the position will be more and more challenging for her. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that Daria could be the favorite one at this moment to win the world title just in the regular games. Let me remind you, the one among ladies who wins this round, this last regular game, is the new world champion. Let's see at the comment section, meanwhile, what you are pointing there. I can bet YouTube ads singled me out to finish me with ads. You have 2 options, like I said. Illegal one, use the black, use the ad block addition on your browser. How those things are called? Extensions, yeah. You can use AdBlock extension for your browser. It's quite quick to install, and then you can watch without the ads. And second one is to go for YouTube Premium. So for about $5 monthly, you don't have any ads on YouTube. And you know what's the reason, Eric? Of course, people are bringing the content to the internet, and it's normal that everything comes with ads, of course, because otherwise it would not be for free. Yeah, like Paranda says, I'm not getting all those ads, maybe too, since I'm here. It's different for every people, for every person watching you. It's just something that YouTube does. You didn't see Daria played that move in less than 1 minute, 14:20. Yeah, I haven't noticed that, so it's good that you are pointing that. Yep. So, few things to notice here. Daria is feeling like a fish in the water, yeah? I think she likes having this position and she's very comfortable with the plans that she has. Of course, now she has some gaps in the position, like 18, 19 and so, but it gives her the simple plan of playing the next moves. And she knows that pressure is on white right now, because if white is not finding the right plan to play, it becomes more and more problematic. For example, such exchanges are not looking well, yeah, to change the position, to perhaps leave the possibilities of attacking the outpost, because you get locked here with those pieces. Despite the fact the position is equal according to the scan, you don't like to play something like that with white pieces. You don't like it at all. So the tough decision to be made still for Wiktoria Motriczko on choosing the plan, because now after exchanging this piece 30, if she followed this plan I mentioned before and 12-18, the problem is like that, you don't have enough pieces on this side, and after that this move is not possible because of this simple threat, yeah, 1 for 2 and 1 for 3. Otherwise there is a possibility that black will play here and your wing here will be stopped. That's a problem, because after all you lost the control on the other part of the wing. So maybe Wiktoria somehow would be forced to make such exchanges, and if she decided not to play that early with this piece 30, now I think she is not going for that. Or maybe she's just misjudging this position and will be forced to play something that she don't like. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that Daria Tkachenko is in a very comfortable position, and it's quite interesting how this game will go from this moment. Once again, ladies are saving the emotions in this round. So what was played after 44-39? Okay, I was expecting some moves like 10-14, but despite of that, Yuri Anikeyev plays 15-20. Doesn't change much, but of course it explains that he wants those two pieces cooperating, 15 and 20. It could be done with 10-14 and then, but also this move 15-20 leaves him the possibility of going to 24 immediately, saving this 10 in case of attack. For example, the exchange was played by Jan to develop the left wing, and we also expected that. So after the move 20-24, in case of attack, you have this piece to defend this piece of on 15 or 14. But here, after this exchange, 10-15 was played, so not too hurry with collecting this 24. Still, in some parts of the game could 1924 be possible, so it looks like the problematic piece for white could be still this 46. Normally you don't like such this formation broke, and if somehow in this position Yuri would be able to take control over 26, not letting his opponent to develop 36 and 46, it would be better for black. After move 41-37, there comes an exchange. This is quite a logical one, because after all, if you play there straight, this move is possible, this exchange would be possible. And perhaps that piece, without having this column nor this column for black, that would be something that white pieces want. So Yuri, perhaps avoiding this option, exchanges the piece, and now the problem is here on 46. So if you play some moves like this one, then you go to the corner. This is absolutely reasonable, because those two pieces are not playing anymore. That could be problematic for white, and evaluation of this position would be 0.2, but according to the fact that humans are playing and not computer, I think the evaluation would be even greater for the black. And Jan plays here, Yuri here, forcing Jan to make this exchange. I don't like in the end the way Jan was forced to develop this left wing, yeah? I don't like it. It's like, okay, it's not winning for black, but it creates you the problems that you are going to have during all the game. So I don't like this move to happen. But otherwise, if Jan was not playing that 42-37, because all started here in 11th move, Otherwise, all the exchanges would be good for Yuri Anikеев, yeah? And maybe after all, it was still going to some simplifications, going to 25 to have this totally 4 pieces exchange on both sides, which makes it 8 pieces exchange. That would be nothing interesting in the game, so perhaps Jan is trying at any possible way for him to bring some tension to the game. So that was how the game was played, and finally it affected the way of developing the left wing till that moment, yeah, till that position. So still not a nice one, and even after such exchanges, developing 6, maybe 16, perhaps there is a slight advantage on Yuri's side. At this moment we have this move. Okay, this exchange was made already in 41-37 move. Probably here some exchanges expected as well. Yeah, slowly, or maybe not so slowly. 30 moves made by Jan Groenendijk, who still... Sorry, Yuri Anikеев is playing white pieces. Why do I take that all the time Jan Groenendijk is playing white pieces? I forgot totally. I was wrong on it for half an hour or more, maybe 1 hour or more. I was explaining like Jan Groenendijk is playing white pieces and I couldn't understand that. Now I do understand, so Yuri Anikеев is just going for a draw in this game with that way of developing his left wing, so he is satisfied with the exchanges. So I think this is how psychology looks right now in this match. It is Jan Groenendijk trying to build something, and Yuri Anikеев, like in previous games, after the last games that he did have an advantage in, after those games he is just going for a draw in each game. Too late, shall be the cry. Man game, no interest, sorry to say. That is true. By the way, Magnus is back. By the way, he will play blitz in jeans and has some power, it seems. Yeah, absolutely. He has checkmated the FIDE Federation. He has checkmated them. But after all, after some time, I did see the comments and screens from some regulations according to the dress code, and those regulations showed that it is possible to wear jeans, but I don't know if that dress code applied to this tournament played recently, because today the World Blitz Chess Championship will be played in New York, and the question is who will be the next champion. Fingers crossed for young Krzysztof Duda, he's a good one, but you never know. He played well for the first 9 rounds, but last 4 were tragic for him. Where is Mark today? I don't know. Actually, he was messaging me in the morning, so he is fine, but where he is, I don't know. Look, Damian, the position just talked about with woman arrived on the board. And now I see that Daria continues the pressure. Absolutely agree. Oh, we have some updates here. What? Really? Victoria decided to play there? Oh, that is what your comment meant, probably. Yeah, it's arrived on the board, ladies and gentlemen. I did not expect Victoria Modričko is going for this exchange. So there is 0.1 advantage according to Scan, but honestly, you don't like to play such positions with white. All the control, all the flexibility, all the, comfort is on black's side, because only troubles, only problems you have with white positions. Those undeveloped pieces, and at this moment, those 3 pieces are the third part of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is the 4th part of your position. But after some pieces will exchange here, and definitely some will exchange, because there can be an attack, then can be this column, then can be this exchange. Like for example, let's say This attack here, defense going here, something like, you know, there. Okay, now you can play it even because you lose a piece. That could be interesting move, you know, because after all it could force, if it forces white to play there, then you have horrible position. Because otherwise you can't exchange this outpost. Maybe that would be the idea for Wiktoria Motriczko, to go here and then exchange there. But you are losing a piece here. And you can't take it back. You play something like that, here, 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 and you cover the gap after each attack. And maybe, you know, after trying to chase some open position, this is something that Wiktoria could miss. That would be problem. You must go deadline. And there are other problems to come. And you can't go anywhere. It's like, you know, after other exchanges, it will be more heavy to hold those three pieces in Wiktoria's position. And she's only on 29 minutes. From this moment, still, Wiktoria Motriczko must make 18 moves to the time control. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not like Wiktoria's position at all. I don't like Wiktoria's position at all. Let's see your votes, by the way. After 21 votes, you mean that women's one will be decided, yeah. And 43% of you say that we won't have the new world champion today at all. Definitely, this is the game that reminds me the game that Daria won in this competition, you know? Marek is walking in the forest. If so, then good choice for him. Maybe he is missing something. If the game will be decided on Daria Tkachenko's side, here, from this position, I think it is quite possible. I think Wiktoria is afraid of the piece on 27, with that fighting position with black. Yep. She invited Daria to play that here in the beginning, after playing 31-26 on 6th move. She invited Daria to play to the outpost 27, but definitely she did not expect such strength, such an aggressive style from Daria Tkachenko, perhaps. She wanted the surrounding position here, and everything changed with this simple move, and this one and this 1923, yeah? If those moves were not played in the game, then of course it is winning for white. But after we received such a position and such an aggression from black's side, probably it surprised Wiktoria. It surprised Wiktoria. Now she's down to 28 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Very tough position to play, very tough position, and only 27 minutes to play 18 moves till the time control in the, could be, last game in the World Championship match. This is something that puts on your shoulders tons of pressure. She's trying to exchange the piece on 27. She could be trying to do it, but it's not possible. So easy, in an easy way, yeah? For example, you can't even sacrifice here and try to retake it, yeah? Because still there is this threat. And now she has two goals to achieve. The first one is, for example, to exchange this piece. But if she manages to exchange it, then still she could try to run those pieces, develop somehow. But even if she goes to 24, then it's still this one, stinky, on the side, 45. Huge problems for Wiktoria Motriczko, ladies and gentlemen. That's quite interesting thing to follow. Of course, gentlemen are not having any troubles with finding the right continuation, probably in this open position. But of course, Jan, after this moment, because we have the scenario like always, yeah, Yuri Anikeyev, he is not taking care about running the game into sharp variants. He is just playing simply, making some exchanges, leaving a lot of time. Now he has still 1 hour on his clock after making 30 moves. Meanwhile, Jan is trying to figure something out, find some lines to chase his opponent. to get himself into some advantage and being the on the high ground before the tiebreak start, but it's quite difficult in such open positions. Yeah, I do prefer black pieces after this way of developing, let's say, developing the left wing by Yuri. Too passive in my opinion, but yeah, what will be played by Jan? Which plan? Definitely he is considering some moves like that. But which way will be chosen, we'll see. Definitely this game we will pay more attention to, because it can be very interesting. What on the cameras? You can see already from the body tell that Daria is calm. Daria is okay, I think. But Yuri as well. Looks like the ones on the move, Jan Groenendijk and Wiktoria Motrichko. They have more close position right now. I mean their bodies. More focused, more concentrated on the task, on the job. Once you play chess, checkers for such a long time, you must stay in some rigor of work. You can't think about some stupid things outside the drafts board. You can't sing the songs in your head, what I'm doing from time to time when I'm playing. If 30-24, black can threaten combinations with that piece for 24, and like you said, that piece on 30 is not in the game. It's a wing that black can why I don't see your comments. I don't know how you finished your comment, of course. I can just imagine. Yeah, but that's true. This piece can be used for many different combinations. This 30-24. I'd like to imagine you one of those. How can we do that? Like for example, this and this line. Also such combinations. And there is 30-24, ladies and gentlemen. And from this moment I will start to use turbo dumb bass, I think. I think that from this moment I could start to use the turbo dumb bass and show you that. I hope my broadcast will survive that. My computer as well. Turbo dumb bass 12. I can make it working on the screen. Like that. And we have edit position. I'm really curious about what will Kingsrow say about this position. I would never expect, to be honest, Victoria to play that line. And still we have quite a quick answer from Daria, putting Victoria in a time pressure. So here black a2 move. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so scan shows 0.4 advantage First thought on king's row was 0.2, now it's 0.15, it's calculating. King's row says the most accurate move was this one, 4 to 10. But despite of that, Daria quickly played here, 3 to 9. But still, there is same advantage for dark pieces. And keeping in mind that so many moves must be made in the perfect variant for Wiktoria Motriczko to save this game, it's just very tough. There is a simple plan, like for example going to attack on 20. This is something that could be very problematic for you. If you are forced to cover this gap, then there is this threat of taking the piece back. Come on. How to defend from it? You know what I mean. Wiktoria plays here, Daria here. Okay, there is a combination. Oh. Who will find the combination? So that's the reason I understand now why 4 to 10 was the more accurate move. Please find a combination for white. Who will find it on the chat? Nice combination, so I'll take the screen. That move 30-24 was forced somehow, Paranda says. Yes, it was, actually. Because that wing can be locked, right? Damian, is some King's Row version for free? Is Turbo Dumb Bass the same as King's Row? Turbo Dumb Bass is much better program than King's Row, because King's Row made by Ed Gilbert is an engine that you can get for free. But you don't have nice way, you know, of saving the games, of having the database, and you don't have any updates. So, and you don't have the option of making the variants, for example. So you can use the King's Row for free by downloading the program from Ed Gilbert's site. But it's very difficult in use if you use the King's Row program by itself, yeah. But the best way to use King's Row is in the Turbo Dumb Bass program, and it is paid already. 26-21 is the answer from Eric's. Do you see the combination? Beautiful combination could be made here. Not a winning one, but a very nice one. You sacrifice 1, you sacrifice additional 3, 5th one, 6th one, and 7th one to have such a chain of capturing, and it is a draw. So this combination after 3 to 9 would be great, but here we have the same combination after 50-44. So now this move 9 to 14 is not allowed. This is not allowed because it leads for a draw. So the move that Daria must make is here, 4 to 10. Eric, that's right. Yep. Four to 10. Will that be played? What is, of course, important as always, the time used by Wiktoria. So here, to go to 24, she spent 11 minutes. 11 minutes. And will we see the right move 4 to 10? Let's imagine what goes after that. You play something like that, there is this 10-14 move with a simple threat that you want to play, and how to avoid from it, let's say. So after this one and this attack, only possibility is building this column probably. So you have this and this. This sacrifice, so this is the only position that Victoria can play for, and after that getting something like that. Come on. This is okay? Okay, even better is this one, not letting this exchange. So this is like the best position in the variant Victoria can get. Do you like it? Because I don't like it at all. And that would be at this moment the move number 37. So still, white pieces would be forced to make 8 more moves to the time control. I don't like it at all. Let's take a look at Yuri versus Jan game, 16:21. So after quite a long time also, think, because that was 13 minutes, Jan Groenendijk decides to play 16-21. Logical and aggressive move, but yeah, it faces those threats. He is not afraid of that, going 7-11, and after that one, he thinks that he is taking the wing under control, and probably the plan is usually something like that. We have seen such positions previously already, but this time this exchange is not going to be played by Yuri Anikeyev. He goes that way, and here 13-18. This is the position after 32 moves of the game. Jan is standing much more aggressive here, and I would not like to play the white pieces position. Thanks, Damian. I have downloaded King's Row. Looks a bit similar to Aurora. Probably. I don't remember how Aurora looked. I don't remember the programs I used in 64 variant, and if I only can, then I use this King's Row. So let's analyze the options. After this move, 3-9, this 50 was played. Now you try to go with this 4-10, 48, 43, it's obvious. And the King's Row would like to, even at this moment, sacrifice 34-30. By the way, you can already buy the Turbo Dam Base 12, the newest one, and also have the coverage of the games in 2025. I do recommend everyone if you want to use a great tool to develop your level. That's the best program on the market and the best tool to increase your level, to understand everything, to follow the games. You go like File, Show List, and you search the games for every player that you want. You just Ctrl F, search for the player, you want Groenendijk, you go with Groenendijk, choose Jan Groenendijk here. Oh, Jan. You go OK, you have the list of all the games of Jan Groenendijk to the you can see already we have the games from the World Championship updated in the base, and you choose the game, you see the result, how many moves were made, and you go and analyze those games with the best engines on the market. Great tool. And after this sacrifice to play 44-37, 44-37. Like I mentioned, this is the best position that Victoria can get probably. Even here King's Row prefers to play, okay, for a moment, 47-41. So if Daria wants it, if Daria wants this position, she can get it. I wonder if Victoria has calculated everything from the moment she escaped to 24 in this game. Very risky position. And now Daria takes her time. She knows probably how difficult this decision is, that she can't play 9-14, letting her opponent to make this combination, drawish combination, but still. And Daria stands again from the board, calmly going for something, maybe something to drink, maybe to the toilet, knowing that the pressure is on her opponent, because Daria played this 4-10 move. And this line that we analyzed, to save the position, to keep it, to hold the chances for drawing this game, for bringing it to the World Championship tiebreaks, is something quite difficult for Wiktoria Motriczko, the current world champion. And at this moment I would give 70% chances for Daria Tkaczenko to win this game and to be the new world champion. And to be honest, if this scenario realizes, I think it will be fully deserved for Daria. At this moment, after 11 rounds, I think, in my opinion, she was better in that match. I will ask you that on the chat, by the way. I will finish this poll. So you think that women's match will be at 38% decided today, and no decisions at the 38%. I finished the poll. And I ask you the question, I'm really curious about your answer to this. Who, in your opinion, deserves the title more? Daria Tkaczenko or Wiktoria Motriczko? What will be your answer there? I'm really curious to see it. How do you feel? I mentioned my opinion about that, yeah, but I will follow it later. Again, not to suggest you anything, just after seeing some votes. I made a typo, I will correct it. Okay, on YouTube you can find the poll, so who deserves the title more, Wiktoria Motriczko or Daria Tkaczenko? Please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. I am quite curious about your opinion on that. Oh, after first 4 votes, everyone goes to Daria Tkaczenko. Okay. Interesting thing to follow. Wiktoria on the move, ladies and gentlemen. 44-39 was played accordingly to the plan and to the line that we expected, but as you can see, Wiktoria, after this move, she was thinking for 4 minutes, and she must make 15 moves in less than 15 minutes. So less than 1 minute per move for the current world champion in the could be decisive game of the World Championship match among women. That's a huge moment. That's a tough situation for Wiktoria Motriczko. I think that if you came to the board and asked, okay, Wiktoria, do you want to draw in this game? She would go 100% for it. She would agree totally for that. Out of 9 first votes, 8 for Daria, only 1 for Wiktoria. Everyone thinks, almost everyone thinks, it is Daria who deserves the title. Now I do recall King's Row. It was once recommended to me by Andris Kaisels. Master International, could be 20 years ago. It beat me constantly and even stopped playing for a while because of those defeats. Okay, so not every loss can be turned into a victory and motivation, you say? I said after the third round, Damian Daria seemed much more prepared for this match. I totally agree, Paranda. I totally agree. There is this move 48-43. Okay, and the question is, if now we'll see this attack from Daria Tkachenko. If she will, if this attack will be played. Of course, after that you can't go 34-29 because this attack comes with collecting this piece. So the only possibility for Wiktoria and the first possibility will be to play this line. Yes, here, 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 something like that, and this. And after this move, not here, but here. And this could be the move number 37, after which Black's position is much, much better. After those moves, you can play this move. And honestly, I think there are so many chances for Wiktoria to lose this position, despite the fact the advantage would be only 0.4. But I'm extremely, extremely curious about this move, if it will happen. Because if she doesn't want to play that, there is a combination, of course, 24-20. So only possibilities are like, you know, attacking to 20 and to 19. And after an attack to 19, you give your opponent very comfort situation, because after this exchange, this 35 is already developed. So yeah, of course you can't play such things, because there is 1, 2 for free. The question is, if Wiktoria calculated all of that before and she knew that after that she will have this move 34-30. This is the only line to play to secure the game. At least have chances to secure the game. But it is forced. Yeah, so definitely this move will be played, I think. There is nothing else. There is nothing else, ladies and gentlemen, I think. Going to Yuri versus Jan for a moment. 13-18, 30-27. So finally Yuri goes for the exchanges we expected, but it gives some comfort for Jan. So once again we see similar structures on Yuri's position. It was previously a few rounds ago. And quite a weak left wing, finally, after trying to develop it for such a long period of the game. And 43-48. So slight advantage for black pieces, but probably not enough to try to win this game. And here it is, Daria plays the first variation. What? What? Really? Is this possible? Wiktoria is not playing for 34-30. She goes with this exchange. So what? After 9-13, she wants to exchange attack here, but this is worse position, I think. And it can be leading to this one. 0.8 advantage. And it goes like that. Victoria looks like chosen the worse option. Okay, we must check it on Turbo Dumbbase, ladies and gentlemen. So that was played. This 14-20 and this exchange. So still it's not maybe the winning one directly in all the variations, but let's check what King's Row will say about that, because after it's going deeper and deeper, it looks like the advantage grows here. And 9-13, 37-32, takes, there will be this attack, I think, definitely, and this. So this is the position that we will get to. 0.4 advantage, ladies and gentlemen, according to King's Row. And to be honest, it's growing, 0.46 after the depth of 24 moves. We'll see where it goes. This is not something you would like to play with white pieces, having such a small amount of time. 0.5. I think this could be like 7 out of 10 games winnable for black, because definitely people make mistakes. People make mistakes, and this position generates the possibilities of making mistakes. It's looking for me at the moment that Wiktoria Motriczko, the current world champion, will have extremely tough situation, extremely big problems with saving the title. This title can be decided for Daria Tkachenko at this moment, reminding you that Daria Tkachenko has never lost the match. Okay, some of your votes goes to Wiktoria Motriczko, but still Daria Tkachenko 7-3 ahead. Ooh la la. We have some serious problems, we have some serious situations right now. Losses to King's Row were very demoralizing and demotivating. Oh, you played to King's Row and not this guy. You're right, Damian, by summarizing my case in this way. You can't play against program to try to develop your level, and you never understand the program because it will calculate perfectly every line. I don't think playing against program is a good way of developing your skill. At this moment, after 11-16 that has been played by Daria, Victoria is down to 11 minutes, and we can expect that Daria will play fast from this moment on. Of course, it looks like it is somehow possible to save it, but even though after, maybe even after saving the last round in such a style that it can come, in this position, it would be not so building confidence for Wiktoria Motriczko before the tiebreaks. By the way, Coleman Turi Memorial in New York, Huntington, New York, the US Open tournament is the memorial connected to the main referee of this competition, Ljubljana Turi, right? 6-4 on the chat. More and more fans of Victoria coming to vote. With Andries I was doing okay, no GMI has an easy game with me. Okay, quite confident you are. But you play from time to time in the real life tournament? Here it goes, this exchange. It must be made forward. But it looks like Victoria thinks after that where to capture. going backwards is not a good idea, because it is tough to retake this piece. Yeah, it is losing. It could look okay, but you don't have right tempos. After that, it goes here, here, and you miss the tempo to attack it, because then you have this move. And on each attack, you just cover the gap behind. Otherwise, if you tried to attack it here, 31, 47, 31, okay, you don't even have to take the piece back, but you go here, you get tempos, and you go here. Sorry, exchange. To make a breakthrough. And this 6 against, okay, this 5 against 5, it looks already like a tough position. The question is if it is to win or not. Okay, Victoria is not going for this variant. Scan shows minus 1.3. This could be a draw that way. But of course, at first you can involve this piece to go further. Yeah, you don't want such an endgame to be deciding one on your World Championship title. You don't want. That's the reason why this exchange was played, and yeah, quick move by Victoria, probably like 6-11. Here you can see that advantage by scan grows to 1.4. Scan Turbo Dumbbase says 0.46. It's quite much. Big problems, ladies and gentlemen, for Victoria Motrichko. Keep in mind that this round has started half an hour earlier than before, so at 9:30 a.m. So the time control will be in 54 minutes from this moment. What an exchange from Yuri Anikеев. So in this position, after this move, 43, 38, 8-13 was played, and Yuri goes for 27-22. So no matter which direction Jan takes, there is this exchange played, and Yuri probably believed that there is no way to win for black, but it's quite risky, because those pieces, 45-40, have quite a complicated way, and this game will continue. We'll not see a draw, because Jan will think that from this moment he will have an advantage. I think it is very passive from Yuri Anikеев. Of course, he avoided to exchange, he wanted to avoid this exchange 18-22 by, you know, playing this one, maybe this one, and maybe then, because of lack of this 44 and this possible column to exchange, he would not like to have such a position. But after this 27-22, yeah, it's a problem. Not so easy position. Of course, a drawish one, but I don't think it's like, you know, possible to calculate everything with this exchange for Yuri Anikеев. So his intuition says to him that there must be a draw, the way to save this game. So he puts himself under the pressure of Jan Groenendijk. The question is how Jan will take. With a triple exchange or the quadruple exchange. And I think this triple is just reasonable and better, because that way you exchange one of attacking pieces from the side and reducing the position to the simple one, more simple one. But still better for black. But probably not a winning one. After that you go to the very strong 24, and this one controls those two pieces. But you don't have enough of tempos to win it. So Jan thinks this is the move number 37 as well, and he is down to 13 minutes. Which way he will choose to take and to exchange pieces by Yuri Anikеев. Still, it is quite a passive move by Yuri Anikеев, so it's like from the quite early stage of this game he is going for a draw. He wants to bring it to a draw. Hello Kuba Gazda. If you don't have players to practice and you have a program, why not practice with the program? I think the program can teach you bad habits, and also a good program will beat you all the times. So if you don't have players, you always have players, you can play online. So playing online with the players is better than playing to the program. Kacper Piorun, just to remind, in the last game of World Chess Championship match, Ding also tried to force draw by going into drawish endgame, but only with chances to win for Gukesh. And then Ding blundered. So that could be a very similar situation to what happens here in the match of Yuri Anikeyev and Jan Groenendijk, because after all, Ding was defending the title, here Yuri is defending the title, yeah? And Ding was trying to get to the drawish endgame, here Yuri tries to do the same. So good point, Kacper. This is very, very similar to that fact. GM. Good morning, GM, or what? Hi, Damian. Hi, Kacper, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very interesting moments in the last regular game of the matches. We have here Natalia Sadowska, former two-time world champion. We have here Kacper Piorun, former Polish champion in chess and also one of the top players in Poland and also an important player in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of the title Tuesday and the winner of many solving world championships, including the current one, as I remember it well. So Jan decides to play it with the triple exchange, yeah, logical decision, and quickly probably something like 1722 will be played. So Jan is just not wanting to make some simplifications, exchanges and moves on the left wing, as he's going probably to attack the left opponent's one and try to break through there to the king. Yeah, it's not the position I would like to play with the white pieces. No problems for Jan. So Jan definitely is getting to the tie breaks without a loss. This is the position for two results, like chess players say. Only a draw and the win of black can happen. Nothing more achievable for white. Meanwhile, okay, not 6-11, but 8-13 played by Daria Tkachenko. Looks like the value of those moves is just the same, because you can always handle with this 6-11. And 7 minutes to the time control. Victoria Motrichko is down to 4 minutes 30 seconds on her clock. Problems, big problems. We also have Jakub Gazda, number 19 in the LZS Masters. Yoo-hoo! Cheers for Jakub Gazda. Only the stars on the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That's the great moment. Great players on the cameras, great players on the boards, and great players on the chat as well. That's how we do here. So if you like it, don't forget to leave the thumb up, the subscription, the follow on Twitch channel, where we also are, and also comment everything. What? Really? That was the idea, the best move in the position? Okay. I haven't expected that, but I haven't followed that line. But it looks like a good idea, actually. It puts her under the pressure. Okay, let's see what King's Row says. So that move was played, and after that, yes, Daria quickly chooses the best plan to play. And here you can see, maybe you can't. I'll make it maybe that way. Now in the right bottom part of the window you can see the evaluation of King's Row, and it grows with the depth of variant. It is 0.52 in the endgame. That's the huge advantage for chances to win it. And you see 64, 0.64, 0.67 after 28 moves of depth. So in my opinion, according to my intuition, many games played and followed and analyzed, ladies and gentlemen, this is the advantage for Daria Tkachenko that led to win this endgame. In my opinion, this will let her playing the right line to win this endgame. 49-44 was played, and after now, the best lines like 6-11, but 13 could be okay. The problem always will be that 3 pieces are held by 2 pieces of opponents. That's very, very problematic. And actually all the moves are bringing some advantage and holding some advantage for dark pieces. So after that, 15-20 was played and 44-40. It looks like now advantage is decreasing a bit. Why is that so? What was the difference? Is it like inaccuracy for... Sorry. For Daria Tkachenko? Maybe she's still playing too fast here? No, but now King's Row is like showing the less advantage for black. After 6-11, it wanted to, after this move, play here. But still, it is 0-15, so it decreased. Hard to say anything on that. Basically, about this situation, yeah, because now Victoria has 4 more minutes to make a decision. Basically, according to the intuition on those kind of endgames, Daria is choosing to play the simple moves and just waits until those 3 pieces will become more heavy in the white's position. That's the problem. Honestly, it would be probably already done if this 6 was standing somewhere here, or even, you know, somewhere here or here on the same line. Because, okay, but then this move would be possible with this exchange and some breakthrough in the future part of the game. So it has some role to play 11 after this 32 is played. It's not possible, and it's not even necessary to calculate everything till the end from this position for Daria Tkachenko, but Daria Tkachenko can play simple moves, and all the pressure is on Victoria playing white pieces, because from white side every move can be the decisive one. This is the moment in the end by 8 end games when you make the mistakes, when you can't calculate everything like a computer. And just remember, the evaluation of the scan can be like 0.7, 1.5 even, but it can show the best line for white to choose to play a draw in this game. And every other move out of this line could be a losing one. That's the problem. That's the problem in that kind of positions. Looks like troubles for Vika. 2-4 world champion Natalia Sadowska confirms. What are those big habits one can develop by playing with programs? Playing fast, because computer always answers fast, and it gives you the bad habit of the tempo of play, because no matter if the position is complicated or not, program will play with the same speed. That's the problem for you, because players are playing with different speed in different phase of moves. And also the bad habit would be to follow the similar lines, because program will play it in similar ways, similar plans, and many of them. We could just analyze that, bad habits. I understood, so I answered on the bad habits, not the big habits. Ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, Yuri Anikеев versus Jan Groenendijk. Yep, 1722 was chosen by Jan. Immediately, Yuri goes to 33, wanting to stop this from going further, 1319, and slowly, yeah, we are in the position. I'm not so sure it is easy to play for white pieces. Of course, Jan Groenendijk is Jan Groenendijk. Yuri Anikеев, the current world champion, is the one who loses so rarely. But sometimes everyone loses, everyone makes the mistakes. Something for Yuri Anikеев is his time, 31 minutes, and perhaps this is the thing his intuition led him to guide to this line, to this variant. But to be honest, he starts to think right now for more moves to be made before the time control. Yeah, it is a position to draw, but yeah, only two results possible here. 44-40, and Daria Tkachenko perhaps thinks now it's her time to use some time to choose the right move to play, and her opponent Wiktoria Motriczko, the current world champion, can't even go to the toilet in such a moment. Going to the toilet when your opponent makes the move when you are absent could cause the loss of 2 minutes or something. It's not something you can pay in such a moment of the game. Victoria is confirming herself if the number of the moves that she knows was made already. That's quite important. Of course, they're using the clocks that automatically add you the increment of 30 minutes after 45 moves made. But there are sometimes situations like, you know, you are changing the clock and accidentally you will turn this to the opponent's order, and you can become the victim of not fulfilling the requirement of making 45 moves, like Filip Kuczewski against Wouter Sipma. Once he lost on time, despite the fact that clock added the moves, the minutes, sorry, on the clock. So you must check twice if your notation is okay, if you don't have any mistakes in the notation, if you haven't missed any fields to fulfill with the moves, if for sure 45 moves were made. This is something that you must really aware of, otherwise you can, by stupidity, lose the game. It's hard to find any plans for Victoria, right, Samuel? Right. I would not like to play that with white pieces at all. In both games, actually. So, Ukrainians are under the pressure. I would use some metaphors to the current situation in Ukraine. Of course, they know how to deal with the pressure from the aggressor side. But here, it is quite complicated. So for sure we can say that Ukraine is not winning the title today. Ukraine probably is not winning the title today. Because for that Vika must win the game, which probably will not happen, and Yuri must win 2 games, which also probably will not happen today, probably. After getting 24 votes on the poll, who deserves the title more, 62% for Daria Tkachenko and 38% for Victoria Motrichko. So about second part out of 3 would vote for Daria and 1/3 part for Victoria Motrichko. So you think that Daria was the one prepared and performing better through this match. And I agree. At some moment of the gentleman's game, I expected we will have the less exciting game, but actually this end game is quite interesting one. Yuri plays the move that could be quite difficult for me to choose, 48-42. It looks like the evaluation is still the same, but yeah. Computer advised him to play this move, even though the indication grows for black. Yeah, after such line, to calculate it all, it's quite difficult. You don't want to play such endgames with white. I don't know why Scan suggested 37-31. Probably something like that anyhow will be necessary to play. You can just involve this piece in case of going to 32, you always have this move. And this could be probably winning one, yeah? Forcing to a breakthrough. Still it can create some lines, yeah. Definitely, Yuri Anikeyev was not able to calculate everything making this exchange. And honestly, that would be something confirming that playing a passive way is not leading anywhere. If Yuri loses this game, it means that we still can have the world champion among men today. So at this moment it is possible that all those 2 matches are finished today, ladies and gentlemen. Because if Daria, for example, wins, she is the new world champion. That is possible. If Yuri loses the game to Jan, then it means that at 3 p.m. we meet at tiebreaks. And if tiebreaks are decided on the second victory of Jan, then we have the new world champion. That would mean 2 titles for the Netherlands, but this is of course hypothetical scenario that I'm mentioning right now, and it can happen or it cannot happen. I'll ask you another question on the poll, that's time. So I ask you the question on YouTube, what will be the result in the men's game? 3 options, just to be kind. Jan wins, draw, or Yuri wins. Of course, the chances for winning for Yuri are insanely small, but of course everyone can make a mistake, and I add it. So what are your expectations and predictions? Starts with a draw, then Jan wins, more draws. So we think that Yuri will save this game, at least out of 5 votes. We have 6, another one for draw. Okay, you don't feel so insecure for Yuri. Eric says Jan deserves to win in the match. That was the question, is the question probably that still I'm going to ask you. But I don't know if I agree if Jan deserves to win the match. Because this, to be honest, in my opinion, some moments of this game, of this match, I think that none of them deserved to win it. But yeah, we must have a world champion. Tough to say who deserves. It looks like there was some better activity, small advantages for Jan, but the only game that could have been decided was on Yuri's side. Maybe Victoria should try it moving piece 47 to 28. Let's take a look if we do have an update. Perhaps. Okay, this is the evaluation of the position, 0.5. It looks like a draw after a long time of thinking for Daria Tkachenko. Daria Tkachenko spent 10 minutes on choosing the move 6-11 to play. And then we have had 47-42. Played by Wiktoria Motryczko quite fast, because she spent only 8 seconds on this move, so she calculated her plan exactly. The question is if it will go to 32 and then even further to 28, like Samuel says. After all, going to 32 gives you the possibility of exchanging back this quite inconvenient piece, 29. Let's see if something like that is played. Here advantage even grows, so you can see how difficult could be this position. Yeah. In such positions, you know, it is like you have 6 possible moves to make, and it can be like 4 are losing and 2 are drawing, for example, and it's quite difficult to make the right moves. But always, it leads to advantage for black in every variation. Like here you must save the game that way, probably. So, do you think that playing for such an endgame could be the goal for Victoria? Quite difficult one, yeah? But this is something that can happen in 10 moves or so. Isar Cooperman told me once he hated to play against programs. Ooh. I met him 4 times in my life. That was probably quite an experience. Isar Cooperman, multiple world champion. From the 60s for the first time. I don't agree, Eric. Jan made a few easy mistakes. Yeah, for me also it would be not so easy to point if Jan deserves a title. Have you met other top guys like Andrejko? Andrejko should be met before 73 or 74 when he was killed. Yes, Eric, I met Georgis. Ooh la la. Eric, I lost 1-2. You, Paranda, and Damian beat me. It's not like about, you know, competing each other. It's about different points of view, exchanging that, judging that. Never met Andrejko. Great Latvian player. At such a Such a sad story about his end of his life. Okay, so we did have 13-19 move played, and then what? Ladies and gentlemen, Wiktoria Motriczko is losing the game. Wiktoria Motriczko is losing the game choosing that plan. She played really fast and that was a mistake according to Scan, but the advantage is 4.8. 5 pieces advantage. How did it happen? Let's check the king's row to be sure and then analyze what has happened. Something like that was played. Okay. Different order. So from this move 15-12 was played, then here, 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 and Wiktoria played this attack, and after this 19-23 and this move, the advantage by king's row is over 2 pieces. What's the line Wiktoria wants to play? It's like this piece 42 must stay on this square to have the possibility maybe to control the other wing. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have the match decided by those mistakes, by those blunders maybe even? Wiktoria Motriczko played these moves very fast. She played that 44-40, having 4 minutes. Is it the right evaluation of time? It looks like she made this move after few seconds of thinking only. That was better actually according to Scan. Okay, we'll try to analyze and understand that. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a decision here? Do Daria Tkachenko wins the match? Oh my god, what we had here? Okay, let's try to understand it. So the right plan was like, you know, 38-42, and after that to secure yourself with that. If you try to go for this, then you have the exchange and you lead to the position that we kinda analyzed before, yeah? Similar one. Not to let your opponent to break through. But when you make this attack and you let your opponent to close it, if you exchange back, now your opponent is affecting this piece. And it means that you will not break through here, because how? Those are great defenders here. And black will make a breakthrough here. That is winning. So this exchange will give you this piece, this move, 23-29. After that, it could be even this move played. So you can see that the best line here would be to sacrifice a piece for white, if it happened. So perhaps that's the reason why Wiktoria rejected this variant. Having this without a piece in a decisive game of the match? No, I don't think so. 42-37. And simple wait. After another move, wait again. And you force your opponent, because you can't go here because there is an attack winning into the game. You force opponent to exchange back and then you go to 29, like this for example. And you have 3.1 winning position by Scan. You go there, you lock it, this possibility. Your opponent must play something like that. You go here. No chance of fighting a draw. Come on. It's quite simple. Like, you know, 8 moves to calculate, but of course some time pressure. And I think you know what was the problem? Immediately after making a move, Wiktoria left the board. You know what? I think that she had to go to the toilet. She couldn't think more because all the time by the quick moves, Daria put so much pressure on her and did not let her to go to the toilet. That could be a problem. That could be a serious problem. Going to the toilet. That could decide this match. Oh my god. I met Mogliański in 1992. Two players they have ever played are Schwarzman, Valneris and Vipulis long time ago. Very nice top players, of course. Poranda, what's your name then? Victoria is losing. She has no plan to even draw, seems to me. That's right. Don't wanna say my name, but I'm quite strong player, not boasting. Everyone can become anonymous and stay anonymous here on the chat. If you like, of course. We expected to have 2 draws here and the tiebreaks tomorrow. But it looks like we will have the new world champion. The new world champion among women, Daria Tkachenko. It looks like Daria Tkachenko, if she holds the position, if she finds the best line, there's absolutely nothing Victoria can do. And that will be the perfect description of the match. How Daria put a time pressure and also has been more aggressive in this game and other games as well. I do respect your choice, of course we all do. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Daria Tkachenko deserves it and at this moment gets everything what is needed to become the world champion for the 5th time in her career. Something that probably would be never expected by many of you. Before the match, Daria Tkachenko was performing better and she deserves the title and now she has the great chance to go for that. She can just reach her hand and take the 5th world champion title. And it can happen in minutes. I think I favor Jan in the fast games. Mitrin. Yeah, probably that is the topic that we will cover, because no matter what will be the result in men's game, we will have the tiebreaks. If someone wins, the tiebreaks will start today at 3 p.m. in 3 hours from now. Less than 3 hours even. But if we will have a draw, then we play for the sudden death starting for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time. I met Victoria also, not Daria. It's always nice to, recalling the time when I was a kid and I was following the games, analyzing the games of such people like Gorgiev, Schwarzman, and others, and with a time I did have an opportunity to meet them all, to organize tournaments for them and to talk with everybody. Yeah, it's quite nice to turn into that point of view. Seems like you've met everyone, Poranda. Have you met Trump? Maybe not kidding. Maybe somehow we'll make Trump to play American checkers against someone. That would be nice. Or Elon Musk. But there is a connection between Elon Musk and Draughts, because one of Elon Musk's employees was Paweł Czajka from Poland, working for SpaceX, and now he is retired from that. He was the part of the team of Magnus Carlsen when playing for the match for the title against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And that time he worked with for an AI, artificial intelligence, used in chess, but also, as far as I know, he is working on the engine in Draughts using AI. And once he will have some results, he told he will contact me and we'll check how good it will be. Trump versus Putin, would love to see it. Like a Cold War and Fischer against Spassky. Marta, by the way, if Daria never lost a match, how did she stop playing them? Anyone knows what happened? Yeah, good question this. I don't know that. Because she lost the title. Perhaps that was the reason of changing the nationality to Russian one? And maybe she was somehow, I don't know, abandoned by Ukrainian Federation? She had some disturbances in her life, according to all of this. Daria will take her time and go for the championship if she finds the right line. And she plays the best move in the position 2 to 8. Still, she has 48 minutes to calculate this endgame, and Victoria is having troubles. Troubles is not enough to say. Victoria is having a lost position, actually. But she is reaching for the piece immediately. Victoria Motrichko, at this moment, after the time control, what plan does she have? What plan does she have? Losing the match in the last final game, that is something. But already Daria has defeated Zoya Golubieva that way previously. In another hand, it's good to have only one tiebreak because it would be hard to look after two blitz matches at the same time. Yeah, for us, for the viewers, to chase the games at the same moment and follow the emotions, yeah, it will be easier to follow just one tiebreak. It looks like we are going to have only one tiebreak because probably Daria Tkachenko will become the world champion for the 5th time. Probably she will get the world title from Victoria Motrichko, favorite to most of the fans before the match. But after this performance, after this way of playing, Daria probably deserves the title. Honestly, I did not expect to such exciting moments today, but somehow I felt it, so I started with the commentary from the very beginning of the round at 9:30, because today we started half an hour earlier than usually. Yeah, and Victoria plays 37-32 quite quickly. What is inside her head right now? Looking at the King's Row, 2-8 was played and 30-28. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the evaluation here of King's Row. It shows 7.02 for black. And even grows. From this moment, probably King's Row will soon analyze all the variation and will show us, yeah, it is 9.99. Completely winning position. It's not like calculating, it's just like knowing all the possible variants. And the best move to play is 20-24. It forces white to make this exchange 40-35. Because if you make this, then you have simply option to wait. Finally, something like that is winnable. But I think this going further could be also good. Or maybe not at this moment, yeah. And what about this move? This is winning as well, okay. This is maybe the first one I would like to look at, because after this you have quite a forced variant. And you go for that, yeah. You must sacrifice, go. Is it winning? This is winning as well. Yeah, so all the variants here are leading for a winning position for white, for black, sorry. So the problem of Victoria is that there is more than one line for winning this game. There are many lines for winning this game. That's how big advantage of Daria is right now. To do. I was for Victoria all the game, personally. I don't trust the people who are okay to play under 3 different flags within few years, but honestly Daria deserves it more by looking at 12 hours. That's true, to do. And Martina agrees. Okay, looks like in 2011 she won against Zoya, and then for some reason there were tournaments, no matches, 2 years in a row. Quite interesting. Thank you for this research, Marta, according to FMJD website. Thank you for this research. It shows us some more interesting informations. Displaying Marta's comment to cover the topic of Daria Tkachenko not losing the match. And looks like she knows how to play the matches. At some moments we expected that Natalia will be like that, but unfortunately for her and for us, the Polish viewers, Natalia Sadowska, just active on the chat, lost the match to Tamara Tansykurzyna in 2021. Maybe there were simply no organizers for the match. Yeah, perhaps something like that has happened. Well, there is a war in Ukraine, and I don't blame Daria to trying tomorrow find a place to live. Daria lives in Netherlands, otherwise she was not having the occasion, the possibility of representing the Netherlands. So I think she is not having troubles with that. Chlip, chlip. I can imagine this chlip, chlip already. Ladies and gentlemen, waiting for the deciding moments of those matches, something that we were waiting for 2 weeks, nearly. Don't forget to leave the thumb up. Come on, only 24 thumbs up, it's necessary. Those broadcasts are free to open only and watch only when you leave the thumb up under the video. Just keep it in mind, it's very powerful and expected thing to do for you, because everyone can be working on promoting Draughts community, Draughts environment. You must click the reactions, you must share this broadcast, those streams on your social medias like Facebook, etc. And you must comment, even though when you see some video about checkers Draughts, just send any comment. You can type the heart, you can type the Draughts pieces, just black and white circle or something. You must react. The more reacts you have, the more likely it is for the YouTube algorithm to promote this content to other new people, and this is the way for us to create the better world for Draughts. For trying to find a place to live. Okay. Sorry for mistakes, not a problem. Daria is taking her time. Daria created this moment by her attitude in this game, and she is getting to the best line for winning the game. Victoria Motrichka to the left is the one probably aware at this moment that she is having the lost position. If she loses the game, Daria Tkachenko becomes the world champion for the 5th time. Yuri Anikeyev, let's go to this game, but gentlemen don't deliver what women's do. After this move... Oh! Is it true? Do we have a lost position for Yuri Anikeyev as well? Is he becoming the victim on this passive play? We are 2 moves from the... time control. I must check this position on Turbo Dumbbase. Okay, everything is clear according to the women's game. So I'll set up the position and check it on Turbo Dumbbase. If it is true, if the evaluation of scan is showing that it is the lost position. What it was 2 moves before? It was like that, a drawish position. Okay, let's check it. Let's check it then. Oh my god. Is it going to be such a crushing moment for Ukrainian team? And we have white to move. So we have the similar kind of advantage than we had before in game between Daria and Victoria. And in this position, actually, this move 31 was looking like the right move to play, or maybe 40-34. Those were the moves to play, but Yuri Anikeyev in this moment played here, and you can see how immediately the advantage for black grows. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Jan is going to win game as well. That will be the terrible day for Ukraine. It looks like that. What a moments do we have? Nothing, just showed us it is possible. Now Jan makes the best possible move in the position, holding the winning position here. 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Oh, now it is decreasing. Is it savable for Yuri? But Yuri is under the pressure of time as well. So, you know, logic move looks like that, logical move. But then you have this powerful 1924. In case of going here, you exchange, and you have no way of exchanging the potential 27. You go here, here. You can't go forward probably because this is just a breakthrough, winning. You don't have right moves to make. What to play then? So the idea for the computer after this 1721 for king's row is 3329. Are there chances to save it, really? Here? This is the line? Here? And to make this attack. So this is the best position Yuri can get in this game. This is the best position. It's not looking like a draw. It's looking like a totally winning position for black. Come on, what's going on? This is the round, this is the games, those are the games that we wanted during entire competition. And Yuri plays 40-37 and Jan plays 19-24. Ladies and gentlemen, it's totally winning for Jan. It's totally winning for Jan. Natalia, already recovered myself from the match against Tamara. Ready for a new one. Hope for that. Ladies and gentlemen, what a games do we have today? Chlip, it's over for Victoria. Paranda. Your paraphrase is working. Do comments in the chat help too? Yes, Melomorphox, of course. But also under the videos. So please leave any comment at any video you leave, you watch, for me, for Michał Janicki, for Draughts 10x10, for you know, Team NL or others. Yep, Yuri played 40-34 and I from Natalia. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuri Anikeyev has become the victim of the passive play during the matches. He becomes the victim of the passive play during the matches. And he goes for this exchange. This is totally winning for black. So the line has been played here. This move, this, the right one, and this one. After this exchange, you can see king's row indicates over 3 pieces advantage for black. This is something that definitely will be played right by Jan, and he now sits comfortable. And it means that today we can have the decision on who will be the next men's world champion. As well. Everything can be decided today. Daria Tkachenko plays 8-13, there is this exchange. And why this move? Why this direction 2025? Is it slipping the result away? The best one to play was 2024. You have already 8-piece advantage. So this is the move. This is the move Daria made in half a minute? Even less. She made it immediately, this 2025. Isn't it a mistake? It looks like the evaluation of the position changes to a draw. Come on, is it possible that Daria slips it away? I can't even understand all of this. Let's just trust what is really here going on the board by this move. Looking at the king's row, of course, the right move to play quickly winning is 2024, and check the evaluation after 2025. Draw, probably a draw. It can, yes, a draw. Daria Tkachenko makes a mistake. It's a drawish move. Hello, Michał. It's a move that Daria made immediately, having 38 minutes on the clock, and she's not playing the winning move. Now it's a draw. Let's try to understand it. If this move is played, this is a draw after just waiting here, and the tempo will work for white, okay. So if you play there, here, and Daria probably expects that this is a winning position, but there is this move, this, and this. And how you want to win it? There is no way to win it. Daria Tkachenko is missing her chance. What was that move? Having so much time on her clock. What do we have here? Come on. It's a disaster for Daria. 38 minutes on the clock. One simple move to make to 24. Not a simple one, of course, but she has so much time to calculate it. To win the game and to win the world champion title. And what she does? Come on. And she plays a drawish move. Can't be. Eric's Draughts needs more aggressive Jan and Daria to keep interest and attract new players. Yeah, if we had such rounds every time. I was watching in silence, but since Damian mentioned me, I added to say hi. Nice to see you here, Michał, of course. And of course, your channel is always recommended, especially for 64 lovers, but not only. Arthur, I can't believe it. He mentioned you in what way? Did not hear. Because probably you have your broadcast late. I told that every Draughts and Checkers channels must be commented and reacted by you, the viewers, including the Michał's channel. I did not expect such a plot twist. Frisian Draughts, what's the name of software you just looked at? Of course, Turbo Dumbbase 12, the best program you can get, which is released on its newest version, and I do recommend it to everyone. tdumbbase.com, you can get it there. Oh la la, 2025. Vika Motrichko is coming back to the game. If Vika wins that match after such a mistake, we will talk about this move for such a long time. And it shows how unpredictable the sport is, because you can play the perfect game. You can make it all great till the 48th move of the game, and then you make one silly mistake. I remember Natalia Sadowska playing during the World Championship in 2015 against Atatengua, was her opponent. With one name, I don't know how it is possible in China. And Natalia, despite a very winning position, just spent 30 minutes to calculate everything perfectly, and she won the game. She won the second place in the World Championship, and then she was having the chance to fight in the match and become that way the world champion. This is the right attitude. And if you play such a position and you are not sure about this position, if you haven't calculated everything, you can't play the move 2025 in seconds. Come on, you have 40 minutes to calculate it. How much time you spent here to find the 2024 move? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Even 20 minutes? That is the move for the world champion title. Come on. I can't believe it. Amazing, but good for Victoria. Everywhere where someone is sad, someone is happy, and the opposite way. Like you, Martina, say. But meanwhile, Yuri Anikiev, Jan Groenendijk, there is 45-40, but ladies and gentlemen, nothing can change here. Nothing can change here. Jan Groenendijk is going for a victory. Jan Groenendijk is going for a victory in this game. First victory of the match. But not the total victory in the match, not for the world champion title. Because if Jan wins here, it means that we meet each other at 3 o'clock Central European time in 2.5 hours for the tiebreaks. That will be the first possible day of tiebreaks, and if needed, we'll have other tiebreaks tomorrow. So probably we're going to have a long day with Draughts. Because if women plays a draw, then it means that they will play the tiebreak tomorrow. But if among women is a draw, and among men Jan wins, it means that men's tiebreak is today, the first one at least, at 3 o'clock p.m. Central European time. What a moments, what the emotions, what the chances, what the games we have today. Slightly it pays back for the entire matches, but yeah, such emotions, such games I would like to see every day. Yuri stands away from the board. Victoria is thinking how it is possible. How it is possible, and if Daria is aware right now that she made a mistake by playing 20-25, I'll mark it with the red arrow. And if Jan is aware that he is having the winning situation, quite simple thing at Jan's thing, because yeah, after 40-34 you go to 30 and just you wait 9-14 right now, forcing your opponent to play where? There you lose a piece. There you give a breakthrough to your opponent. There is this move, of course, immediate winning, and after that you just play forward and no way to avoid a breakthrough. You can play, for example, here, but then you play there, and that's a very important move, because otherwise if you play it here there could be always this majority. So if you attack, your opponent goes here, both takes 2 pieces, and that's a draw. But if then this move is made, then it's done. You don't have the moves to play. For that, you go to the king and you win the game. Those are the lines how Jan Groenendijk is winning that position. Ladies and gentlemen, very spectacular moment for us. I'll take another short break. I'll be back in less than 10 minutes, just waiting for the most interesting part of this round. Back after the short break, and what do we have? We have some updates in this game between Yuri and Jan Groenendijk. Honestly, about this game definitely Jan Groenendijk deserved to win this, because Yuri Aninkeyev was just way too passive in this game. So simple scenario of here going to the king. Don't know what Yuri wants to achieve. It's the lost it's the lost position, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last position. There's probably nothing can happen. Nikiforos, Victoria Draughts. That's right. That could be an option. Okay, now I can follow the chat because it was not updated here. Perhaps Daria plans to play 11, 17, 13, 18. Let's take a look there. Because still, Victoria is on the move. Okay, she made a move. Daria plays like, you know, after 2 minutes of game, of thinking, she's playing the moves. So I don't get it, to be honest. Perhaps she knows already that there's just one line and she's not calculating deeper than 3 moves, Daria. Perhaps that was the reason of such exchanges. Wait, why do they play tiebreak when match is decided in classical portion of match? Do they need 2 points difference? Not 2 points difference, but 2 victories. But probably someone on the chat already answered you, Kasper. Sorry for that. Daria maybe looks for fame as the fastest player in the world. Makes no sense. Makes maybe no sense playing the fast when you play such an amazing game. Yeah, absolutely. So it's not like 2 points advantage, but having 2 victories in the match. Not sure if you mentioned, but actually every move from Victoria is draw now. No way to make a mistake anymore. Oh, that's very very important what you, Marta, say. So it means that in this position, like Marta says, every move leads to a draw for Victoria. So Daria totally messed it up. Michał, I also hope for Victoria. I met her in Biała Cerkiew in 2002. She was 13 and she was winning the medals in 8x8 drafts with way older girls in juniors. Yuri was also there and took gold also. Melanie just subscribed. Thank you very much for the subscription. Mackendy is the fastest player. Cemented that fame in Thailand. That's true. I mentioned him before. Paranda, my little brother, would have played 2024 in Daria position and he is a very weak player. That's something that maybe Daria could follow on the stream later. Hello Bartosz. And here we got the position that we also analyzed before. Totally mistaken by Daria Tkachenko to get to this one. She thinks it's a winning one perhaps, but it's a draw. Like this, when you try to attack this piece, you go forward. There's no way to take it. And also there is no way probably to avoid this and this exchange. Like you go. Oh, there is even better one to threat this one. And you go for the second king by yourself. Even though you have one piece advantage and you can, it looks like you can turn many checkers into the piece, into the kings. It's not winning. It's not winning at all. It's most likely that we are going to see the tiebreaks between men later this day in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Probably I will use the same broadcast you are watching right now. So it will be the same link, the same broadcast is here. So now it is really important, as we are going to have perhaps decisive games of the entire match today, which we haven't expected earlier. So it's really important for you to leave the thumb up, even if you have your thumb locked. Leave the thumb up, write the comment, because now we have only 35 thumbs up. For some reason, this rule might be seen as stupid. We may have 13-11 in both matches, and in one of them, title will be already decided, while in the other not. Yes, that's true, that's true. They wanted somehow to favorite players who win the match, but actually they don't among men. So this is the position we received here in Victoria's and Daria game. And Yuri playing against Jan quickly here. And it's not necessary to go 3-8, but still it is winning as well. You can just follow to the king, going there. Here with this threat for 22-29, 24-29, and after this move you have another threat. And there is nothing to do for Yuri Anikeyev. Yuri Anikeyev loses this game. Yeah, Jan goes for that. Jan has already everything calculated, and Yuri is the victim of being passive in that game and in other games as well. After not losing a game for such a long periods of time, he was undefeated for 5 years, like or so, what Natalia mentioned on Saturday. Czyli w końcu Bartosz, write in English because I forgot myself. So tiebreaks are today. If this game is decided between men, then they play today. They play the first part of the of the tiebreaks today. So maybe Yuri Anikeyev had just simple plan, securing himself for the tiebreaks. And once he did so yesterday, he just lost his control and play like he plays today, which is awful way. Already after this 3-for-3 exchange, yeah, everything was like going simple, and everyone expected in this position a simple play. But firstly, I did not like the way like Yuri developed his left wing, and then he decides to make this exchange 3-for-3, very passive one. After that, his intuition was like he's going for a draw, but yeah, human make mistakes, and that was the mistake here. That was the mistake of Yuri Anikeyev, and fatal final mistake was here, where it was still possible, perhaps, according to King's Row in some variants, to save the draw after this move. But this one loses. This is the losing endgame, and soon, we have now the close look on Yuri Anikeyev, soon Yuri Anikeyev in this position will give up, and Yuri Anikeyev will never get to the king probably in this game. Despite of the fact he's only 3 squares away from the king, he knows now that position is a losing one. He's going to play fast, maybe to recover, to have some time, because for him, even mentally, it will be extremely difficult right now. To be up in 2 hours and 12 minutes. In 2 hours and 11 minutes, tiebreak will start. And we'll have up to 6 games today. Yes, Bartosz. So you can look at the player who knows that he is going to lose the first game in the match. Not yet the title. Because about title everything can be back. Just in few other moves. Other games, sorry, not moves. Because this game is lost already. We don't know if Jan is sitting next to the board or not. Marta, I think Yuri still has chances to win the tiebreaks, but it depends if he himself believes that. Maybe invite Marta and Natalia to comment tiebreak. Marta or Natalia, would you like to join me on commenting the tiebreak at 3 PM? Let me know on the chat. Because honestly, I haven't expected that today the tiebreaks will be played. Yuri finally goes to 12, but yeah, this is the move we are going to see. I don't know what Yuri tries to play here. It must be the move. And after that, there is nothing to play. There's nothing to play. This and this. So you can win by that. Creating another threat. You must react with that. And you go here. Now it's unavoidable. If you go further, there is this and this. You never get to the king. And if you try to play something like that, it can be attacked from behind. And you can't play here because still you lose 2 pieces. I can't, unfortunately. I will watch my pupils during our lessons though. You see, Bartosz? What is with our ladies? Always something to do. Jan goes for that, ladies and gentlemen. He went for a king to 47, 40, 34. There is this threat avoided, but now this move is probably to be played by Jan. Maybe Yuri is not calculating that even, because he knows those are the only moves possible in this position, creating some chances, and maybe he can just surprise himself, not looking for the victory for his opponent. So it took us 12 rounds to wait until the first victory of the match. And after chances created for Yuri, but not well used, it's Jan Groenendijk who is going to win the first game of the match. I would like to comment, but I'm sick, unfortunately. Ooh, Natalia, poor thing. So then Eric needs to comment. Bartosz, maybe you. Would you like to join me? You have always so much to say on the chat. You can join me and also be active speaker here. Jan is having 15 minutes to think on this endgame, but nothing can happen. Still, we have 5 against 5 situation. But of course, this is a very logical move to make. 21-27. Stay strong, Natashka. Thank you, Martoczka. You are so easty. You should be more westy. Or you, Bartek. Natalia is following my thoughts. That is part of the round. That is something big. Okay, and here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. After 21-27, Yuri Anikеев attacks here, and there is the move 27-32. Finishes the game. Because Yuri is taking 2 pieces, Jan is taking here, and after that taking 2 pieces and finishes the game. This is the line that was played, and it means that Yuri Anikеев will now give up the game. Probably he will not make another move. Let's look at this moment. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. December 30, 12:53 it was. It was the moment where Yuri Anikеев loses the first game of the match, and it means that in 2 hours and 6 minutes we keep on playing this competition. So this match can be still decided today. In that position, after just simple exchange, Jan Groenendijk is the first winner of the game in the match, in the round number 12. Unexpected scenario, to be honest, but that was way too passive for Yuri Anikеев, and that game was well deserved by Jan to win. Unfortunately for Ukrainian fans, you can't be so passive all the time. Bart, I wasn't, not sure if my 10x10 knowledge is enough. Sometimes you don't need knowledge. Sometimes you don't need knowledge. Anyone wants to play on lead drafts with me? So we have a proposition from Eric. Someone can join. Ladies and gentlemen, so there is only one question. If we are going to have a new world champion here, if not, if this game will end in a draw, it will mean that we meet tomorrow as well. So the players will cover as much time on drafts as only possible. So like now, the move suggested by Scan is to play here on 36. And after that we have this variant of this capture, double capture, Victoria going here and capturing here on 6, because on 1 would not be possible. So it looks at first glance that it could be winnable, but it is not. If this piece was here, of course, then you play there. But then it's a draw. It's a line that can force a draw quite quickly. If here Daria plays to 46, it's a draw. But it was, of course, winnable for Daria Tkachenko in the moment when she could make a move for the world title, and she had 40 minutes on the clock. Unbelievable. She made just in seconds the move that is missing the victory. Huge thing. That will be perhaps part of the history in drafts. The way how Daria Tkachenko misses the victory in the world title match, in the last round of it actually. Still, I can't, it cannot come to my mind. And here we have this move by Daria Tkachenko. This move played when she is having 34 minutes on her clock, but probably nothing better she could find here. She has, of course, some better time, one piece more. But after this 47-36, if Victoria Modričko plays here 34-29, she probably secures a draw and tomorrow's tiebreaks. And it looks like that. It looks like from this point, this move is the only option to play for Victoria. I don't know if she is sure already that this variant gives her a draw, because there is nothing to play. If you go here, she goes there. And you have no waiting move, because for example after this one, 25-30, this attack comes. After this move, once again, this attack comes and draws the game. But she must calculate it, of course. And the last option is to play here, and then you attack here, here, lock this line, lock this king under this piece, and go with this for a second king, and draw the game. It's not an easy thing to calculate, of course, but it is a draw, if Victoria Modričko now chooses to play the right way. But what else she could play here? I don't know. Something like that. It's losing, because you can't take too many pieces. Something like that. You play here, and you don't have a free tempo. If you had a free tempo with white pieces here, you would win the game, but you don't have it. So only move to play is 34-29 to draw this game. And this is a decision that must be made within 10 minutes, because that's the time that is left on Victoria's clock. No one, Eriks, no one wants to get defeated against you. That's right. I was already playing on lead drafts, few fast games, some won, some lost. That's the part of your life, losing and winning. 27-22 also possible, but it's the same idea. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's the move I missed. Thank you, Marta, for showing it. There you have option of 2-4-2, and otherwise there's a sacrifice of those two pieces. So perhaps easiest one to calculate is this one still, because after that still your opponent can choose this one, but also you after that must calculate this one, but of course you have one piece more, so it's perhaps easier to calculate. Okay, no point in calculating that line. So it's just fine to play there. So we have two moves, 34, 29 and 27, 22. One of those two moves must be played right now. In fast games I lose too much, so I'm trying 15 plus 15. Ooh, but no one plays 15 plus 15 online. Victoria is reaching for the piece and she is playing, ladies and gentlemen. 34-29 is played by Victoria Motrichko, and most likely she is saving the chances for holding the world title. On the other hand, if after today's games we would come to Ukrainians holding the titles, that would be amazing. After having the lost positions, and of course Yuri lost the game, and he will be trying to be back in the game during the tiebreaks that will start in less than 2 hours. On my level some people do, between 1400 to 1600. Perhaps once you don't have those automatisms letting you to play fast, yeah. Normally online, for me, even 3+2 are too long games, and I prefer to play faster. But on the other side, when I'm a weak chess player, when I play chess, I like to have at least 10 minutes for the game. Victoria is on the capture. Honestly, this game might last still for a little time. And the question is, if we had an opposite situation and quite a long victory in men's game, then you would have so much time to rest, to eat the lunch and to prepare for the tiebreaks. Because, yeah, it would not be something strange if this game lasted for about half an hour from this moment. After all, Daria Tkachenko is having plenty of time on her clock. But Jan Groenendijk is the first winner among men. Maybe I'll update it. It's the voter. I'll update the result. I'll open the graphic program, which is GIMP, as I'm using the screen desktop. Then you will see it for a second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so right now on the screen you can see the updated results of gentlemen's match. So you can see after 12 rounds the score is 13-11, but the required fact is that one of the players must have at least 2 victories after the phase 1. So finally, we waited for such a long time, and we are having the first victory, the first win in the match. But right now we're going to have the tiebreaks. At 3 p.m. Central European Time, in 1 minute 56 minutes, the tiebreaks will be played. So we'll have up to 6 games, and if any of those games will be won by Jan Groenendijk, at least after drawing, not winning by Yuri, then it means that we have the new world champion. For the first time in his professional career, Jan Groenendijk will be the world champion, and he will take back this title back to Netherlands after Roel Boomstra. After 3 titles of Roel Boomstra and previously in the history Jannes van der Wal, Harm Wiersma, Ton Seybrands, Piet Rosenburg. Did I miss any Dutch champion in the history? Jannes van der Waal, Ton Seybrands, Harm Wiersma, Roel Boomstra, Piet Rosenburg. Anyone else? Let me know in the chat if I miss someone. On my club evening online, we do 60 plus 0. Then I set up a real board and it feels like actual classic game. Yeah, that's right. That's quite nice idea. If I still used to play, I would like that system, Frisian. I was thinking about one other thing, because we wanted one day with my partner in Poland to prepare something like the live board connected to Draughts. So you play the game, and once your opponent makes a move, its magnetic system moves the piece on the board as well. And you move a piece physically on the board, and it is implemented on Draughts. And something like that would be possible, but the price for that, for the first version of it, was like 100,000 euros or something to prepare it. So it would require a big investor to make it happen. But then you could play real board games on Draughts. Quite quickly we followed that line. Oh, that way. That's quite interesting, that way. Finally, Victoria has taken 2-1, but still it is a draw. But the previous one maybe was slightly easier one to get. Because now you can't attack, you must move somewhere here. Let's say, okay, there is never a point in going forward with those pieces, like this one. You stay here. Okay, that's not a good move, probably. So the better one would be to stay here, you go there. Okay, and in moment of this move, you still stay on this line, and when your opponent plays here, you go here to 45. So Victoria took it very technically into this endgame. Is it possible to make still any mistake in this game and to decide the match? How much does a 10 by 10 DGT board, what they use, cost? Well, it's not on the market anymore. In 2008 it cost like 800 euros, but it's not on the market anymore. And to make DGT working on that again, preparing some other portion of those boards, it would be required to order at least 50 boards. I don't know how to compensate now, you know, the techniques, the inflation, and also the technology. If you know, technology is, for example, cheaper, but then inflation grows. So I don't have an idea what price it would be today. 90 people watching, but only 38 thumbs up. Please, if you don't mind, if you like this broadcast, and we'll be commenting the tiebreaks, because at 3 p.m. Polish time, which is Central European time, and the Dutch time, where the matches are held in the Wageningen, we are starting the tiebreaks, and your thumbs up under this video will help to promote this content to other people from other areas of the life to follow how the new world champion title will be decided. So it's worth to do it. Please help me on this. Please react by sharing this. Of course, we are staying at the same transmission, the same link. So there will be the break until the tie breaks, and from 3 p.m. the men are going to play, and we'll see. 1 to 29 also works. Yes, this is the same, just staying in the middle part of this line, Eriks. Everything works then. Everything works there. It's not so easy for Victoria, as she has... Oh my god! Isn't it a mistake going to 45 directly? No, it's not. Okay, I was thinking that after this move, this is possible. That after that... Okay, there is now a free tempo, because after that you just go with this attack. No, this is losing, okay. Oh yeah, of course this is losing, because now you have this piece to attack. Come on, it's not so easy. Daria has 35 minutes, And I don't think that was a good thing to play. The better one was, yeah, for example, 23, 29. Still after that, this attack was not possible. Okay, now it was. Now the tempos are fine, because you go here and yeah, even you can escape there. So it works, okay. But I think that now Daria will play this move, because what else? Now every time in this position, going for 17-22 gives your opponent a chance to go for the second king, yeah? But another option to check is after that, okay, this move is probably lost. Yeah, that's right, because you open this line, your king controls this piece and stops it from going to the second king, and that's the problem. So only move to draw the game is here to 17, because after going forward, you cross this line by playing to 12. And if you get for the second king, it's a draw. It's a draw, despite the fact that scan sometimes is crazy on evaluation of this position. So that was played in that game. After this move, 45, Daria plays 25-30, and Victoria goes back to 1. And at this moment, of course, going to 45 is not an option, because you go there with an attack of 2 pieces. So you can't play here thinking that your opponent will capture and you will capture the king, because this king captures another one. Sometimes it's quite easy to miss in the endgame. So that forces Daria to play, after this move, 17-22 to avoid this attack. And of course, Victoria pushes this piece to the king, and this one is the one interrupting you. If it was here, then perhaps it was a victory. And now the only move, of course, to play a draw is here. But maybe in this opportunity also here not. Because it would take, yeah, it would not be possible. You would not be here on time, because this move would be played. Quite interesting idea, so I'll show you. For example, you play here, here, and there you go with a king. And you have the first option to just collect this piece, and another option after that is, of course, if your opponent's king goes there, you take it with 1/2. So this is the move, and now this must be played by Victoria. So nothing really found there by miss. Tkachenko, 28-32 now can't be played, because immediately there is a draw after that, and you take no matter here or here, that's a draw. So this move probably after 17-33 will be made. This is a draw, but also waiting on this line is a draw. Maybe even the fastest one, the forcing one, I don't know. But also releasing this square number 1 gives you easier, more flexible way of going to the king. Victoria plays to 17. Yeah, I think nothing can happen here already. 4v1 doesn't look like an easy draw. But it is in this position. It all depends. Sometimes 4v1 is a draw, sometimes 4v2 is a winning one. Yeah, it all depends. Scan shows many good moves. Oh my god, because at this moment maybe Daria Tkachenko is not aware that she had such a winning position. And perhaps for her would be better not to know about that before the tiebreaks tomorrow. Because if Daria Tkachenko, realizes that she was so close to winning the match, to the victory in this match, defeating the current world champion Wiktoria Motriczko, then perhaps her momentum tomorrow, the psychological part, will be decreased. Maybe now she is not aware that she did have a winning position. It looks like we have 2 days of extra time, of barrages, of tiebreaks. Victoria goes to 45. What idea hides behind this move? So this simply gives, yeah, everything as a draw. Only losing move is this one. So perhaps Daria wants to create at least some small chance to make a mistake for her opponent, but this is something we don't want to see, because we don't want the world title to be decided that way. That would be a childish blunder. After all, Kramnik said after Ding versus Gukesh match that we chess like he knew ended on this match because Ding lost after childish mistake, and never yet before the world champion title was decided after the childish blunder. After that, of course, there is a simple way of winning it by playing here, here, and capturing the king and the piece. But Victoria plays to 12, there we go to 38, and I think Daria will try to play a bit more in this endgame. Despite the fact 4 against 2 is a draw, but perhaps she will try to yet create some chances for her opponent to make a mistake, to lose the game. Please don't listen to Kramnik, Bartosz says. Ben Springer. But what about Ben Springer, Luca? What hides behind this sentence, this name? I know his, of course, shots. But I don't know, maybe some fact you know. You can explain. Daria could catch me this way. Probably you, yeah, but not the current world champion, Victoria Matrichka. Ben Springer, Benedictus Springer, yes, still I don't know. What hides behind that? 1 hour 43 minutes for the tiebreaks. You said about the, oh, okay, that you mean. Benedictus Springer. Okay, so Luca, please refresh the stream, because you are far in the past. So he was the champion number 6 from the Netherlands. 1927, you mean? Okay, but the question is if we consider such players, because officially FMJD was established in 1947. So it means that on their side the first in the history world champion is Pete Rosenburg in 1948, as I remember. I don't know for what Daria is playing. 1928, sorry. Well, she wouldn't maybe if I have half a second left. If you are saying to refresh on the stream, he is still on delay, so he won't hear it. Yeah, but after all, after watching those 15 minutes, then he will realize that he can watch the stream. He can refresh the stream. Maybe I'll point the timer, of course, on the stream, so you could let what the actual hour is. Okay, maybe Daria is trying to put some pressure because Victoria is low on time, and to play a draw here you must have 25 moves made with kings. Of course, the advantage is on Daria's side, and also on time and also on the board, and perhaps she just wants to, you know, make Victoria as tired as only possible after this move, after this game. After all, it was there was a possibility that Daria is winning the game and winning the World Championship title. Then they would have quite a free day tomorrow. But now it turns out that gentlemen's match can be decided today and women will be playing for tomorrow. Thanks to Damian and everyone who participated in chat. See you later. I hope more people will join. I hope as well. At 3 o'clock Central European Time, extra games are starting. Now Daria wants to win after a draw game. Yeah, probably, that's the attitude. Then we'll see if shorter games do attract people or not. I hope those shorter games do attract people, of course. After Victoria will take under the control. Is it a draw already? I think it is. Yeah, I haven't noticed it. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay. That means that we have the tiebreaks. We have the tiebreaks in front of us. I'll update the results among women as well. Okay. So that game finished in a draw, but of course Daria Tkachenko was the one capable of winning it. And it means that we are back in 1 hour and 49 minutes from now. They stopped maybe the broadcast from the cameras. It will be settled again somehow. So let's say we'll meet again at 2:55. And something like that. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll change the window right now and we are waiting for the tiebreaks. Tiebreaks will be played here on the same link, on the same broadcast in 1 hour and 37 minutes around. That is the moment when I will come back with the commentary, just before the tiebreaks. So I hope I will see you all there. Yeah. What can I show you meanwhile? Probably nothing. So I will give you just this screen perhaps to keep you informed when the tiebreaks start. Let's make it slightly bigger, like this. Like this. And like this. Okay, so I'm getting muted and see you soon. Tiebreak start in 3 p.m. and perhaps we are going to have a result today. Who will be the new world champion among men after winning the game? Jan Groenendijk is the favorite one, of course, and it can happen that 2 days of tiebreaks are ahead of us, but we might have up to 6 games today. So see you soon. Bye bye. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. In 40 seconds, the tiebreak for the world title will start. The game between Jan Groenendijk, who, surprisingly, probably, has won the 12th game of the match. So now the game state is 13-11 for Jan Groenendijk, the result which you can see down on the screen. And in few seconds there is 3 p.m. and it means the possible first out of 2 days of tiebreaks starting right now. So Yuri Anikeyev must win the game. I just confirmed at the organizers that if Yuri wins any of those games, the game pauses and we come back to play tomorrow at 10 a.m. together with ladies, because today, after just winning endgame, Daria Tkachenko played a mistake, having 40 minutes on her clock and draw the game, and now we know that after tight result in the women's match, we'll have the tiebreaks tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, what will be the strategy in this game? So we see already Yuri chooses to play for Amsterdam game. This is something following on the screen, and the time ratio of course is 20 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. How will it go? Yuri is under the big pressure. Everything can be just in a draw in case of victory of Yuri, any of those upcoming games. This tiebreak can take plenty of time because we start with the first rapid game right now. And then in case of draw we will have the second rapid game, and then we will have 4 blitz games. In case of 6 draws we will have the pause in the playing, and then we'll switch. We'll wait for the tomorrow's tiebreaks. What are your predictions? Let me know in the chat. In the poll I started, what are your predictions about this result? So if Jan wins any of the games, he is becoming the world champion. That would be amazing day, and this December 30 would be remembered by him for his entire life probably. We are getting the closer look on the players, so this is the position right now. Okay, quite interesting one, because after this Jan turns to play attacking game with white pieces, then plays 39-33 and 44-39. So this is the way of his development, and perhaps now we'll be able to see some more intense games. But here, after this line that we followed, there was a 15-20 move, so it was forced to exchange back for Yuri, but of course it still keeps some tension in the position, something as we used to see in many those games, this Podkova formation. Operator of the camera is working against me because I just prepared everything to have it clear and well looking on the stream, and now I must change it. Oh, come on. Give me a second, please. I'll just adjust it. So YouTube, now I must move it down a bit. Okay. Why do they act against me? I just wanted to be prepared, and here's what I got. Okay, I must zoom out. Okay, maybe I do it that way, so everything will be visible on the stream. I hope well for you. If everything is a draw, then what is happening? I think then we switch to the day number 2. Because do we play the super blitz today? or not. I don't even know. Okay, so here we have the position like this. Okay, the Podkova formation, and yeah, we could have had some attacking games, but Yuri definitely doesn't want that to happen. So after Jan tried at least to play some attacking games, Yuri played this 15-20. So again, I think that Yuri just doesn't want Jan to attack at any part of at any moment of this game. Maybe if we changed it, I will also make this KNDB a bit smaller. Yeah, like that, not to disturb us. And let you see how Yuri looks like. Okay, let's leave it that way. Should be okay, and you have just good view at what is going on the board. What was played then? After this, okay, and Yuri attacks 17-22. Yuri just wants to keep it in an open position. So Yuri, I think, doesn't want to win in an early stage of the game, and he tries to bring it to the end game and then perhaps find some inaccuracies in his opponent's move and then try to attack from this point. Interestingly, now he's starting to be the active one by going to the outpost, but I think this is just giving such a simple play to his opponent, because this piece of course can be exchanged, or you can try to play against it, and after all, maybe it will be Jan Groenendijk trying to go to 24 and maybe building something like 42-37. I think this move is kinda expected to prepare something like this in the future. Yeah, but at first he plays that way. Okay, this is also understandable. So this can be exchanged forward or go to 25 and maybe look for such exchanges. The question is, what is the attitude of the player? How will they play? And who will try to create chances? We are 6 minutes after the start of this tiebreak. In case of draw, we'll be heading to another rapid game, which will start at 4 p.m. But this might be the final game of this match. So if everything is a draw, I like this match for a reason that nobody knows the rules clearly, maybe even referee. Tomorrow morning the Super Blitz. As written down in the rules, they agreed. Okay. Let me check it. Oh yeah, that's right. Here you have it. Tiebreak schedule 31st December with no victory in the first part of the tiebreak on 30th of December. So they meet then at Super Blitz at 9 a.m. That's right. And after that, and they assume the maximum time of it is around 30 minutes. Okay, kinda optimistic. So if we don't have a result today and 6 games will be played in a draw, it will mean that we get to the Super Blitz tomorrow in the morning 9 a.m. 6 would be too early. We have the exchange that I thought Jan will play. So this is, you know, kinda open position, but both players have the outpost, so it's kinda tricky and can be, you know, played both sides. I don't know if it is something that Yuri wants in this game. What do you think about the result of the tiebreak? 57% that Jan will win, 33 for Yuri and 10 only for a draw. By draw we mean drawing 6 games, 2 rapid and 4 blitz games. Person who created these rules should go to prison, probably. After this match, there will be plenty of time to talk about that, to analyze the formation, the format of this match, the rules. If it needs to be changed, probably it needs, of course. But the question how, and we'll start the talk about that. If no one starts, then I do definitely. How do you like this game so far? Let me know. And who you think will be the winner of the World Championship match? Do you think still Yuri Anikeyev holds some chances to be back in it? Honestly, we meet tomorrow at 10 AM watching the tiebreak of women, and in case of Yuri Anikeyev winning one of the upcoming games, we'll also see men playing together tomorrow. And also, if no wins will be played in those upcoming 6 games. So I think at this moment it's getting quite interesting. Of course, both players developed to the outposts 24 and 27, and those pieces must be supported with some other pieces. But you can see already that many pieces are standing in the first, second row, so still we are kinda in a developmental phase of the game. So the question is how the position will be built by those players. They started quite quickly after 20 moves. They have over 18 minutes on the clock, so it means less than 2 minutes spent. Of course, they have 10 seconds added per move. So the question is, if we already are in the phase of the middle game where they will think longer for finding the best plan, I don't know. So usually the plan for Yuri Anikeyev in such games was to play the lines he knows how to play. But I think that okay, now he has some time advantage and he plays quickly, but definitely it's not looking like the line that is always usually played, and Yuri knows that. I think this could be something original. So we do see the move 40 to 37 that I expected and I told you before, and Yuri Anikeyev immediately exchanges this outpost playing from 9 to 18. Of course, that gives him an open position. He tries to be an attacking one. Perhaps he knows that previous rounds were played too passively and he slipped for a draw so many times, but today, perhaps in the most important one, finally, it was Jan Groenendijk who defeated him after the calculation mistakes. Perhaps it's the exhaustment after playing 12 rounds, perhaps it is not. Perhaps it's the skill of Jan. Perhaps it's too passive attitude. What's the reasoning behind the requirement for needing to win by 2 clear victories in the classical portion? It's not like to win by 2 clear victories, it is by having 2 victories, because even though your opponent wins 1 game, if you have 2 victories, then you win the game. It is the logic behind that can be, this is the most important match after all. This is the world title match, so 1 victory can be made after some blunder, some quite easy way of making the wrong move, losing the match. Perhaps such important title, the most important title in the world, in the year, should not be decided by a simple potential mistake. Perhaps. Seems strange to me as someone new to following the game. Well, sometimes it is like you must have bigger advantage to win something, win competition. In this case, in our case, 2 victories. You can have loss, but you must have at least 2 victories. And sometimes the case of victory can be a matter of luck, but also some say there is not such thing like luck. Thanks for the answer. Of course, you're welcome. Can't understand that, but I kinda agree to that. By the way, still, I expected we won't have the title decide and the game decide in the last 12 regular game. Meanwhile, it came with the victory of Jan Groenendijk. So what are the possible lines? Probably we'll see something like 34-29, as 35 was already developed. I do expect that. Another line is to exchange 33-28, because otherwise, if white started to play passively on the sides, it would be giving all the control in the central part to black, and this is something that I think Jan will not agree. But what I think we'll see is Jan Groenendijk playing on seconds in those matches. If he doesn't win this game, he showed us so many times that he can play on seconds, and in such short games it is possible for him to keep just last seconds on the clock and still make very, very good decisions. This is how Jan Groenendijk plays. Where are you watching from? Please let me know that on the chat. Where are you watching from? How many continents we are? Let me know that. Notify that on the chat. We have only 52 thumbs up. Please, if you don't mind, click the thumb up, subscribe to the channel, follow on Twitch, because we are on 2 platforms, on YouTube checkersTV and TV Checkers on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen. Hot007 was sending the first message. Hello on Twitch. Hello, of course. Bartosz, in 1975, Fischer proposed in the match against Karpov, which didn't happen, to play until 10 victories in long classical games, and he proposed to the challenger, Karpov needs to win 10 games. And champion need to win 9 games to retain his title. If they would play for 10 wins now, match Schwarzman-Boomstra would still be playing. Would still be played. I think that actually Schwarzman against Boomstra would be solved, decided quite quickly. Okay, so we have the second option in the game that I was analyzing, this exchange, and of course still this opposition is open, but I think it's quite more flexible for black. Despite the fact that you can see advantage of white in this position, perhaps maybe after this line, and the fact that you don't have the 36 in the position, because this absent 36 can be really useful for white, as black don't have the possibilities of some exchanges, combinations, etc. So I think such plans are possible, like this one, yeah? Because now, again, players will want to centralize the pieces and take other control over the central squares of the board. What are your expectations? Please let me know on the chat. What would you like to see? Immediately Jan plays 34-29 as expected, and Yuri plays 3-9. Of course, not going for such exchanges, and it is quite easy to find a plan for white, which is this, and this, but in my opinion black pieces will not have this easy way to continue after this, because what would you like to play? You don't like to make this exchange. On the other hand, this exchange could be possible, but then again you have this move with some threats, and a chance to isolate this 27 standing here, building, for example, this column. That's quite a common plan, and also by developing that way. Also maybe for white it could be a plan to push it forward and then exchange to 23 because of lack of 5 and 1. That would be quite interesting to play against outpost by playing there. But we have this move, 39-33. Okay, perhaps Jan wants to keep it, this exchange possible. Still, I do expect something like that from Yuri, because what else to play? Scan suggests such moves to prepare this exchange, and maybe that would force white to make this exchange. I think you can change in 2 directions there and prepare this. Yeah, anyway, that way we would follow the line to simplify and have less pieces on the board. Yeah, this move, yes, it is played by Yuri. So the question, if we are going to see this exchange 29-23, I think it is kinda forcing right now. You must play that. What else? If you try to play here, then you weaken your left wing, perhaps a bit too much. Something like that. With a possibility of this exchange, and if it comes, then maybe slightly more active would be the white's position. But on the other hand, you have this and this attack possibility. Yeah, at this moment both players want to win the game, but it is more important for Yuri and Nikeyev, of course, to stay in the match, to stay in the game. If Jan Groenendijk wins the game, he wins the title. So that's, you know, the safety pillow that is always inside Yuri's head. If he risks too much, he loses the game and he loses the match. Meanwhile, Jan perhaps can sometimes have some risk, and if he loses the game, then still he has another victory to play for. Okay, waiting for the decision from Yuri Anikeyev and this 9-18, despite the fact Scan suggested that way. Of course, capturing that way gives you already working formations here. And what will Jan play? Probably that, because even after this exchange you can still play to 28, and I really like controlling this square here. Players already have less than 10 pieces on the board, 9 by each. To beat Anikeyev 10 times would be a nice format of the match. It would finish around 2039. After all, Jan has defeated Yuri today. We thought he is so unbreakable, but as everyone, he is. 95 people watching. Don't forget to leave the thumb up if you like such a content, and of course those could be the last moments of the match. Those could be the last moments of the world title match among men. So defender of the title Yuri Anikeyev to the right from Ukraine is under the pressure, because this guy that you can see closer on the camera right now, representing Netherlands, Jan Groenendijk, both Grandmasters International of course, has won today's game, and he is favorite one. After one more victory, he wins the title for the first time in his career. He played in match before. He played against Rul Boomstra. He was the vice world champion. He is the current world champion, vice world champion of course, but he hasn't ever been the world champion. That's the chance for him to get to this title for the first time. And Jan Groenendijk, of course, is increasing his level during last years, playing better and better, and this is a great chance for him because he's playing on a Dutch soil. He's playing in Wageningen, and it could be the chance. Jan is also rating 1. Yeah, that's another point of view. After such a good performances, he's the number 1 on the world's FMJD standings. That's right. Okay, different decision to what I expected. There is 40-35 and 10-14. Okay. So it's not like simplifying the game, because probably Yuri tries to bring this checker on 19, maybe to create some chances of attacking here, because now going to 29 would not be such comfortable, because there are chances for this line 1 for 2. Not so easy ones, and again it would perhaps force white to make such an exchange. Of course, we don't want to exchange too many pieces just after this move. Keep in mind that such moves like this one would be a problem. Sacrificing 1, sacrificing 2, and this quite a simple but hidden combination would finish the game. But after 10-14 we have 45-40. Okay, so I think that players want to start this tiebreak with a calm, like they started entire match. The first game of the match we can already remember. It was nearly 2 weeks ago. But I feel like it was just not far from here. Nikiforos Printis, greetings from Greece. Thank you very much for mentioning that on the chat. By the way, there will be a tournament in Greece announced yesterday or the day before, that World Championship Amateurs will be played in Greece. Maybe you are responsible for that somehow. Let me know, Nikiforos. We do see the exchange I expected, 17-22. So this plan 14-19 left, and immediately Jan goes for this 29 that affects 24 and 23 central squares. Of course there are chances to make other exchanges, but you can't exchange till the end. And after all, this exchange gains some tempos for black, but this is edgy piece that can go only to 26. Perhaps Jan will wait with exchanging that, but I think we'll see this exchange 38-32 in the game. I would expect some kind of this move, because after that and that you can go here. Could be okay. Maybe this piece would be a bit too weak. After that, definitely that would be a good move to play, because there is no chance of taking that. You can come not to 2 spots to try to attack it. Jan is down to 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Yuri on his clock has 17 minutes and 6 seconds. It's like a calm position, but you know, everything can happen. Everything can happen from this moment. The question is if they want to save some strength for the second part, for the second round of Rapid. Let me remind you, if this game ends in a draw, then we have another Rapid game, then we have another Blitz game, and 3 more Blitz games. So after Jan Groenendijk is leading 13-11 in the match, he is the one needing only one winner in this match to become the world champion. Who are the seconds of the players? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't checked inside the matches, inside the teams, so I don't know. Let's go. The World Championship title can be decided today. Who will be the champion defending the title? If Yuri Anikeyev is the one to win those championships, it means that it will not be decided today. But if it will be decided today, it means that it's Jan's title. 38-33, we do have a decision. Okay, so other one to the one that I was thinking about. So I think that now this move 14-19 gets some sense, because then it can come with this attack that could be slightly inconvenient for white. Why? Because still Yuri has this 4, piece number 4, to defend the title. And if he wants and if he can add to 27 another central square like this one, it can put some pressure on Jan. Jan can try to go for this exchange, but on the other hand there are the possibilities of combinations, of course, like this one. After this attack you can try to go forward. For example, I just want you to show how the combination could be made, like this one, this one, this one, this one, you know, this one. This is happening with the combination, so you always want to put your pieces, your checkers, in such formations that could allow you to perform some nice combinations. And already in this position you can see that against this one, those 5 pieces allow to make some threats like this one. I saw on my channel the game between Roel Boomstra and Martijn van IJsendorn, and there was the nice meaning of combinations, and that gave Roel the winning position, but finally it did not happen that way. To defend the wing, not to defend the title. Okay. Piece 4 will not defend the title, probably. Who knows? Sometimes it can. Sorry for my misspelling something. We have really artistic close shots on the players. But according to the fact that I cut the video already somehow, then it's not working on our broadcast anymore. $43 votes on the poll. 60% that Jan will win the tiebreak. So you think Jan is favorite to win today? That's the option that we have. We will have decided the men's title today if Jan Groenendijk wins one of the upcoming 6 games. If Yuri wins it, we stop to play the tiebreaks and we are back tomorrow at 8 AM playing the Super Blitz. That is something turbo emotional, because if we play the Super Blitz tomorrow, it will mean that players, after drawing a game, playing with the time 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per move, after drawing a game, they start another game having the same time that they finished the game with the previous one. Blitz is not even 5 plus 3, it is 10 plus 2. Bartosz. So it's more rapid. They call it blitz, but in my opinion, yeah, it's more rapid. Now they play 20 plus 10, and then if this game will be finished in a draw, then they will play another rapid game, they say, 20 plus 10, and then another one which will be a blitz 10 plus 2, and then 3 more games like that. So it's a long-lasting blitz. What is quite interesting in this position, scan, the computer, is indicating a slight advantage of white. Why is that? Perhaps after this exchange is unavoidable, and perhaps scan, okay, doesn't want to make it immediately, just wants to wait with it, and after such moves, finally this exchange could be made. And after this move, oh, even bigger advantage for white. The question is why. It doesn't look like that, but perhaps according to this shot, small shot, it is forced for black to make this exchange, and then you can go further to 23 or 24. I would go to 23 in that position, because you can never get this piece, and in such position it would be winning for white. This is the way why sometimes single alone pieces could be developed and winning the game. Oh, and again a move that I would never expect from Jan. 43-38. Honestly, I don't get it. I don't get it. But perhaps Jan is just not wanting to go further and exchange this piece. Perhaps he's trying to build some chances here. So nice thing would be played after, you know, something like just showing you the combination here and here. There is a beautiful, beautiful combination to win this game. And it's played like this. 38-42, very common idea of putting your opponent's piece between your pieces, and then you play this move, and this is a winning one. It's not like you can take 2 here or here, but it's using the majority of capturing 3 pieces, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you win the game with white pieces. So perhaps some kind of these threats can be made, prepared by Jan. After that, Yuri answers with 4-10. So we are around the equal position, but of course Jan on his clock has 6 minutes left in this game. I don't expect quite a simplifications in the end game. I think that in the end game those players will try to look for chances. Will try to look for chances and possibilities of winning the game. So I think they will get tested each other till the very end. Franz de Jong again donates $10. Thank you very much, Franz, for that. Big hearts and thank you words for that. We are closer and closer to close the goal. And the goal here is visible on the screen, of course. Thank you for this and previous donations. Blitz 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. Oh, okay, Renzo. Sorry, yeah. 10 minutes plus 2 seconds is the super blitz. So it will be played in case of draws tomorrow from morning. Tomorrow actually we could have 2 super blitzes. Okay, 40-34. So now we do have this option of combination. This is losing move. I don't expect Yuri will go for that, but yeah, this is a very nice mistake that could have happened here. I'll take a screen for that. For myself, of course. That's a nice combination using the majority. And Yuri just prevents from doing that by playing 18-22, and Jan goes 29-24. It's not so clear position, to be honest, because now both players, by destroying the columns in their positions, just resigned from exchanging pieces. And of course exchanges are something that we've seen for many times, and now we are becoming more strategic. So it looks like Yuri is attacking left wing of white and Jan is attacking left wing of Yuri. Now this value of this piece number 4 could be quite important. So after this move you can see that that advantage of white, according to scan, grew to 0.3. And now, after game changes into that plan, into that position, once Yuri has moved the piece number 4 and he has this one 21 that slightly can go only to the edge, I prefer white pieces. I now prefer the settlement of the pieces of Jan. Udion. Jan won against Mateo with white, and Yuri won against Mateo with black, with the same first moves beginning of that game. The most creator will win in my point of view. Thank you for sharing that, quite interesting one. You are preparing some book? Yes, I am. I am preparing 3 books actually. I want to create 3 books. Two are almost ready. I'm still fulfilling it and correcting it, but yeah, I'm also collecting the things for actually I want to make 4 books. One for very small children in 64, and then 3, like first, second, and the third one for international drafts. 13-18 and Jan plays 41-37. Jan is down to 4 minutes. If the time was opposite, so Jan would have 13 minutes and Yuri 4, then I think that there could be some chances of winning it. Now the position looks like equal, but yeah. Maybe some of them will try to control additional square on the main diagonal, sometimes like these moves, but also combinations are possible, you know. After this move, for example, this is losing, yeah? You have another type of combination, and in such positions, the combinations are really, really often made. Of course, not so many times on this level, but still. Jan is below 4 minutes on the clock. Very nice. Thanks, Bartosz, that you think so. Yeah, I'm collecting all the positions, all the interesting things. I'm just watching game after game on Turbo Dumbbase from the base to find some interesting things. And if I see something interesting but not working, then I try to correct a little position to have only one variant working on the way I want to describe. So I hope my future books will be very simple to learn with, because also what I really want is the language. Language must be simple, so everyone can easily understand it. And I think I can understand some things by my own well, and that gives me the possibility of explaining it to other people. At least once I'm running some coachings, people just telling me that they can understand what I want to say. So I think that my point of view and my way of explaining just works. There is this move, so 18-23 is forbidden because of the combination mentioned. Jan is down to 3 minutes 49 seconds. Keep in mind that every game of this tiebreak can be the final one, can decide the match. Yuri trying to find the right continuation. Perhaps it's not easy for black pieces here. For example, such moves, you can see, immediately gives some more advantage to white. For example, after such exchange, white are more orientated into the central part of the board. And you know, this piece 21 is not the one that wants to go anywhere, because yeah, in case of such exchanges, maybe the other one, this piece on 21 always has the possibility of going, for example, to the spot 27. And by moving it to the edge, it will just stay on the edge, probably till the end of the game. This is something you must predict, and you also must take the responsibility of your moves before you make it. This is how responsible every move is in drafts game, especially in such maneuvering games. This is the plan that we haven't seen so far, I think. Oh, this attack. This attack gives some tempos to white, and you can see that indicator goes and grows to 0.6. I think we do expect this exchange from Jan, because after that there is this move, very, very problematic move for black. Why? Because you can't attack, then you lose the game. After, for example, this 2-4-3 combination. So playing this attack, gives Jan, I think, the simple game. And if Yuri plays 10 to 14, then you go simply there. And you can see once again the advantage is 0.6. It means the game would be leading for 2 results. But Jan chooses to play something else, goes forward 24-20, and once again gives Yuri this piece 4. So I think at this moment the position is equal and Jan is not going for a victory. If he went there and forced his opponent to make this exchange, Jan didn't want to play for a victory in this game. He will play here probably, creating this small threat, because if you play here you have a bridge shot, you sacrifice 2, you take 3, that direction or this direction. Yeah, this move is played, so now this gap 23 will be covered probably. This one is not so good because you play here and you have this threat created, 1 for 2. So you would force your opponent to exchange back, and that gives you a time to attack. Moving forward, and this one. And this is losing maybe. Because, of course this is losing, because you take here and another piece. So only possibility to play here, yeah, it would be lost position. So you don't have how to react. After that, you must sacrifice a piece, attack here, but then your opponent plays here. And only possibility is to go to that position, which is okay, drawish, but maybe a slightly better for white. So what will Yuri play? Probably 1923, but he must analyze this 1823, because if it works, if everything would work for him, maybe that would be better positionally, because it would keep position more balanced. That's probably the reason why he played 7-12. Now the only possibility to keep building other formations, which is usually good, is this one. And that move, as expected, was played by Jan. Jan, 3 minutes on his clock. Fake it till you make it. It can be that way, Bartosz. It could be that way, Bartosz. Meanwhile, don't forget to leave the thumb up under the video, to write comments, to share the videos if you like to promote the Draughts content, because this is the game for the intelligent people, I hope so. And thanks to that, you can, of course, improve your mind skills, like the memory, concentration, imagination, logical abilities, and also decision-making skills. So it's worth to play Draughts and checkers in any variation available. If you are able, then let me know on the chat what kind of content would you like to see during live streams that I will be making soon after the match. If you would like to see the lessons, the tournaments that I play in, and also the tournaments I organize for you, do I analyze some games, please let me know on the chat. 21-26, quite interesting one, because now 34-30 gives perhaps some initiative to white. They are forward to make some breakthrough here on the left wing of Yuri Anikeyev. So this is like the position that can affect some problems. And after 23, and you have this move, yeah? It should be really well calculated by Yuri Anikeyev, because if you are missing some chances here on breaking through, like for example after that, you can see that white has the simple plan of breaking through to a king, yeah? Here, then here, for example. Or by bringing checkers here, you always can sacrifice one or another and go faster. This move is played by Jan. So again, this endgame is played for 2 results only. Jan can win, and Yuri can maximum play a draw for him. Samuel, lessons will be nice. Okay, thank you for mentioning that. Who else? Who else has some ideas to watch the streams I'm planning to organize, to make? I think this is the end game. Yuri just doesn't want to play. Of course, his advantage is the time. He's 6 minutes in front of Jan Groenendijk, but you can see that right now you don't waste any time on thinking on stupidities, you don't lose some time on looking outside the board, all time you are perfectly focused on what is happening on the board, and you use every single second to calculate deeply, deeply, deeply. That's the only way, because if you would not have the approach like that, it means that you would never forgive yourself for not winning the world title, because to be honest, history remembers the winners, and history doesn't like to remember the vice champions and the losers of the match. Luca, commenting games of tournaments would be something I will like. Okay, very nice. Because this is something that I want to do on live streams, yeah? Prepare some games and also comment them, analyze them. That way I could also, during the transmission, the broadcast, make some videos that I will publish later on YouTube, for example. I was thinking about broadcasting only on Twitch and then cutting the videos and publishing it on YouTube. But probably I will be streaming on both platforms. Yeah, we do have this attack. Simple move to be made by Jan probably here. This also could work. Yes, this is not possible. It's just like the same. But after that, there is this exchange, and there is quite an easy line to go for the breakthrough. So the question is if, okay, 40 was played, and Yuri plays forward. So his plan probably is to exchange that, or after the exchange back from white side, perhaps just to play this line. That would be not so good maybe. Okay, luckily for Yuri everything probably leads for a draw, even such variation, despite the fact that it's white who's breaking to the king faster. The problem for Yuri might be also the fact that, you know, he feels the pressure. He knows that if he loses the match. There won't be other games played. So for Yuri Anikeyev it can be the problem. It can be the great, great problem of not making any mistakes in the end games. Because you must exclude your thoughts on what is coming on if you lose the game. You go to the other country, you prepare for months, and you get to this tiebreak game, you lose it by a mistake and you lose entire match. That is the weight that they have on their shoulders right now. It's not easy for the players. So we do see the exchange I mentioned. Yeah. So both moves are leading to a draw, probably. 6 pieces against 6 pieces endgame. Jan will win or will be a draw. If Yuri plays it perfectly, he keeps the draw. But already we've seen a game today where with a perfect play Yuri would get to a draw, but he didn't. He lost the game. So it's not like he is calculating everything perfectly. It's like he makes mistakes like everyone does. Someone is laughing. Yeah. Give me a second, please. In your house, yeah, that's right. My fiancée with her sister. It's nothing bad, of course, in laughing. They are not following the game, probably, so that's not the reason why they are laughing and what they are laughing from. 6 minutes. Yuri Anikeyev starts to think. He must. And the question is, if he calculates everything properly, he has the time for that. He doesn't want to make a decision that will cause some troubles in this endgame, because that could be very, very expensive for him. No, I didn't, Bartosz. No one is laughing now, only some people crying. It's not a problem. I'm joking. 100 people. Thank you very much for this number of viewers. And of course, if you don't mind, leave the thumb up. We are going for, let's say, we have now 60, so we are going for 66. That could be nice goal. If we would gather 6 more thumbs up under this video. It's good to laugh. You can invite her on the stream. I could, but I don't have the right circumstances right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuri is thinking and thinking. It looked like a simple endgame to play, but he wants to make a move which will let him to play into quite a safe draw. Looking and judging at the evaluation of the scan, which is not good in endgames, of course, 12-17 is better than going forward to 28. And this is what Yuri plays. Yuri goes 12-17, and that's the good move to play. From Jan we could expect 43. Anything else? I don't think so. That way, of course, this column is working and threatening on exchanging, and if Jan plays something like that, of course another piece can limit somehow this piece, and after such moves you get, oh, not this way, but those 2 lines are your goal to try to break through. So Jan is down to 40 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you can miss the fact how much time you have on your clock. After all, after 12 regular games, they had plenty of time to play drafts. Now they speed up. They must speed it up. There is this move, 44, 43, 38, and this exchange even is leading to a draw, because probably it will be facing another exchange like this one. Okay. But Yuri decided to play this exchange. Still looks like a draw, of course. Mark Weeks has become a member. Thank you very much. Like a Grandmaster. Whoa. Mark Weeks, thank you very much for being the Grandmaster on checkersTV YouTube channel. That's a huge deal. Thank you. 37-32 played by Jan in the end. 22-27. We can expect another exchange that will let Yuri to wait for a break in through, and this exchange is played. 24-19 is like a, you know, obvious variation. 29-24 going forward. If you want to stop this piece, then you could even lose, because there is this move played and you can't break through quickly from the side of white. And there are threats of going here, of course. You play here, for example, you go there, and that could be problematic for white. Still probably a draw, but will players agree for a draw? They will not have much time to rest, because the games are... He became a Grandmaster. Yeah, it's the easiest way to to earn some titles. You can spend years of your life playing drafts, playing checkers and getting the titles. Then also you can buy it on checkersTV and warcabyTV. Jan has offered a draw and Yuri accepted. So here we have the first game played in a draw. The first game of the tiebreak played in a draw. It means that another game starts in 7 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, according to the regulations. And the schedule, oh no, 6:10, okay. Break is 15 minutes, okay. They planned 10 minutes. They planned to make the 10 minutes break, but actually the break will be a bit longer. It will be 17 minutes. So next round is in 17 minutes. 17 minutes. From time to time between those rounds, of course, I will make a break by myself as well. So I'm back with comment, let's say in 15 minutes, quite before the round. So we are keeping on playing, and it means that world title has not been decided yet. If Jan wins another game, he becomes the world champion. If Yuri wins another game, we are tomorrow meeting ourselves at 9 AM playing the Super Blitz. In that scenario we meet at 10 AM playing for another victory. If all the games today will be finished in a draw, we meet tomorrow at 9 AM playing the Super Blitz. Super Blitz is like a sudden death in chess, but with different format. That would be something very, very interesting to follow. We see each other in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. players are sitting down back to the table. It means that soon another tiebreak game will start. If Jan wins, that's the last game of the match. If there's a draw, we switch from rapid games 20 plus 10 into 10 plus 5, which is called in that scenario a blitz. Ladies and gentlemen, I must update the boards. So here is the study and also the KNDB website. So here we have the second game there. Okay. What are we going to see? What approach of the players? How will that play? How will that be played? Will they decide to be sharp from the beginning, finally? Or will they play the opening they played in the classic games? I don't know yet, you don't know yet either. But something like that we'll know in just few minutes. The game will start in less than 2. And who of them will be the world champion? Looking at the position, how they sit next to the table, I think Jan's position is better as he stands straight. Meanwhile, Yuri is not. But we know already that Yuri is working on his spirit a lot, and I think they are both mentally well prepared. So now the question, whose strategy, whose skills will be the one deciding about the results of this match? Jetulio, hi, nice to see you. So we can solve some shots. Yeah, I haven't prepared any for you. And soon we'll start this second round of tiebreaks. If Yuri Anikeyev wins, we come back tomorrow at 10 AM. If there are 6 draws, because if this game will be played in a draw, we switch to blitz and we'll play maximum 4 more blitz games. If Jan wins, the match ends and Jan is the world champion 2024. It's 4 PM 10, so it means that players should start now. And what is really interesting and worth to notice, they can't talk to any coaches, seconds, other players during the breaks between the games. So we do have the Amsterdam game again, 32-28, and exchange on the main diagonal. Opening we've seen already a few times. There is a small delay on the camera. This was played, and 41-37. So the question is if Jan will play to 21 or not. Okay, he didn't, he just played 5-10, exchange, and 14-19. And once again, okay, so we have the opening we have had in the match, exactly this one. So it looks like they are prepared. Oh, at this moment, of course, Jan wants to play 20-24, not to have his left wing exchange too much. And honestly, this 17-22 is the move that has been played before by Jan, and perhaps that's a part of the preparation, internal preparation of the match of Yuri Anikeyev, because he changes. Previously, he played like this, letting Jan to exchange 2-4-2. So that was the variant played in the match before. But now Yuri Anikeyev goes for 32-27. And it gives us quite an interesting game. But probably after another waiting move 1-7, and now Yuri can play something like 45-40, the only possibility is to attack here 17-21. So it looks quite strange and sharp, but unfortunately it will end in some exchanges here. At least I think so. But Yuri has prepared this opening. It looks like that. And if he wants to have quite calm position to play, perhaps this option of 45, 70, 21, no waiting move like here going there, there. Now this exchange would be, in my opinion, quite risky because of this cooperation of pieces, and perhaps I would expect to see that. Then already we can see this exchange, for example, controlling 27. But Jan, yeah, so this is the line, so that was the waiting move, 50-45, 50-44, not 45-40. And which tempo Yuri is going to choose? Probably 44-40, because what else? There are not much different to play, and something like that will happen probably. Okay, maybe not exchanging to 27 immediately, but playing something like that and trying to attack this 24 could be reachable for Yuri. Is this the plan? Is something like that going to be played by Yuri Anikeyev, the current world champion, that is under pressure, that is standing just against the wall? He lost the game. He lost the game in the classic, last regular classic game today, and now he must fight back. He must fight back. He must win a game if he wants to stay in the match. The position is even harder because he must gather 2 victories. And he can blame himself for the fact that he did have a winning position during the match in the round number 5 or 6 or something. But you know, you can't think about that. You must bury those thoughts until the match is done. Now you must concentrate, focus on the moment. I'm quite surprised with the fact that Yuri is spending so much time on thinking right now, because if he prepared this opening, this is like the only forced way that can happen in this opening. So this preparation perhaps was not so great. According to the facts they played already this opening, Yuri changed something like 32-27, the move that forces the line of this attack 17-21. I was expecting that he has something prepared here. Roberts Misans. Okay, we've had another Roberts. Roberts thinks about this. 31-26, of course playable. But finally, Skansamhaus often like taking this band piece. 30 and 25. Paulo Ripardo just subscribed. Thank you very much. Finally, Yuri decides to play this, what I mentioned, 44-40, but those Roberts line, of course, was to play. Still possible. That's a quite interesting moment where Jan is going to capture 12 or 11. I think 12, because after all 11 is more tense, but of course creates some chances for both players. What is the difference after capturing to 22? After such plans, of course, you always have this exchange, which could be quite good for black, because then those pieces are just left on the side. But Yuri can play on many other ways, like this one, for example. There is this move possible, because after that there would be 18-23, some simplification like this one. Quite an equal position. But if not playing there, then maybe after this one, this move. Such exchanges are not possible because you must take 2 pieces and help your opponent in development. But after that, it is still quite simple and equal. So Jan spends some time on calculating here, because if he takes there, after this move, there is on the other hand another exchange. Was that something? Oh, there is a combination, of course, so it is not allowed. One move combination. And Jans perhaps tried to check all the possibilities and chooses to play to 22. And ladies and gentlemen, after this move, avoiding the 16-21, finally we get some interesting position. So this is, in fact, interesting position, creating nice chances for both. Because Jan can play 18-23, because it is met with this combination, 2-4-3, simple one. And it means that quite a maneuvering position it is right now. Jan plays something like that, and now he can't go 18-23, and Yuri will try to do everything to avoid such exchanges that I mentioned, yeah? Like 41-47, I do expect this move to 31 further. Maybe creating some 4-clock threats. Maybe it will force Jan to react somehow even more active, like this one. You don't want to go to 32, that's the problem, yeah? And how to wait? Always maybe this one could be possible. And that would create extremely interesting position, something like that. That would create chances for both. Maybe the necessary move would be to go like here. After that you of course have the... It's better to sacrifice the other way, to leave this piece on the side. That could create something interesting here. And finally we have a game like we wanted to have between those players. So now, according to the fact it's a rapid, they have some time to think, but also they think they have some time to take the risk, maybe because they think it is possible for them to calculate till the end. And after all, both must win the game. Of course, there is bigger pressure on Yuri Anikeyev, who loses the match after losing, but if Jan wants to be the world champion, he still must win one more game against Yuri Anikeyev. Yuri, that has been defeated today, but after all is a very tough player to beat. "95 votes on the poll on what will be the result of the tiebreak, and 58% still on Jan, 20% on draw. Okay, so you, 20% of you, thinks that next 5 games will end in a draw. And less chances, 22% only for Yuri Anikeyev, the current world champion. What will be the plan of Jan Groenendijk? Because it's not quite simple. I think there is nothing much different than this 11-17 to play. Okay, he can play right now this 2-7 line. This will happen anyway, I think, this 11-17. And I don't like this exchange, because this exchange forces you to take back, and of course gives you the possibility of attacking 24, for example, but also gives black so much space on this wing, which was limited with this 26. After this 41-47, I do expect something like that to happen, yeah, that. Maybe that move. This is possible. I would love to see such a position, and I think there are chances for that. It would force black probably to make this double exchange, going central. In the end, Yuri Anikeyev probably must make it to such positions if he wants to win. So there is 11-17 as expected, and 37-31 as also expected. So one of the lines that I showed I think might happen, because now if Yuri lets to exchange back for Jan, he will get more passive position. He doesn't want it to happen for sure. And for Jan, I think now the only possibility is to build something like that. At this moment, after playing such a thing, you can play here and then you can create some threats like that. 2-7 with an attack maybe at first, without having this column. That could be risky, because after that you can see already that computer agrees for losing a piece in such variation. So that would be very risky, this 16-21. What else? This one, 6-11, probably could be possible with this waiting move and this. And something like that must happen. Here. All the lines are interesting, and all the lines will mean that players will spend some time on thinking. All the lines come to the time troubles, in my opinion. So we'll see not so comfortable moment in this game like we've seen in the previous one, because at this moment we are just after 18 moves of the game, and to be honest, of course, you know that openings are played much faster, usually in rapid games. and Jan is down to 14 minutes. So he spent over the fourth part of the time he has for this game already, and he has the position that is not so easy to play. So this is the central attack against the surrounding. Against the surrounding. I really like the move 31-26 that Yuri has made in this moment, at this moment, avoiding all the possibilities of exchanges. So after watching so many exchanges in those games, we are done with it. We want to see pieces blocked, limiting each other. We want to see the tension. We want to see the sharp games, and this is finally one of them. It's not easy for Jan to make a decision, you see? How much time does he spend on this move? Already he thinks for 3 minutes at this moment. 3 minutes thinking by Jan Groenendijk. If you have 20 minutes for entire game, spending 3 minutes on one move in the opening, it's not a common thing to see. What's going to happen? I don't think anything else like this 2-7 can be played. It's, after all, the only logical move, I think. Giving the most possibilities for black. Because always you want to keep your position flexible. Jan is under the pressure. Are they satisfied with the way how the game goes so far? Is Yuri satisfied? Is Jan satisfied? I think Yuri much more than Jan. It was something I expected. Time troubles of Jan Groenendijk. It's now in the rapid game. What will happen if that game ends in a draw and we'll have the blitz game? That could be even more difficult. When we were trying to judge the chances for the tiebreaks for those both players, we were pointing one thing. Jan is very good at playing on seconds, meanwhile Yuri is very nice to getting to the position that is comfortable for him and the position that he can play fast and find some chances having the time advance. Hey Kuba. Time advantage. It is very important for Yuri Anikiev. 2-7, it happens. And I do expect moves like 42, 37 or 39, 44, 49, 44. I do expect this move honestly to happen, to be played. This and this plan. This is something I like the most, I think. To keep it interesting. And Yuri, I think, wants to keep it interesting, this position. Not clear. This and this. Maybe even this 42 is quite a good one. After all, perhaps it's not possible to go there. Yeah, because of this combination, leaving this column. Here, white would get probably a piece. Despite the fact you take it back, you attack it here. Force the line to this point. So definitely Jan doesn't want it to happen, and maybe he would choose, after this 48 move, to play 16-21. And the position would be even more crazy. Okay, so different choice from Yuri Anikiev. He goes 34, so he prepares this attack. This 16-21 loses already, as we know this attack. So what is possible? 7-11. It's not looking well when you don't have this piece number 7. According to such possibilities, to this lack of this column can be really problematic in black's position. And still, after something like that, you have this move. On the other hand, this exchange could be good. No matter how you take, it's like a fire in the hole inside this part of the board. You don't want something like that happen. And after 6-11, Yuri decides to exchange it. Okay, and he goes forward. So this is like first move to make. The position opens. What will be chosen by Yuri here? Is it okay? He was afraid in this line of this move, of course. So that was the only move to keep it. But if I was playing by Yuri's pieces, then probably I would take something like that. Just to create chances, you know. Is this move okay? Or maybe this one? To have more attacks there? I would go for that. Always you have some, you know, combinations like this one. Maybe this one is not working at the moment, it's even better for black. But you can prepare it somehow, create some chances, tactical and also strategical. But after this move the position opens and I'm slowly preferring the black's one. After watching many chess shorts, this got recommended for me. Okay, I'm happy for that, Pranet, but yeah. After all, both mind sports are very interesting, both chess and checkers. That's great, welcome, of course. Okay, so we do have this 49-44, so it looks like plan of Yuri is to keep pressure on this 24. So he wants to attack that all the time, but I don't think that plan just works. After that, simply you can play something like that. You want to remove this 15, you go further, but there is still move like that, and you can always make this exchange. And you will never get a chance to attack it till the end. Even going for that, playing here, or just, okay, there's no point in playing here as your opponent can't go there. But what else you can do? There is so much space here for black pieces to try to control 27. So position from the plan that you have can become passive again for Yuri. So if this surrounding that he tried to play doesn't work, it can be worse passive position in the end. Not checkers but drafts. A gene. I will use with all the confidence the word of checkers sometimes. Because drafts is a problem. And people just holding to this word of drafts are creating, in my opinion, the problems, because we are less recognized that well and that way. Closer look at Jan. 11-17, probably something like that will happen. I would like to see Yuri, how he is acting right now. 18-23. So Jan is not afraid of Yuri attacking his wing, and perhaps, I think this, okay, we can still wait for someone for another move, but you know, the difference is, at first there is a chance to exchange, yeah? If you play such a move, there can be an exchange. Of course, it's not a good move positionally because it's a passive one. But what's the biggest difference is that after making this move 44 and exchanging here, you can no longer make an Olympic formation when this piece moves forward to 39. And after that, that is simply saving the piece. So you would like probably to play this exchange. Yeah, and this exchange was played by Yuri, and he goes for Olympic, and there is 12-18. But there is probably no way of winning a piece, because now, to have a possibility of attacking after 23 goes to the spot, it would be to go further here. But if you play with that, there is option of exchange or of this move. Sometimes this would be even playable, but you must be careful with some ways of attacking from this way. Sometimes you forget about that. Yeah, you play that way, you lose a piece. Because it is attacked that way. But always after this and this, it can be exchanged that way. Perhaps once again we would have attack of the wing against attack of the wing. And here I don't like the formation of all pieces on the edge of the board. I would prefer Jan's ones. That makes sense, by the way. Yeah, I hope. The drawing problem in chess seems non-existent compared to checkers drafts at high level, obviously. Yeah, if top grandmasters want to have a draw, it is quite easy for them. Looking at the result of those two table standings below me, that's yeah, perfectly noticed. So many draws. In the Super Blitz, Jan will have a hard time with such a time management. From the very beginning, analyzing the chances, we expected that Jan will have time issues in the tiebreaks. Finally, we got there, and the question is if Jan is going to play for the victory or he is just waiting for the mistake of his opponent. Thank you very much for 70 thumbs up under the video. If you still didn't click, let's leave the thumb up under the video. Let's go for 77. Good commentary on Twitch and accessible for beginners and novices. Thank you very much for this comment on Twitch. And Jaromir Chess, I'm streaming right now too. Good luck with your stream. Good luck with your stream. I encourage everyone to stream. Chess, checkers, follow your passion. Try to play, try to spend some time on it. Now it's a longer thinking time for Yuri Anikeyev. Of course, it's necessary at this point to choose a plan. Of course, if he wants to attack it at any cost, it would not probably make any sense. Perhaps he won't let his opponent to be too controlling one this flank of the board. Perhaps he will try to go for 27. But we already saw today the weaknesses of 27. That was the reason why Yuri Anikeyev has lost the regular game in the morning. Just having the left wing too weak. Oh? What was played here? 33-29? Really? And Jan went with this exchange? Ladies and gentlemen, it reminds me something. This kind of position reminds me the structures of the first day of the first game of the day. It reminds me how difficult for Yuri Anikeyev was to fight against such an active right actually black wing, which is the short wing. It could create some troubles. Oh, he exchanged that way. And then previously played 40. So it was not refreshed. Now, okay, I see how it goes. Maybe now it's compensated a little. Then you can exchange 30-24 and quite easily get this 45 into the game. You will play with this structure and Jan will have the piece number 4 and this structure and the counterplay. So perhaps we'll have another game of two winger attacks. One will fight for one wing and another one for another. It looks like that. It looks like that. Jan is down to 8 minutes on his clock. And he goes 7-12. Okay, I don't know the order, the right order. What he plays at. But yeah, something like that happens. This move, and this move. 45 moved into the game, so that was the problem for Yuri Anikeyev in the very first round of the day. But still, I prefer position of Jan Groenendijk, because more pieces are standing in a flexible way. We got to this point. You know, if Yuri exchanges, this piece can stand here and cannot move forward. Here, it will be on the side. Even the best move right now would be, according to the computer, to play here, because this is not allowed, as there is this exchange that is massive for black. You get such a great attack here. despite the fact there is 6 against 6 pieces. But yeah, this playing in the World Championship title game, something I don't feel it. Probably something like 11-17 or maybe 16-21 to be played by Jan. Okay, we have this exchange played. This is the best move according to the computer, yeah, but the computer is one thing and the mind skills of the player are other thing. But we could have had similar plans like we did have before, like for example here, 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 and here. Do you remember this combination? Now it... okay. The geometry defeated me, because I thought you make this and we take here, 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 here. But we don't, because there is 29. So it's not working apparently. Where do you go, Mr. Groenendijk? Will you be the new world champion? If Yuri Anikiev wins it, Ukrainian holds the title, will be the world champion for the second time in a row. But for that he needs to win 2 games. Jan Groenendijk at this moment wins only 1 game and becomes the world champion. The new world champion. After being top 1 on the rating list. At this moment Jan Groenendijk, the gentleman you can see on the camera, is the top 1 rated player in the world. Wow, Jan Groenendijk finds this move. And I do admire his courage. He has less than 7 minutes and he plays such a move in this game. It's not easy to calculate that move, you know? Of course this is great looking at the strategy, and perhaps this is something surprising Yuri Anikiev, because that is not allowing white to build this formation, this structure, this column, which is very good column. After that Jan simply can play 11-17. And still you can't attack, because there is this exchange that is much better for black. Perhaps a drawish variant, but still better. And maybe, you know what? Maybe Jan is using a psychology of the day. Because after all, Yuri received such a passive position in the first game. He thought it will be a draw. But it ended, you know how. Yuri lost that game. And I think it is possible he will not be leading to this variant, to this position that you can see. Because he can be afraid of that. He knows that this is the position, the game for 2 results only, for winning of Jan or for the draw. But he needs to draw it or win if he wants to keep himself in the match. So I think this move is great. This move is just brilliant from Jan Groenendijk. Damian could explain for viewers who don't know what is short and what is long wing. Left wing you have on your left, and right wing you have on your right. Sorry, left long wing. Okay, I don't remember what I told. I'm streaming from 9 AM, 9:30. Left wing is your long wing and right wing is your short wing. So here is the long wing of white, here is the short wing of white. And the same for black. There is the long wing on their left side. And that is their short wing on their right side. That was perfect explanation. Thank you very much, Bartosz. There is 11-17. To be honest, according to Scan, the best continuation for Yuri not to give up too much position is the sacrifice. Sacrifice 25-20, it's quite a common sacrifice in such positions. And attack 38-32. And in case he went here to 23, that would be a very good structure of pieces. Controlling many pieces, avoiding his opponent from building some structures like columns, etc. And of course, better for white, 0.6 advantage. And to avoid that, Jan would be forced to sacrifice that way, and then he can play this move, 23. So the piece standing on the main diagonal when both players are trying to attack wings usually is a good one. But the question is, if Yuri wants to play this position with this sacrifice, with this sacrifice and this move by Jan. Honestly, I don't feel the white position right now. You must play something like that for the exchanges. Looks like equal, but yet. This is a weak spot, could be at some point. At this moment Yuri has time. Yuri has 14 minutes to make the decision. But remember the white that is put on his shoulder, because if he loses the game, he loses the match. He loses the world title that he holds from the World Championship in Curaçao 2023. But he offers a piece. Okay, so this variant was played. This sacrifice and this move. So it turned out that after calculation, Yuri knows that there is a huge risk. There is a huge risk of getting the passive position. Damian Bartosz was better at explanation on this time. Left wing is yeah. Left wing is on your left and right wing is on your right. Great explanation. I can cut it and make a short on YouTube. Do it, please. It's not a difficult thing to do, to misspell something after a few hours of streaming. But I remembered that I made something wrong. Okay, line as expected, sacrifice to 33. And do we see this move or not? Do we see this move or not? It's quite interesting that second time in a row in the rapid game we have like wing attack against wing attack. It's not something we've seen against those players recently. Jan is down to 4 minutes 40 seconds. And he goes 18-23, yeah? Jan chooses the chances, of course, that way also. He prepares some small combinations like after this one. For the beginners, the power of the structure, this column plus this supportive piece. Sacrifice 2, take 3, win the game. But the world title cannot be decided by such a combination. Yuri goes 47-41, he builds a structure of pyramids and preparing this exchange. Of course, the cost of building this structure is moving to 47. This piece usually is a great defender of the left wing, left long wing, to be honest. No one blames you, just some fun. Of course you can make fun on me. I don't have any problem with that. And I hope you don't blame me. Okay, this exchange is prepared. What do we expect? Of course, after this move, there will be not a single but a double exchange, must be that way. You must be also careful while capturing, because after that not this exchange is going to happen, but this one. So you don't want it to be played, and after 47 this, maybe after this exchange, maybe this piece gets too strong, you know? Maybe it is too strong because it's controlling this one all the time. You can go further here, maybe here, to let this exchange to happen and go here. That could be an idea. That would give some advantage to white pieces. So Jan, in some variations, like the one that I previously showed you, can be under the pressure. Okay, so we have 9:14. We have some delay on refreshing the game, and 3-9. Here it looks like an equal position because I think this column will be used for this exchange of the outpost 24. You know what they say, if you have a column, if you have the possibility of using it, exchanging, then use it. This is what Grandmaster Burzyński once told me, if you build a column, its purpose is to be used. Jan Groenendijk wants to keep it simple, still has 4 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock, almost 10-minute advantage on Yuri's side. Remember that drawing all the games is not giving us the way for Yuri to be back in the match. He must win at least one game. Okay, so we have after 38-33 this exchange expected. So the column has been used. And this is kinda drawish position, I think. So it looks like we are going for the blitz games. So after this rapid game, the tempo of play, the ratio of time will be decreased and will be divided by half. Because here we did have 20 plus 10, and from this game we will have 10 plus 5. So we are getting faster and faster, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to start your Draughts checkers adventure, keep in mind that on the website checkersTV you have the possibility of finding the courses. One of the courses is made by Yuri Anikeyev, by the way. And I hope to invite more and more grandmasters to prepare some masterclasses, some courses for even better players. Okay, this is okay, that piece can't go, it will be always caught with this 43. And even though this move is possible, but everything, even this sacrifice of 3 pieces leads to a draw. Yeah, but sometimes you must be careful, because having the possibility of only going to the king on one line gives you this threat. And here you never, at this moment you can't go to the king. That could be somehow, sometimes problematic, but it is not in this position. So what has happened after this move, this, there was an exchange back by Jan Groenendijk. We are after 46 moves of this game. Okay, which order? There was probably something like that. Also, very important thing is, if you like to have a draw in a passive position, build your pieces in such a structure, in the line. It gives you the possibility of using the majority capture rule, of drawing the game. This is a theory, this is something, and also when you have one piece less, it's really good to build your pieces in such a structure. Mark Weeks, the expression back to the old drawing board is now back to drawing the old board. Yeah, nice. Bartosz, I'm worried that Damian will put you and me in some blacklist. No way, Eriks. I don't have the blacklist. Maybe only one for one person, for Mr. President of the World Draughts Federation, but that's the only one. You will never get there. It takes years to work on this. Jan is down to 3 minutes. Players don't agree for a draw, despite the fact that probably something like that will happen. I think this plan for Jan could be okay. Like going to 10 here, because he is the first one to be on 15, and in case of, you know, such moves, this could be even problematic. You have this exchange. So Yuri must play here, build this structure, nice structure, and create the threat, but that time there is this exchange, and after that simple move here, and must be a draw. Even pointing black pieces even, maybe. Yeah, but everything like that ends in a draw. Both sides are going for a king. And this is the move that Jan chooses to play. 4 to 10. After this move, in case of draw, we will have shorter break before the blitz games. After this game ends, we'll have... Okay, not shorter break because it will be 15 minutes. But then between the blitz games we'll have definitely the shorter break. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a draw number 2 in the tiebreaks. Draw number 2. So it means, looking at the regulations. We are after that, and now we are going for this one. So the next round, the next blitz game will start at 5:25, which is in 32 minutes. So they will have some break, 15-minute break, and we are starting to play blitz games. So as you can see, some blitz games might end even after 7 p.m. Central European time. I know you are from many different countries, and of course it can change. Okay, I take another break now, so 7:25 we are back on commenting and following the game. The tempo increases, we are faster, we are playing faster games, we are waiting for the result. Every next game can be the decisive one on the topic of World Champion 2024. See you soon. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Soon, in 4 minutes, the next fourth game between those two gentlemen of a day will start. And the game will be the third game of the tiebreak as well. At this moment, after Jan Groenendijk has defeated Yuri Anikeyev in the last regular game of the match, he needs only one more victory to win this competition, to become the new world champion, to become the world champion in International Draughts 2024. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Soon I forgot to mute my transmission. Pardon for that. I of course have some delay, but it's not important, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, soon they will sit down and will play. So the question is, will we have the same opening as we did have previously during the first round of the tiebreaks? Will we have some difference there? That's the question. So the most common opening among those two players is 30-28 and two different responses, like 17-21, 22, and capture to 21, and the other one is 19-23. If it's going to be played the same way, we'll see. So recently, during the match, every time Jan Groenendijk has started the game with white pieces and played 34-29, it was answered with 19-23 by Yuri Anikeyev. And thus, after 33-29, there we had once a killer game. But a killer game that was played in this variation, here, Vatutin variation with this triple exchange, and then something that surprised us, not the classical variant 38-33, but this exchange by Jan Groenendijk and going to 27. The question is if something like that will be followed in that game. I don't expect that, because Jan somehow wanted to surprise his opponent, but that way he was surprised with how easily Yuri Anikeyev dealt with this opening. So I think that something like 32-28 will happen most likely in another part of this tiebreak. So we are getting to the faster games, because now after the rapid games 20 plus 10, by plus 10 I mean that for every move you get additional 10 seconds. It should be understood like 4 move you get, not per move, because after making the move you get additional increment of 10 seconds on your clock. Rellinger, I'm from chess and know basically nothing about checkers. How is Anikeyev versus Groenendijk in terms of strength? Who was favorite before the match? So Yuri Anikeyev was basically the world champion and still is until he is not defeated by Jan Groenendijk. So last championship were held last year in Curacao. This is the Caribbean islands, Willemstad city on Curacao Island, belonging to the Dutch outside territories. And Jan Groenendijk at the moment, he was second in the tournament, and then it was fully deserved for Yuri to win this competition. But at this moment, looking at the standings of FMJD, which is World Draughts Federation, rating standings, Jan Groenendijk is the top 1 player, so he is rated top 1. And here we have, as expected, Amsterdam game, so 30-28 and 19-23, developing the left wing, which is the left long wing, and playing this opening. So there is a change according to the last game, for example, because we've had 5-10 from Jan Groenendijk. Meanwhile, Yuri is playing 17-21, and Jan heads after that to the attacking position, and we have once again similar variation as in the first round. Okay, so that was actually the opening played in the first rapid game. So we have basically very similar or even the same position. I think the same. Deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot they played this opening. It just reminded me that position reminded me that we've had already this position. Bartosz, it seems like that since he won many games against Fred, especially during almost never ending 1+1. You mean who? Michał? Michał Janicki told me about this line. I did try it at work against 22. Okay, some interesting line you talk about. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have basically half a time that we've had before in this game, but now players are playing just the same opening they've played in the first round of the competition. Right now, there is 30-second advantage on Yuri Anikejev's or Jan Groenendijk's clock. So this is something we haven't seen so far, I guess. The question is how the game will go from this moment. So previously, what was the idea finally? Did we see the attack from Yuri Anikejev? I don't even recall that. Because that exchange back was definitely played there. I think to get to the position that we've had, there had to be this attack finally. But maybe I'm just too tired after commenting from 9:30 AM. After all, this is 8 hours at this moment, of course, including breaks. But it's not easy to stay for such a long time online. Keep in mind that tomorrow at 10 AM we'll be playing the tiebreaks of the women's match. You can see down there that Motrichko, holding the title, defending the title from Ukraine, will be playing against Tkachenko representing Ukraine. Netherlands, pardon. For the world title, the first one to win, the first one to get the world title. And today it was absolutely winning game for Daria Tkachenko after playing amazingly. And then when she had 40 minutes on the clock, she made the wrong move. With the same piece, she could make it in the good direction and in the bad one, and she chose the bad one. 15-20. Some similar plan than we have in the first round, I believe. Probably that person was from tennis, even if you win classical parts. Oh, okay, because Rollinger, you asked why there is a tiebreak when Groenendijk is up 2 points, is 2 points up. Yeah, the reason is why, because according to regulations of the match, it is needed to have at least 2 victories in the match. So it's okay if you have more points, but you must have at least 2 victories. So it means that the players get for the second victory. And if Anikejev wins today, we stop playing and we continue tomorrow at 9 AM with a Super Blitz. Super Blitz is a form of finding the winner, something like Armageddon in chess. But here you have 10 plus 2, according to this match. It will be 10 plus 2. And when you finish a game with a draw, you start to play another game with the time that you finished the previous game. So usually it's like players end the game with seconds on the clock, and they just come with some time after the opening, playing faster than spending 2 seconds on the move, and then starting to think, but of course losing more and more time, and the games are faster, and that causes the mistakes. So here we've had this move, we've had 4-10, open space for this move to happen. And waiting for Groenendijk's decision. About the game, it's played quite calm. I can try to see what was played in the first one. So that was the first one of the game. And exactly we've had the same opening. So where was the change? Okay, Anikejev attacked 17-22, as I told you, immediately on 12th move of the game. So now he changed and played this 10-15, leaving this possibility of attacking for the sooner part of the board of the game. Of course, this attack also develops this spot 47, which is 46, which is considered the weakest on the board. So this is the position right now. And Jan Groenendijk spends like 2 or 3 minutes on thinking, and during the blitz game it's not so easy to spend so much time. He decides to exchange that direction, and Yuri gets a simple move to finish the development of the wing to be played. Honestly, it gives, in my opinion, quite easier game for Yuri Anikejev. This is the move I could expect right now. Okay, there are sometimes moves like this to consider because it comes with this attack. So to avoid such moves, Yuri Anikеев plays 21-26. So it means that we have a change of plan from Yuri Anikеев, and I think it's a wise change of plan. Because after all, you can lock Jan Groenendijk's left wing. And those pieces, 46, 36, 47, can be problematic for white. To keep it balanced and well developed, of course Yuri is not having the weakness of 24. His piece is not standing there, it's quite safe and calm for him. And he can play many waiting moves right now. And some pressure can be on Jan Groenendijk. Because now, having half of the time he had before during the rapid game, it will be tougher, it will be more difficult to find the right line and not to get into time troubles. Probably that person was from tennis, but which person do you mean? Are you sure that if Anikеев wins now, then tomorrow they will start with a super blitz? No, in case of draws. Oh, sorry, perhaps I was mistaken again. If Anikеев wins, then we stop playing for today and we meet tomorrow at 10 AM to play 2 tiebreaks. If we have all the draws in upcoming 4 blitz games, then we meet at 9 AM tomorrow and we have the super blitz. If Jan wins, we don't meet tomorrow to play a men's tiebreak, but we do meet tomorrow to play the women's one. Okay, so that's the decision I haven't expected, to be honest. It is the suggested move by the computer, 1722. Perhaps that way Yuri just wants to exchange this 28 piece and to make this formation not working that well. Because after all, at this moment, those are just the edgy pieces, grouped here on the side of the board. Not so good, perhaps, for Jan position. And here, the plan could be simple, 6-11 and then forward. Yeah, but after this move, Jan finds this move, 32-28. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one actually could be problematic, because after that, you are forced probably to play this move, and after this exchange, this spot 27 is a huge problem for white, you're right. So after this exchange, 6-11, Jan plays 38-33, which is more accurate move. 30-28 would be really problematic. So Jan is not wanting Yuri Anikеев to exchange this piece 17-22. Otherwise, he locks the wing and will take a lot of time for Jan to get to this square again. So Yuri waits, because now for Jan the only plan could be to develop this 49 in case of playing to 28 to make this exchange. And in my opinion, this position is much more flexible for Yuri Anikеев and black pieces. I would prefer to play black pieces now, because it's quite a safe game. And also what Yuri finds nice in this game, he is not going below 4th row of the boards. So that way he is not telling his opponent any plan that he is going to make. Of course it is somehow visible, yeah? But once you put your piece on the 5th row or above, then it means that this probably can't be moved anymore and gives your opponent a chance to play using this piece. This is something for beginners maybe. Tiebreak rules are more complicated and has more variants than any chess tournament that I have ever seen. Perhaps not, but yeah, you know, we are just after 12 regular games, so we are after nearly 2 weeks of playing this match. So we've had some time to try to understand those rules, but yeah, fully we understood it today. That's perhaps slightly true. To do. It's not like then if Anikеев wins today and all is tied, then tomorrow they start from rapid games like ladies. If Anikеев wins today, then we stop playing and tomorrow we start playing from rapid. That's right. Like you say. In that case, they thought they would start another tiebreak. It is like that, yeah? Are you sure that... yeah, somewhere. If Anikiev wins, they start like another tiebreak for another victory. So there is a scenario for one victory, yeah? Starting from rapid games, 2 rapid games, then 4 blitz games, and then 1 super blitz game. Or more super blitz games in case of draws, okay, but using the one time pot. There are more variants than in this game. According to the rules, perhaps, they imagine that maybe the description of it is quite complicated, but in the end it is, okay, quite logical. At first I thought, but yeah, the one scenario not logical was after drawing all 12 game in the regular match, and then needing only 1 victory to finish the match. That was unfair, but now once Jan has won it, it kinda saves this system and it's more fair, because you need 2 wins, okay, and no, not a rapid or blitz game will decide the match, not a single one, yeah. I'm already lost at this, I don't even try to understand it. Yeah, it's understandable. So Yuri Anikiev, I thought he will be waiting with it. I thought I was expecting something like that, and then this variant maybe. After this one, for example, playing here, trying maybe to attack this spot, and trying his opponent to get to 28, because after that such options are quite good for black, I think. This formation, this structure of pieces is not looking fine. Despite that, Yuri goes to the like classical locked position. Tempos, we must calculate tempos perhaps, but still it lets Jan to exchange back, for example, this piece. Of course, he's missing 44, which could be problematic in going 33-28 then. Maybe this is something that Jan would decide to play. Oh no. Yet we did have 41-36, 12-18, and Jan plays 42-28. It gives us a closed position, quite closed position. Even if Jan exchanges, in few moves we'll have again a closed position. And at this moment, Jan is having only 3 minutes 40 seconds on his clock. 3-minute advantage on Yuri's side. But now every other decision is quite important. Because if Yuri plays to 12, no longer Olympic formation will be valid on the board. Which, just reminding you, might be the one necessary to have to create some combinations, tactical options, yeah? But also exchanges. Otherwise, if he plays 7-11, there could be this exchange, but this exchange usually is so passive, because you exchange your very important point 27 and let your opponent develop that way, to build this structure, this Olympic with an additional piece, which is the column. So computer engine suggested to play without an Olympic 7-12, but Yuri played what I've showed after that. This is not a good move to play, absolutely. So, but on the other side, it looks like computer suggests it is necessary to play. But I don't like it, to be honest. I think it will not happen because it gives all the activity to Yuri Anikiev, and also you must keep in mind that this side formation is bothering so many pieces here, and you don't want to give your opponent such a huge activity on the second side. That's the reason I would never go for it. And after this 7-11, finally Jans decides to exchange back. That was probably something I expected here. After making 28 moves, Jan is down to 2 minutes or 3. On lead drafts it's not refreshed yet, so I'm waiting for the time indication. So it went like this, after then, like, I don't know which move was first, but okay, this is not possible, of course, so that was played, yeah. Stupid am I sometimes. That was played in 1-6. 39-33. Intuition tells me that I prefer black. The question is if this exchange is possible or not. To break it somehow and to try to keep those pieces, weak ones, in this game. Could it be a chance? Otherwise, if you replace here, probably it becomes more equal. Okay, in closed classical positions where you have this lock in the central symmetrical part of the board, tempos are very important, so let's calculate it quickly by comparing pieces. 1, 1, 3 in the second row, okay, 2 in the second row. In the third row we have 4, 4, then we have 3 white, 3 black, okay, only 1 and 1. So we have 1, 2, 1, 2. So white has 1 plus 5, which is 6, and 2 plus 4 for black, which is 6. Okay, tempos are equal. I wonder if players are able to calculate the tempos right now during the game. After this move, 20, 24, of course such moves are not possible. This is Philip Coup, one of the most standard combinations. Here, here, and no matter which direction white take, it's a losing move, like for example this one. Of course nothing like that will happen, so probably this move will be played, and another possibility of exchanging that. Yeah, Jan plays there. And after this exchange, entire left long wing of black would be exchanged, so it's not worth to play. So this move probably will happen, because on the other side Yuri probably doesn't want to have this piece 24 attacked and remove this 50, or perhaps after just removing this Olympic formation it is possible to have it. So okay, this move could be also possible, but after that maybe we'll be having some Gestem exits in the future part of the game. Not yet, of course, but maybe at some moment. 2 minutes 10 seconds on Jan's clock and 4 minutes on Yuri's clock. Remember that if Jan wins the game, Jan wins the world title. Every game, every move can be the one deciding the world championship. The final tiebreak is whoever has the most hair. Sorry, Yuri. Sometimes it is. Mark. Sometimes it is like that. So I could play as well against Yuri. By the way, I played against Yuri the first ever game after he became the world champion in 2023. You can find this game on the channel. I had a piece advantage, and then I played a draw, unfortunately. He found the line. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something I would never expect from Yuri Anikieyev. So he makes the exchange, leaving his opponent more developed position. He plays there. I would never like to make this exchange in such a position. And looking at Yuri's position in the match, the fact that he can't lose a game because he's losing the match, he's getting more passive position again. It's quite simple from Jan now to play something like this, trying to affect this point 24. Jan keeps on thinking. I don't know what is thinking. What is he thinking about? Maybe he calculates. Okay, this is 1 for 3, so this is not something that he calculates. But maybe there could be some... He played here and closed classic position again. So I think, yeah, I would prefer to go there. Okay, quickly I'll... Okay. He would be on time in building such structure and trying to go to 24. Even here he can, because there is this threat. And after that you play here maybe, but then, yeah. It could be even slightly better for black. And after 1823, Jan is again on the move, and Jan is down to 1 minute. So from this moment, Jan Groenendijk must finish this game having less than 40 seconds on his clock. We are still far from the end game. Jan must play really fast, and that is the moment I was so expecting to see. It's not that obvious as you think. There are a lot of things to look at. Of course it is. His move is also good. Might be. There are many lines to follow. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, very sharp move, after which probably playing 15 to 20 could come with some slight advantage for white according to the scan engine. But Yuri is not having too much time as well, and he decides to exchange this piece forward. Position gets equal, but still perhaps with slight advantage for Yuri Anikeyev. What was played here? 33, 29, 21, 27, okay. So that was the variant suggested for Yuri even. Okay, so now I think that from this position we have a game for 2 results, but this time it's on Yuri's. This time it is Yuri who can win this or play a draw, if he plays it well, because now he is the fastest one to attack the opponent's wing. I think that now this exchange, with simple plan, building this structure here and making the threat 27-31 could be a problem for Jan. Now it's a very good decision on Yuri Anikeyev that he starts to thinking if this is possible, if this is a good one, because he has the advantage on tempos. He makes this exchange. This is 0.4, it's not much, but in that kind of position it's really too easy to make a mistake. In such position, in such passive position like Jan Groenendijk has right now, Yuri Anikeyev made a mistake on the first game of the day, in the regular game, not the blitz one. And here we play blitz. We get 10 plus 5. But Jan plays it well. Jan plays the right moves. This was of course necessary to play. If he played something like that, that could be problematic for him, because you don't want to make this move. You would wait. But this 37-32 is a good one. And once again for Yuri it's time to think. How much time does Jan Groenendijk have? Okay, Yuri goes for this exchange. There is this knight that can push back his opponent, and once you go forward, you also go forward. That is quite a nice way of controlling this game. But you also must calculate if nothing happens after this tempo, because you can't play here, there is one for free, and you also can't play here and here, so your only line is to chase this piece. So that is extremely tough to calculate, but Jan Groenendijk does it. Jan Groenendijk calculates this variation, having seconds on the clock, going for this move. Amazing. I think we'll see this move coming. It looks like a draw. This variation here, here, here. Sometimes, maybe, even. After this move. Okay, there's this exchange for a quick draw. This threat. Or maybe there is this sacrifice using the majority. Sometimes it could be possible to win it with white pieces. "17 seconds. 17 seconds on Jan Groenendijk's clock. And 1 minute 19 seconds on Yuri Anikeyev's one. 20-24 it is, 45. So I think this is just, you know, the first line that I showed you before, yeah. They are calculating so well in such a short period of time. He can calculate quickly, anticipated too. Good for you, Eriks. Exactly that happens, that variant. Oh, Yuri is not changing that. Yuri goes here. Oh, almost a heart attack, because at first I saw the indication showing a huge advantage for white after that. I don't think that Yuri chooses the easiest way to play. I missed some tempo here. Yuri is losing a piece temporarily. Jan is taking. Probably attack from behind with a king. But it is Yuri Anikeyev who is chasing the draw in this game. Now it's on two results. White's win for the championship, for the title, or for a draw. Okay, players agreed for a draw. Of course, after this, there could be another attack, or even there could be this exchange, threatening with this move, so yeah. So we have a third draw in the tiebreak. Third draw in a tiebreak means that we are going to play another blitz game. Another blitz game, 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, starts in 7 minutes. So I will not take any break, we'll just wait for it. Third game of a tiebreak starts at 6 p.m. Central European Time in 7 minutes. Oh, that was quite a game. At least it looked like that in the very beginning. Maybe not so interesting and sharp as the second one, as the second game, second rapid game. But still, I'm glad that we had some, you know, new things. New opening, new lines, new plans, new strategies. And thanks to that it was not so boring. But there are some lines I haven't expected at all, like this one. So here everything looked fine. At this moment the better move probably was this 3-8, and after this attack you go forward and you have the same line. So basically you see that the same option of this move works in many different variants of this game. So perhaps it's worth for you, for us, for me, to remember that to fight against this structure it's a nice plan, to attack 32-28 because it's working. Perhaps tempos will always work, because always you have this possibility just in case and exchange forward. Like your opponent plays here, for example, you go here immediately, yeah? And you go there and you lose the game because of this exchange. Okay, perhaps a draw, but a tough one. You don't want to have such an endgame. Quite educational. Okay, so it was 1, 2, 3, 4. That will be the game number 4. Yuri Anikeyev will play white pieces again. KNDB is prepared, players are taking a small walk, and at this moment players can't talk to the seconds, to the persons from their teams. They can't analyze, they are on their own. Even if we'll have a new world title, in this match, we still meet tomorrow at 10 AM to play the tiebreak for the women's title, for the women's world champion title. Who will be the women's world champion? We'll see. Motrichko or Tkachenko. Yuri is taking his place. Jan is slowly getting to the table. After 3 draws, if we have another 3 draws here, we meet tomorrow at 9 AM to play the super tiebreak, super blitz game. That will be extremely interesting, you know, because that can be the case where players will have just seconds on the clock starting the game. If they finish the game with a draw and they will have like 6 seconds on the clock, they start with it. They have the increment after every move they make, 2 seconds, but after quick play in the opening they can build some pot of time, some bank of time for the next moves, but you never can think for a long time. We have 141 votes on the poll, so Jan will win. Most of you, 54 out of every 100. 22% for Yuri Anikеев and 34 for draw. How will that be? The second round of the blitz games, which is the 4th round of the tiebreak, will start soon. Amchi on Twitch, why they are playing tiebreak if Jan has won today's game? You must have at least 2 points of advantage, Amchi. Sorry, not 2 points of advantage, 2 games won in the match. So if they played a draw today, then that would be the only scenario where the first victory gives you the title. And that would be unfair maybe. But after Jan has won today's game, there is a chance that Yuri will play and win another game. There will be a draw, and that would be very problematic to play everything tomorrow. So they decided to play those tiebreaks on the last day, on the last regular round. And in case of Yuri winning the game, any of those extra games, and bringing the draw to the match, tomorrow will be the decisive tiebreak. So it's like every tiebreak is for additional possible 1 point. 3 scenarios here. Jan wins any of upcoming games. Jan becomes the world title. We don't meet tomorrow. Yuri wins. We finish for today and we meet each other tomorrow at 10 AM. And if we have another 3 draws here, we meet tomorrow at 9 AM for the super blitz, super tiebreak. The game starts soon, in just seconds, waiting for the first moves, and the question is if we are still going to see 32-28 and some of the lines 19-23, 17-22. So if it will be played like it was before, then we're going to have 19-23. Okay, there's a change. Not a change during the entire match, because that is one of the most casual openings for them. This is already something we've seen a few times before. And Jan plays just like in today's morning game. So he is making this move before this move, not to allow Yuri to go straight to 21. And we have a change from Yuri. So perhaps Yuri is afraid, and he knows that after taking here, he did have some problems in this opening. So that's the reason probably why Yuri decides to play that direction. This is the game from the morning. Exactly the game in the morning started that way. And that was the change of Yuri Anikеев, so they play something new. Okay, and Yuri just doesn't want to make this move on the wing anymore. I told you that this move 42-47 that Yuri played in the regular game is kinda risky, because okay, you always can find some way to develop your wing But if your way of development is passive one, then you got the problems. And Yuri Anikеев was the one finding the problems with that wing and finally losing the game. So his conclusion is not to let that happen again. That's why he plays 34-30. In my opinion, of course. So for now there are only 3 variations left for a tiebreaks. Yeah, only 3. I know how it sounds. Okay, there is an exchange from Jan Groenendijk, 1924. And probably another one could be expectable. I'll just move 10-14. Okay, 10-14. So they are not going directly for 24. Still, it could be a bit problematic having this 44 and 41. Because you have some bad options here. One is to attack here, and that way you, for example, of course there is this attack, but you always get some tempos, you give some tempos to your opponent for free. And otherwise, if you play here, then is this piece to the edge going, and this one is kinda undeveloped. So there are some problems, and this is the reason why I don't like to play in this opening this move, 37-32. I never played it. Because I just don't like it. I prefer this or this immediately. It's just easier thing to play. But you know, they are grandmasters, they think and they can of course play different things than I do. So that's the reason why Yuri goes 30-28 immediately, just to develop the left wing without bigger problems. And here immediately we have 41-47, and we might have other moves soon. Now he didn't want to play this move. Interesting, why? This is not possible, this is the way you lose a piece, because just... Isn't that working as well? Okay, after that you must wait, because this is not working because you capture here. But it's not an important variant, of course, to follow. Despite that, Yuri plays here. What's hiding behind this move? Is there some kind of trap or something? I don't understand this move. Perhaps this is some GMI move. Okay, so Yuri just wants to leave those gaps to make another additional exchanges. So that way he kinda freezes his opponent from playing. Because if he played something like, okay, not that, but here, and this is possible after all, and here he would get to the close classical position, and black still has many moves to make here. And perhaps tempos are working good for black. Meanwhile, if he builds the position like that, of course after this attack he gets tempos, he gets forward. After this move he develops 46, he gets forward. And after this one he also exchanges here, he gets forward and has the way to develop 46. I think this exchange will be played, just to avoid problems with a wing development. But of course, without that, also there are other plans to follow, like this one, 40-34. That's quite interesting, because already he resigns from building Olympic. So he would prefer to get some active position like this one, maybe. But after all, if this is accepted by Jan, and this edgy move 20-25 will be played, it means the black pieces also have their chances. In my opinion, Jan will go for that. But, and also looking at the time, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time probably Jan has a time advantage after the opening. Jan, 9 minutes, Yuri, 7 minutes 40 seconds. If Jan plays here, Yuri probably must go to the 24. And after this move 40-20, probably we also must see something like that. this double exchange. That would give us kinda interesting game. Will Jan go to 25 and accept the offer of sharp play? Looking at the attitude of Yuri, I think in this game, for the first time, he is showing, I want to win it. I want to risk something, but I want to play for a victory. I want to be an aggressive one, finally. After being a calm one, a passive one, defending one, I think now he turns into an attacking one. Both players may hate drafts by now, better at home with some nice in your hands and watching others to play. There is one option, but another one, Eric's, is to become a world champion at something. And to become the world champion at something, it's not an easy thing to do. You must defeat many players, and you must accept some things. For this inconvenience, I would be ready to play for the World Championship title. That was just a moment when Jan Groenendijk did have a time advantage. Maybe Yuri is still in preparation. Maybe it's still Jan preparation. Why you say Ian all the time? It's Jan, not Ian. It's probably better to become the world champion than to sit at home. I think it is a bit. Probably, maybe. And we have this line played 20-25 and exit to 24. And the question is if we will see this attack immediately. It's not necessary to play that, but Jan goes for that. So now this answer is probably the must be one. Yeah, it goes. Otherwise, if you play it here, it comes with this exchange, and you simply take a piece by attacking it. You have only one defense there. So this is something that you could not afford, this 34-29 move. So we get this double exchange, and it's kinda interesting. And on the other hand, we have this 2-for-2 exchange, which is good for Jan, I think, because look at the short wing of Yuri Anikiev. You see how empty it is. At this moment, you must somehow transport some pieces from the left to the right side of the board. There is the problem of this 46. Of course, it can be solved by, for example, playing here, then here, and exchanging. But it takes time, it takes different tempos, and Jan might use those tempos on trying to attack the short wing of white. This is more comfortable position for Jan. And despite the fact we've had many exchanges now, and material reducing to just 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11 pieces on each side, it is quite an interesting game, because from this moment it will be really about maneuvering and very technical game. Still, players have equal time, 7 minutes both. And I was curious if this move is possible. You can see already that probably this is inaccuracy. That's amazing. This move, usually 50, holds the wing better, but not to move this piece required to judge if this move, if this piece coming to 40 will be a threat or not. And if you make a wrong decision and think this would be a threat and you move 50, it means that perhaps one of two things can happen. Your wing can be blocked, or somehow black pieces can try to attack it in the future part of the game. So we have the best possible move from Jan, 31-27. It is necessary to take, because otherwise the left wing would be blocked already. And Jan is leading that game. Jan Groenendijk is having better position, and Yuri has some troubles again. undeveloped left wing could be a problem. Of course, Jan has also problematic checkers there on the same wing, the same side, different wing. Maybe John is some Johan. Personally, I don't care. You have to Google for it. Jan could be Ian and could be John. It's not Ian in English. Those last moves are for 30-24? What? 6-11, the best move, the best continuation, the best line that Jan could get in this position. Oh my god, that's a strange one. Anyway, I expected this 47-41, this exchange. Perhaps this move would be good, and after this maybe would have another exchange that way. So now you could see how possible this attack of the wing could be. But avoiding that, Yuri exchanges there 37-31, and I don't like this move at first glance, because you keep this 46 undeveloped, you leave this possibility of exchanging to Jan, and also you put those pieces on the side, and how to develop them. Going to 26, problem. There will be this column, this thread, 17-21. I don't like it. Always, what is more, Jan can attack here. 43-39, probably the best move here. At this moment, it doesn't look like a problem, but it will be a problem for Yuri Anikeyev in about 10 to 15 moves. It looks like that. I don't like white's position. Black's position is much more flexible. I think Jan gets what he wanted. Jan probably wanted to get some chances, and he gets the chances for winning the world title. It's not winning game already, but it's the game that creates chances. Chances to make mistakes by Yuri Anikeyev, the current world champion. The current world champion who can lose his title just in seconds, just in minutes maybe. In the case of mistake, just in seconds. Will Jan Groenendijk manage the time well? It is still open position. Of course, it's important to take the right plan. The best one probably is this one. To get some tempos to go forward. Meanwhile, Jan is playing 9-13. Still could be okay. There are many similar lines. You can go, for example, like 1-7 and exchange then, if you want to exchange this piece 27. But those are the tempos you can win. Maybe Jan wasn't sure about something like that. Exchanging? No, it is winning, of course. You can't make it. You are losing a piece, and otherwise you can just go to the king. It doesn't make any sense what I've showed you. Thank you very much for 83 thumbs up. Is there a chance to get to 100? Perhaps those are the final moments of the men's match. Tomorrow at 10 AM we are meeting each other and we are chasing the title among women, because still we haven't decided who is the new world champion, Wiktoria Motriczko or Daria Tkachenko. 10 AM Central European time we start the game. This is the line, ladies and gentlemen, and the advantage of black pieces grows. It looks like that was another inaccuracy, according to scan. It looks like it's defending the wing, but the same way the position of Yuri Anikeyev splits, divides to half. We are going for both wings and, of course, the flexibility, the option to play well in many different ways, to follow different plans, is on Jan Groenendijk's side. My intuition says it could be the last game of the match. This is children chess. 4-10 will be a threat. Yes, will be. For example, a combination like here, 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 here is losing because you give your opponent a king, you play here, and you take a combination. Here is the position right now. 33 moves of the game have been made. 2 minutes 40 seconds on Jan Groenendijk's clock. 5 minutes 58 seconds on Yuri's one. The question is if this 2.5 minute advantage is enough to compensate the position, because position is slightly, no, maybe not even slightly, but quite better one for black. You are looking at Jan on the camera. He is perhaps the man who is aware that he is perhaps leading this game for becoming the world champion for the first time in his career. For example, 18-23 and 41-37 in 33rd move. 18-23? How, Marta? This is the move number 23. 33, sorry. 18-23 is not possible. 19-23 and 41. This is the way to win it. Okay, this is really nice what Marta showed, because you give your opponent a king, knowing this king is on the capture of 2 pieces, and you go here. This is called the sticky move, because you stick to opponent's piece, and your king, opponent's king, must take 2 pieces, and you take 1, 2, 3, 4. And this king is quite easy to capture, because if it goes, for example, here, you sacrifice another one and win the game. So this could be the one option to make a threat. But Jan plays something else, looking at the camera. It was 1-6 played by him. This 19-23 was a nice move actually, because that was totally securing the things on this part of the board and also leaving you an option to go to 24 and attack, to put Yuri under such a big pressure. I would not like to play this game having a limited time for thinking. This is tough. This is very, very tough. Half a piece of advantage according to scan engine. But the way how people must play this, Yuri feels the pressure. I can see it from how he acts. Ladies and gentlemen, one more piece of advantage for black. Is this move very critical? After this, once again you create this threat. You must react somehow. Scan indicates 1.7 advantage for black. That was very problematic position from the opening for Yuri Anikeyev, and if only Jan holds it, the pressure, the chances, if he plays right, he plays the right move in the position, 1.7 advantage. Sorry for yelling. I feel this is the last game of the World Championship match. Jan plays the right move, he's totally concentrated. And now Yuri Anikeyev is under pressure of losing the second day of the second round of the day. No many lines to follow. Something like that can meet this move, and those threats are really deadly. There is always another threat of just making the breakthrough. You must react. And if you react with something like that, there is a threat of combination. This beautiful combination can be a definitely threat for Yuri Anikeyev. Now, when you play on seconds, you must connect the strategy and the tactics. It's extremely difficult. There is this move, 42-38. Oh, that could be not the best move in the position, because it avoids the chances after this exchange with this one. Here, if it goes that way, then even White can get a slightly better position. There is another variant to play here and here. It looks like a draw, but seeing that your king is captured, then I would not like it, but yeah, there is a chance of taking that way. Another time, yeah, we'll see a lot of mistakes here, ladies and gentlemen. 43-48 was the 49 was the best move here, but 41-37 could be a problem. Could be a problem for Jan for Yuri Anikeyev. Jan is down to 30 seconds. This 3-8 can create powerful threats. This is the easiest looking at the position move, because the first thing that comes to your head is this move, to create this formation, to create this threat. If your opponent avoids it, then there is this possibility. This is something that Jan can force right now. This and this. 2 for 2. And that's a problem. That's the huge problem for White. That could have been played, probably, maybe, with a winning endgame. But Jan decides for an exchange. Still advantages on black's side. But it looks like maybe another losing move from Yuri Anikeyev. They must react quickly. And Yuri Anikeyev wants to put Jan Groenendijk under the time pressure. He's going like Daria Motorichko for entire match against Victoria, like Daria Tkachenko against Victoria Motorichko during entire game, entire match. This is -2 according to scan, the winning position. Perhaps. Still winning one. It looks like Yuri is going to miss moves to make. Jan goes for a corner. That way he limits this 136 from going further because it will be attacked. It must be played. 27-22. And simply 6-11. Is 8-13 possible? It is not. Because after that, what will be played? This attack? Yeah, this attack probably. To avoid it, the best move to play is probably 6-11. I don't know if it is winning, but I know that in that kind of position, if Jan plays quickly, it can be very, very problematic for Yuri. That is a mistake if this move is found. And this is found by Yuri Anikeyev. And even now he has the half a piece advantage, Yuri Anikeyev. From winning for Jan, it gets better for Yuri. Will Yuri find this move? He found this amazing 22-17. That after this one, you have this attack. And there is not a good tempo. And Yuri finds the best move again, 32-27. It's now Jan Groenendijk under the pressure in this game. It's amazing. He plays to 18, there is a sacrifice, the first variant. Yuri is going to the king. In such end games, black pieces can make a mistake. Yuri goes for 7. There is an exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have one piece advantage according to scan for Yuri Anikeyev. Will it be a roller coaster? From losing to winning? 47 of moves of the game made already. It's amazing. It's unimaginable. It creates some possibilities of making the mistakes. If you have short time, you won't be the first one on the king. Now Yuri has like 3 minutes to think. He put Jan Groenendijk under the time pressure, and you can see the reaction of Jan. What did happen from such a winning position? From becoming the world champion, he has the chances of losing this game. Cannot wait a post-game analysis. GGB, I can't either. White is better. Crazy combination after 36 move. Thank you, Marta, for pointing the move, because that way we can follow it. Ladies and gentlemen, from winning to losing, is it possible? Jan Groenendijk in this game could have been the world champion. This gives amazing advantage in this endgame to Yuri Anikeyev. And here we have this capture. It's only 0.5, but it's so easy to make a mistake here. You have an endgame having one piece less. In the best possible endgame, best possible play, Jan saves it. But it's, you know, never easy. Now Yuri must avoid such attacks. I wonder if this is winning or not. Yeah, it is, of course, by this move. So in this position that was played, 46, and this move to cut the way of those two pieces. It's very, very problematic endgame. Despite of a draw, it's not easy one to play, especially if you have just seconds on your clock. Just to remind you, Jan Groenendijk gets additional 5 seconds for each move. And there are so many ways of losing it. Now intuition says me it could be very, very problematic for Jan. He goes for the right line to attack it from behind. Is there any way to prepare something? Perhaps that way Yuri must go forward to try to transport this piece for the second king, despite of losing this 33, for example. Because now playing here and here would be a draw. Is this move to be played? Because what else? Chess and drafts are most emotional sports for me, and also snooker. How many more blitz games today in case of draw? This is the second one, so 2 more to go. Whole night. Whole day, whole night. Not this time. Yuri is down to 30 seconds. He lost his time advantage. He must make a decision, and he decides to go for this move. Now even this one is a draw. Yeah, Jan goes for this. And that way, ladies and gentlemen, it slips away. And means that game ends in a draw. You take those two, or Adel 2, and yep, that's right. This game that could have made Jan a world champion 2024 has ended in a draw. Cameraman knew what to do. After the finished game, he gave you the closer shot to Jan. Because Jan is the one who missed his chance in this game to become the world champion 2024. That was the 4th game of the tiebreak, and we are still ahead of 2 games, of 2 blitz games. If those 2 blitz games end in a draw, we will meet tomorrow at 9 AM Central European time to play the Super Blitz. Playing Super Blitz in the morning is like waking up in the night and drinking 10 espressos. It's unimaginable that tomorrow they will start with the Super Blitz, in case of 2 next draws, playing for the title. Unimaginable. And the question is, if after such a tough game, is it better to rest, or is it better to practice, prepare yourself for something? Whole night they will play like Fred. Yeah, some people just have the health for that. Let's take a look at the timer. So next game starts in 10 minutes. Okay? So without any breaks, we are waiting for that. 10 minutes we are from the next game. Let's analyze that. The last. Let's check the Marta's combination. After 36th move, after 3-8, the crazy combination coming after 37-31. This is this crazy combination that we analyzed? Or what? Because we get to this point. Aha, you mean the attack. Because normally, if this king escapes somewhere here, it is just destroyed. And you don't care that your opponent also destroys your king, because you go with this one to the king and probably win the game. This 4 against 5 endgame. But the magic, according to what Marta says, is hiding here. Oh, this is the magic. Just simply catching the opponent's king. You meant this combination, Marta? I love those emotions. Yeah, this is something that we need, Martina, and we need it. And we used to have many and love a lot of them. Will there be commentary tomorrow? Yes, absolutely, GGB. I'm commenting the entire match from the very beginning, and tomorrow I'll make it from the very beginning also. Because if the Super Blitz will be played, then the commentary starts together with games at 9 AM. And if the tiebreak, regular tiebreak for women will be played, then I start at 10 AM. Central European, which is also Polish time, of course. Let's check the crucial moment of the game. So that was still the position, winning position probably here, yeah, for Jan. So better move here was 3 to 8, making this threat. So this avoids moves like this one, this one, this one, and gives you this one and this one only. And after this, I thought about this move, but it looks like even better as this one. Okay, just simple plan probably, going here and keeping this threat 1721. You know, when you have even a minute to think on move, on plan, it's quite easy. But they had just seconds. That was the, after all, blitz game. Not a blitz, rapid in my opinion, but called a blitz, of course. And this move, yeah, here it was Jan who could play here and make this combination. The only move here. You can't play there because there is 1 for 3 to the king. That was the only move to make. So that was the variant for winning the world champion title. If Jan saw this, he would win. But it's very, very difficult to see such things in such a short period of time. And Jan, in this position, played this exchange. So that was still losing probably. That was the good move. That was played. That's okay. So here, after this 27-22, I bet Jan didn't see that this move is possible. He didn't see it coming. Because, you know, the problem of white is that white are losing the moves, are missing the moves to play. This is not possible. Okay, this is, after this, that comes. After this, what else to play? If you play something like, let's say this one, you play this, and you have no other move to make with white pieces. And I'm sure that Jan, playing this move, thought that he is winning the title. I'm sure of that. But he didn't see this move coming. So Yuri calculated it well, and after another move, he saw this one. This is very important to see this one. Because that way, you force yourself to the king. Because if you play it already to 12, then you lose the game again. After that, this exchange, and you will be out of moves in 2 moves or 3. This even, exchange, this. You attack 2 pieces, and you have this sticky move prepared. You can never avoid, and you take this piece and you win the game. And even if you don't calculate the entire line, it will just happen in the game. So that move was saving Yuri in the game. Those 2 moves were like, you know, grandmaster moves. 13-18, and then this variation. It is kind of forced. Very, very emotional game. It's hard to play another game knowing you could be a champion 5 minutes ago. And that's a very important thing that Natalia mentions. So now, Jan, according to what Natalia says, as the former world champion, as the former tiebreak player, according to Natalia, Jan is under pressure right now. Yeah, if he knows, and definitely he knows, that he could be the world champion those 5 minutes ago, he must play another game against Yuri Anikеев. And he must play for a victory. if he wants to win the title. And he has a very strong opponent against himself. Marta, yeah, for me it's crazy that it's winning even though it's 2 for 3. Yep, that's right. For Damian it's nothing. Everything is nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 4 minutes from another game. I must check the another. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So this game, and in case of draw, we'll have another one. So maximum 2 games will be played. This one starts at 6:40 p.m. Central European Time, and the last one, if needed, starts 19:15, 7:15 Central European Time. Do you think we'll have Super Blitz tomorrow? Last 2 games will be played in a draw by players? Such days, such rounds, such tiebreaks, I could comment every day. This is something I like, finally. So I hope they compensate for us the emotions from the past 2 weeks. According to KNDB, that Marta's combination was not winning. Maybe I'm mistaken. On KNDB it shows the King's Row, but if this endgame is a draw, it is very difficult to draw, and King's Row can show you that it is the draw, but believe me, 8 out of 10 games would be a victory of one of them. Playing blitz games. This is just how difficult probably this combination, this endgame was to play against the king. So now Jan Groenendijk is playing white pieces. Do we have again this opening like previously in 3 today's games? 3? No, 2. Or 3 already? I don't know. So for me it is, at this moment, over 9 hours from the start of this stream, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you appreciate that, so you can thank me by leaving the thumb up under the video. We are going with some chances to get 100. 87, come on, please do it. 13 more, 13 thumbs up more under the video. We are ready for the game number 5 of those tiebreaks. Will it be the last one of the match or not? Natalia recalling something after playing tiebreaks, never-ending tiebreaks until the first victory. And Natalia, that day, that Memorial Day on 3rd day of May 2021, started at 11 a.m. and finished at 11 p.m. We do, for sure I do. Good for ya, Erics. I can't watch tomorrow, I hope they will make it today. You won't follow the ladies, Bartek? For sure I do. And gentlemen should start it now. Blitz game, 5th game of the tiebreak. Go Jan! Marek finally joined us. We were missing you. What? 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 During entire game, we did not see this opening from men. Daria Tkachenko played it twice. And why is that change of plan? So Jan thinks that his strategy is not working, he's changing everything, and he plays this edge opening. Really, really interesting. And he is playing in the more Burzyński's way of this opening. So if we see something like this exchange, there could be this exchange, so it's not a problem. Because Daria kept this piece on 41, keeping this exchange 30 to 28. 31-26. So now finally we have something new in the Blitz game number 3. Tiebreak game number 5. So finally, gentlemen, surprising us. Finally. We've been waiting for that for such a long time. And the question is how Yuri will answer to that. You see that at this moment, he thinks for 1 minute, finding the plan, so he is surprised. And he goes for this exchange 1721 to avoid the exchange I showed you earlier. I think Jan. Okay. Oh, another time. Interesting thing. But probably the continuation we'll see will come with this exchange, because such exchanges are probably not allowed because of this small combination and problems with saving this 22 after those attacks. And of course there is a threat to avoid, and to avoid that you must play something like that. That will be quite interesting, but such games are leading to this exchange anyway, because you can't play here, avoiding it. Finally, to relieve this wing, you must make this exchange. I like the tennis-like rule. Tennis-like rule, which could be like what? Both gentlemen are surprising themselves. Probably Jan hasn't expected it either, as he thinks after this move by Yuri Anikeyev. Yeah, and we see this exchange coming. Not 27-22, but this exchange, and if Yuri brings it to the close classical position, he forces his opponent to get 6 tempos with this exchange, because you are exchanging the, no, sorry, 4. The 6th one for 2nd one. And going to the edge by himself, there are such players. Jan tried to go to the edge in the first move. Yuri said, no, I'll be the one on the edge. And this is how this game is played. It's not a standard one. From time to time you can see positions like that, but it's not the standard one, as Yuri of course threatens to make some exchanges, maybe attack that wing in the future part, and still not allowing this move to be made, because this is something that you would like to play with the white pieces, yeah? But all the time having this possibility of 16-21, it's not nice. After this, there is actually this quite nice exchange, so maybe now this fork is not a lock, so it means that it's not that good. So I don't expect Yuri playing this move 12-18, maybe something like 6, like 7-11, maybe something like 4-10, but it's not logical as well. What will be played by Yuri in this position? Of course, after this, like I mentioned, this is quite a good exchange for black. It will probably not happen in the game. Jan will not allow that. And so looking at the position without this 12-18, also without this 13-18, because now this exchange also looks good for white, I don't think it's an easy position to find the move for black. At first glance you have so many options here. What about girls match? Is it a draw and no tiebreak? No, it is the tiebreak to be played tomorrow at 10 AM. So ladies are playing tomorrow because the first deciding game will mean who will be the world champion among women. That's the reason why they play tomorrow. And among men, because they have only one result in the match, if Yuri Anikeyev wins the first part of the tiebreak, he makes it a tie, and it needs another tiebreak that will be played tomorrow. So in case, for example, Yuri Anikeyev wins this game, there is a tie, 1-1, looking at the victories, and we are back tomorrow playing another tiebreak. So there is a chance that tomorrow we'll have 2 tiebreaks played. 2 wins to be crowned champion of the world. That's what, oh, this you mean. Tennis-like rule. Yeah, according to the tennis, yeah, we can compare it, because you need 2 games of advantage. Some simplifications made here after this, and Yuri tries to bring the left wing to the work, release it. To be honest, I think it is quite necessary for Jan to play this move, 27-22. Otherwise, if Yuri goes to 23, there is a quite big chance to hold a classical position, and you can see already how many tempos of advantage Jan Groenendijk has. I think this is kinda necessary to play. And Jan goes for that. Jan goes for that. He has a nice central position right now, avoiding getting into the classical position, which is quite a logical decision to make. 8 minutes on Yuri Zayinkiev clock. 1 minute more than Jan Groenendijk has. Why is it tiebreak of 13-11? Adam, the reason is that to be the world champion, you need 2 victories. You can have 1 point more, and it's enough, but you must have 2 victories in the entire match. So if Yuri wins a game, it's not finishing it in the tiebreak. Jan needs another victory. So looking at women, they have each 1 victory. If one of them wins another round, it means that person becomes the world champion. So looking at the match of gentlemen, we've played already 4 tiebreak games, so it means that out of 16 games, 15 of them finished in a draw. And today, the round number 12 was the first ever, according to the database actually, decided games between those 2 gentlemen. $49, okay. It looks like it is weakening the wing, but I think this plan also is possible. This is possible. This will be the Jan's plan probably, to go forward to build some structure here. So we have kinda central versus surrounding position. We did have it in the second tiebreak game of this night, because then Yuri Anikеев was the one surrounding and Jan was the one attacking, and here we have something similar. So Jan, it's like prefers to be the attacking side, and Yuri is okay with being the surrounding one. By the way, the plan of surrounding was invented in Netherlands by people like Harm Wiersma. You're welcome, Adam. Is this the last game of the World Championship match between Jan Groenendijk, pretending for the title, leading at this moment by 1 victory, versus Yuri Anikеев from Ukraine, the current world champion, the guy who has won the title in Curaçao, in Caribbean islands, 1 year ago. It's worth to mention that Yuri Anikеев is the Ukrainian living in Kharkiv. It's amazing to live near the front of war, and on the other side of the city there are his parents, and through their home 2 or more times the front of the war has crossed. It's amazing that during that time and war outside your window, you get prepared for the title, for the tournament 1 year earlier, and now for playing the match. So despite he wins or loses, he is just great. He is a hero for Ukraine. And not only for this nation, but also someone whose spirit can be a great thing to follow. This exchange going for the 6th line, of course, doesn't change the tempo number. Jan goes 42-37, and now in case of attack, you can still play this move, but of course it is exchanging. But it's worth to know this idea. Okay, so immediately Yuri goes for this exchange from the square number 18. Otherwise, it would be just simplified to this position, a drawish one probably. So this is something Yuri Anikiev didn't want, and he immediately took with 18, forcing Jan to, after this move, to avoid this attack, to exchange back. Now, once again, after this attack, there would be a waiting move and exchange. So the thing that white uses in this exchange is the piece number 19. So it means for Yuri Anikiev, if he wants to bring some tension, he must remove this piece, play with it to 19. Of course, still, this attack 12-18 will not be possible, because white pieces have this move after 40-34, 34-29. So that's the reason why Yuri locks this gap on 9, and now this attack is prepared. So to avoid it, once again, Jan Groenendijk plays here. In case of attack, he can go like this, for example, exchange that way. Another option will be just to play here, and not even here, maybe here, to attack back, to take on 22. This is also possible. But it creates some chances. Yuri Anikiev showed us already in this game that he doesn't want to make it simple anymore. He wants to look for chances. He attacked 12-18, so I think they are afraid a bit right now to have not enough time in the endgame. They are playing faster. They are going to save more time for the endgame. Because leaving yourself with not enough time is a very problematic thing and can decide the game not on you, but on your opponent. Looking at the broadcast, this broadcast has started 9 hours ago, come on. 9 hours and 30 minutes actually, it will be 10 hours in 26 minutes. And it's very likely we'll get to this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have 100 thumbs up under the video? 97, come on, 97, 3 more people. Can you please click the thumb up, will be very nice, and I will appreciate that. 3 more thumbs up and we'll have 100. That would be great if you managed to do it. And of course, if you like the Checkers Draughts content, on this channel you will find much more content, because after the match I will be regularly streaming, playing, teaching you how to play drafts better. I'm Damian Reszka, I'm federal master on this sport. According against those two players playing for the title, against Jan I have result in plus, because I won 1 game and I played other draws. And against Yuri Anikiev I played 2 draws, 1 in a friendly game, 1 in a tournament game. So yeah, there's some kind of authority. Of course I'm laughing, they're much way better than me. I will get 1 for you from my GF account. Oh, you got it. Thank you very much. Mike Shy just subscribed. Thank you very much. Here it is, 105 likes. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I'm not asking for more. Joking, I will. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join this channel, checkersTV, for more content about checkers, about the drafts, feel free to subscribe, to join me. I will be playing tournaments, I will be organizing leagues for you, for the players, for maybe chess players. I have the plans of that events. Damian have plus balance with world champion. If Jan becomes the world champion, then yes. But the games we've played when he was 13 years old or something like that. Or 14 maybe. So it's clear who is true world champion. Thank you, Bartosz, for mentioning that. Okay, why is it not updated on the board? Okay, it is 2-8 and then 37-32 was played, and Decision from Yuri we await right now. Jan down to 2 minutes 39 seconds, as usually. There is slight advantage for white if you look at the evaluation bar. 0.2 advantage for Jan Groenendijk. And 6 minutes 45 seconds on Yuri Anikeyev's clock. More buyer just subscribed. Thank you very much for being the subscriber. So it's clear who is true world champion. That was there. There are still few people who have plus balance with Magnus because they played when he was 11 or 12. I think that playing against him when he was 11 or 12 was very tough thing to do. That was the time he was playing a draw against Garry Kasparov, as I remember. So now good plan for Yuri Anikeyev could be to put Jan again under some time pressure. So Jan is playing very precisely, but he showed us in the game that he could have won 1 game ago that he makes mistake being short on time. Because to be honest, everyone makes mistakes. It's not possible to calculate everything. In such endgames, this is more like intuition works, reminding what Magnus Carlsen told about him creating chances in such positions. So now the problem for Jan Groenendijk are the tempos, I think, might be. Such moves are probably necessary ones to play. Because otherwise, if he plays something like that, there is a combination. Simple one called the bridge shot. He can't go for that. But if he plays like simple move here, then this move 11-17 brings the game to the very close to the classical position with a lock in the central part of the board. And from this moment you can already see there could be an advantage for Yuri Anikeyev. Positional one, not reminding the time one. So Jan plays the best possible move in the position. He goes 28-22. Sorry, not in that moment. Here, 28-22. And it holds the small advantage of white pieces, 0.2. But still, Jan has 1 minute 28 seconds. After the move, he gets additional 5 seconds. Yuri Anikeyev, 6 minutes. 4.5 minute advantage. And this position is not clear to play, because there are so many options of some combinations, etc. Even though Yuri Anikeyev locks the wing, or just plays 1-7, and those pieces can't move forward, you can just sometimes think of such moves, like a very problematic one, the ones that you must calculate somehow, at least try. There it could be possible to play that way, necessary to play. Maybe after such variation this king is trapped somehow. You also must be careful about that. So now basically they don't have time to calculate everything. They must, from time to time, without calculating, they must trust their intuition and their strategical knowledge. And that knowledge was showed, for example, by this move, not going for the classical locked position. He drew Kasparov at 13 and win with Karpov. Quite a good result for Magnus. Same thing with Fabiano Caruana. He was that good at young age? So now Yuri Anikeyev, showing from the very beginning of this game, he's willing for winning this game, trying to find the line that will make some problems for him, but for Jan as well. He accepts being involved in problems, I think. That's the way of creating chances to win. Do one win in tiebreak mean winning tiebreak? No, Bogdan. If Jan wins the tiebreak, then Jan wins the match. If Yuri wins the tiebreak, it means the tie, the draw in the match, and we keep playing tomorrow again. One more tiebreak from 10 AM. And if this game and another one will end in a draw, we will meet tomorrow at 9 AM playing the Super Blitz. Super Blitz is like Leman Gorgiev, but not 5+2, but 10+2. 1, 2, oh my god! Oh my god! This is a winning combination for Jan Groenendijk. He can make it right now. Maybe not winning, but really promising. It could be like this move, 1-6, is a very problematic, and I think that it forces Jan to make this move. Is Yuri Anikeyev forcing his opponent to make this winning combination? Jan goes for that. Is it like Yuri Anikeyev forced his opponent to become the world champion? Oh my god. Oh my god. Having 4 minutes still on the clock, according to Scan, is a huge advantage for Jan Groenendijk. He went for that. Is Yuri Anikeyev forcing his opponent to become the world champion? You lose this piece, you don't have a way to catch the king. If you close it, there is 1 for 2. Still, quite difficult endgame, it looks like that, but on the other hand, you have so many possibilities of catching the opponent's pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, is this the moment? Is this the moment that decides the world champion title? If this game is won by Jan Groenendijk, it means that he is the world champion. And it looks like Yuri Anikeyev is forcing him to make this combination that could be winning for him. Is it something that he missed on his calculations? 1 + 9 is not winning in endgame, but you don't want to play such endgames in you know, blitz games. There is 1924, already some mistakes perhaps. This is 2.9, this is 2.9, this is winning. This is winning for white, I think. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the final moment of the match between gentlemen. So in the morning we expected to see another draw and fight tomorrow for the title. And no one, I think, expected this could be decided already. It looks like Jan Groenendijk is going for the world champion title. Perhaps this is still defendable. Sometimes +4 is a draw. But you don't want to play such an endgame. +3. +3 for white. Still, Jan avoids, or Yuri actually avoids. Jonathan, thank you very much for the subscription. Yuri at this moment avoids exchanges. There could be some threats of making some combinations, winning combinations. And Jan plays it well. It's 4.1 advantage for white. Jan plays perfectly. Jan plays the best moves. Could it be that Yuri Anikeyev forced his opponent to become the world champion? If so, that position will be in his dreams. Nightmares, actually. Now it's winning. Bartosz is proving that it is a winning endgame. There is no way to find a capturing way for the white's king and to try to force black pieces, any of black pieces, for a king to draw the game. To draw the game, you must go, you must get to the king. And it looks like it is winning position for Jan Groenendijk, who you can see on the camera. Now, perhaps in the last final moments of the match. Could it be Yuri Anikeyev forced his opponent to win the world title? It's like Ding Gukesh. Looks like that. Unbelievable. Yuri knows that. Yuri is down to 2 minutes. Only 19 seconds on Jan Groenendijk's clock. Yuri Anikeyev is down to 2 minutes and probably he has no chance of saving this game. And if he doesn't, he loses the game, he loses the match, he loses the world title. He is probably 2 minutes from giving the world champion title to his opponent Jan Groenendijk from Netherlands. You can see how he acts. You can read it from his face. Jan is not thinking about that, trying to move those thoughts away. Wait until it happens. One minute 20 seconds. There is nothing to play. This king, standing on a double line, holds everything, stops all the pieces from going further. Even such moves, 15-20, are not possible. You just wait. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. Yuri Anikiev surrenders, giving up the game. It has happened. This guy that you can see on the camera has just become, for the first time in his life, the world champion in international drafts. Jan Groenendijk from Netherlands is the new world champion. Game over. Ladies and gentlemen, Jan Groenendijk, world's top 1 rated player, after Roel Boomstra announcing stop of the professional drafts career, holds it in Netherlands, becoming the world champion, another 5th, 6th or 7th even, Dutch world champion. It is on. After 12 regular games, in the 5th game of the tiebreak, Jan Groenendijk, undefeated, wins the blitz game, the second game of the match, the second game of the day, because all the victories happened today, becoming the world champion 2024. Cameras are gone. Well, congrats to Jan Groenendijk, ladies and gentlemen. To be honest, after last games, after those tiebreaks, he's the one who deserved for this title. Yuri was way too passive, probably. In 47th move, 11-16 was losing. I won't even analyze it. Ladies and gentlemen, the title is decided. Yuri Anikiev is defeated, and Jan Groenendijk is kinged. Like a piece going to the king, wearing the crown on his head. He is the new king of drafts, becoming the world champion today on 30th day of December 2024. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not over yet. Tomorrow at 10 AM Central European Time, another very exciting moment starts about this match, because we are going to watch the tiebreak among 2 women fighting for the title, still fighting for the title. Daria Tkachenko was the one who could get this title today, had a winning position, but blundered, played a drawish move too fast, having 40 minutes on her clock. And tomorrow everything can be decided. Will that be at least one champion title held in Ukraine? Will that be Wiktoria Motrichko, or will that be Daria Tkachenko winning for the 5th time in her career, winning another match in her career, because she has never lost it. I hope you will be with me tomorrow here, 10 AM in the morning, starting following the tiebreaks for the women's world champion title. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.